I want to welcome you all to the December 10th, 2013 Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll begin our meeting with the flag salute led by Supervisor Euler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the clerk please read the statement of meeting procedures?
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of December 10th, 2013. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones either be turned off or put in silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Melinda. Now is the time for public comment. If there's anyone from the audience that wishes to address the board on any item that's not on the agenda, now is the time to come forward. Morning.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My name is Sharon Duchesne. I'm an IHSS provider for the County of Placer. I take care of 2 individuals, Michael Kowalczyk, who happens to be here today, and also Dolores Hansen, who unfortunately can't make it because she's bedridden at home, and her daughter takes care of her. As a provider in Placer County, we have not received a raise since 2009. This means that in January 2014, I will be going on 5 years with no increase in my wage, as well as for all providers in California, we took an 8% reduction in all paid hours. So not only have I not received a raise, but I have overall been decreased in my wage. Yesterday, the county and UDW were bargaining, and I'm asking you to please consider the offer that UDW has put on the table, and I thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Monique Cardin, and I take care of, excuse me, more than 3 recipients at this time. As a provider in Placer County, I ask you to please consider and accept the offer made by UDW bargaining team yesterday. There is a great opportunity to give providers in this county a chance to get a meaningful health care coverage, access to decent dental plans, and receive a discounted vision plan. Please think about what this means for thousands of providers in this county. The time is to act now. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michelle Buhan. I'm a member of Friends of the Animals, which I joined about 14 years ago. The main reason was to help provide a better life for the many animals locked up in a dreary, outdated structure by having the county realize the desperate need for a new shelter. After all, this antiquated building, erected in the early 70s, had never been built as an animal shelter but as a dairy barn. And it has remained such after all of these years. No outdoor runs, no fresh air or sunshine to brighten the living quarters of these poor animals, while the working areas of the receptionists and shelter director are a disgrace, as is the rundown trailer for the animal caretakers. Over the past, they have encountered many negative comments regarding the Owen shelter, hearing most people refer to it as a pound or a dump. The county realized the inadequate conditions of the shelter and has finally taken steps towards replacing it with a new, updated, and modern structure where animals would have a chance for a healthier and happier life, and shelter personnel could enjoy cheerful working conditions. However, now, when plans are ready to be realized, we encounter opposition and protests. I do not recall any of this when multi-million-dollar structures surrounding the outdated Auburn shelter were being built or new prisons erected. What crimes have these unfortunate locked-up animals committed besides being born? They were either rescued from hoarders or from abuse or neglect. Others were brought to the shelter due to their owner's death or financial and personal hardships. Some people have very little or no regard for animals, as they would rather see all of them killed than have a new shelter being built. Perhaps they never had the chance to enjoy the companionship of a little animal when they grew up. Yet, an animal is oftentimes the only comfort for a neglected child or a lonely human being, a little creature which loves unconditionally. Many people, including myself and my family, are looking forward to seeing the old, dilapidated Auburn shelter being torn down and replaced by an updated and cheerful place for the animals and shelter personnel, a shelter that Placer County can be proud of, and one which will no longer repel but attract interested visitors, many of whom may now choose to adopt one of these animals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And just so you know, we are going to be addressing this item later on in our agenda.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michelle. Anyone else wish to address the board at this time? Good morning.
Good morning. You look very festive today. Angela Tati with the Arts Council of Placer County, Placer Arts, and I'm here with your wonderful employees, Jody and Ruth, just to invite the public to the Placer County Employee Art Show, which opened last week, and I'll let Jody tell you about it. The show will be open until the 28th of February. It's open during the open hours of the administrative building here at the Domes, 175 Bullweiler in Auburn, and it's a very pleasant show, and it really is our way of demonstrating that the Placer County employees are more than those people working inside their cubicles. This show is about getting outside of the cubicles.
Good morning. Jody Hoffman from Placer County Health and Human Services. I really do appreciate all of the support that we've gotten from the board members themselves, the employees, and the public that has come out and checked everything out for us. That's really wonderful. Last week we had our reception. We had a very wonderful reception. A lot of people came out and checked out the art and tasted wonderful food that we've provided, and I'm very happy that it was a good success. Thank you.
She just brought me up here.
Oh, okay. That's not a pretty face.
Ruth has a piece in the show as well.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
I can't tell you how many compliments I've gotten from people about this art show. It is outstanding, and I've been promoting it as much as I can, even on radio, K-High, 950, the voice of the foothills. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else wish to address the board on, on this item? Any item that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to supervisor committee reports.
I do actually have a committee report. I attended the CSEC conference in late November and had the opportunity to attend a number of presentations, including some on flood control and water resources, which certainly the water resource aspect of that pretty important to us here at the county. Excellent presentation on homelessness in California, what's actually working, and that's something that David and I are probably going to be talking about at greater length moving forward. Because neither our appointee nor our alternate was there, I did cast a few votes for Placer County, and you'll all be relieved to discover that they fell in line with the rest of the votes. I wasn't an outlier. But it was a really very interesting, useful, and informative meeting. And just anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them directly.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Robert. Oh, Supervisor Wygant.
Every now and then. Wanted to report that Kirk and I had the opportunity to go with the SACTO contingency to the UK to see the University of Warwick. And Kirk, of course, would have his observations, but I was extremely impressed with their approach and their attitude and their entrepreneurialism, and I think potentially could be a great fit for South Placer. Of course, there's a huge amount of work to be done and analysis, but if we all put our heads together and looked at that opportunity intelligently, I think it'd be the best way to maybe create something that would be like Hewlett-Packard coming to town and the impact that it might have on our community.
All right, thank you.
Good trip.
Yeah, David Bosch attended with us, and once again, to reiterate, this trip was not at taxpayer expense. Supervisor Wygant and I and David Bosch went over there. Robert used the word appropriately so, entrepreneurial. I've never encountered an institution of higher education that approaches what they do with more of an eye to the bottom line. Everything as an institution, everything that they do has to survive a business case test before they launch into it. And that includes this opportunity that they're looking at, which is locating a 4-year university here in South Placer. And they, just to give you an idea, the order of magnitude that we're talking about in terms of what they represent to the little town of Coventry, about an hour north of London, when you convert their annual operating budget from pounds to dollars, just the operating budget for the university itself is about $746 million a year is what they spend right there in that area. And granted, that's with a campus of 24,000 students, about 5,000 staff, but and they wouldn't have that kind of a presence here in the South Placer area. But certainly, if they chose to locate a 4-year university here, it would quickly become one of the single largest economic engines that we have in our region. And so I was most impressed by the fact that they had clearly done their homework about Placer County, Northern California, the Pacific Rim, what it means to them from a business opportunity standpoint in fulfilling their vision, which is the opportunity to give their students really access to worldwide education. Their vision is that a student who starts with them in England could then spend a year at one of their campuses in the U.S. or in Asia and continue with the Warwick degree in the Warwick program, but at campuses throughout the world, very much focused on the hard sciences, on business and the hard sciences. And just the fact that they put the kind of time and effort and money, quite frankly, into the way that they welcomed us, the delegation that was there from Roseville and the Sacramento region, shows that they're very interested. They're serious about evaluating this opportunity and possibly moving this forward. And I don't think we could hope for a better partner if we really have a vision to bring a 4-year university to fruition in the Placer County area. So it was an incredible experience, a little too brief. Figured out that we spent 24 hours in transit and only 72 hours on the ground. So a little too brief. Yeah, I know, you stayed longer. I don't want to hear it. So little too brief, but just a very good experience and hopefully a good opportunity for the future.
Thank you, Kurt. Supervisor Duran?
Yeah, I just want to add just a little bit to what Supervisors Euler and Wygant have said about Warwick. Prior to the trip to London or the UK, the Warwick strike team or advance team was here in Placer County, and I know Supervisor Montgomery had lunch with them, and I had the opportunity to meet with them as well. And found them, again, very affable, very astute, very interested in our region. And I think the opportunity here to engage them as a partner is going to be a tremendous opportunity. One other comment that I wanted to make was in the interim, while a third of our board was in London, Supervisor Montgomery and I had the opportunity to meet with the cities of Lincoln and the city of Auburn concerning the regional sewer project. And as you know, we've been moving that project through well before the time that I began on the Board of Supervisors for approximately 12 years. And we spent a considerable amount of time here with both Lincoln and Auburn, and at the end of the day, we came up with a solution that provided Auburn the opportunity to buy capacity into the regional project if in the future they desire to come in. So I think that's, and Supervisor Montgomery, if you have anything to add to that.
Just that immediately after Auburn took the action to come into the regional sewer project, I did let our friends at the State Water Board know, and they were absolutely delighted and really wanted to make sure that county staff knew how much they valued the time and effort that we at the county put into continuing those discussions with Auburn and with Lincoln, pretty much literally right up until the last moment, to make this a truly regional wastewater treatment project. And they recognized the effort that we all put into it and really wanted to pass along how important it was to them that we did go that extra mile, and that the city of Auburn and the city of Lincoln did as well.
Thank you for your good work.
Did you have any more comments, Supervisor Wygant? Your light was on. Okay. That concludes Supervisor Committee reports. Now we'll move to consent agenda. We're going to pull item 19H and item 29H off for discussion. Anything else on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled? Kirk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 29T Tango, if we could have a brief chat about that too, please.
Okay. Anything else from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to pull anything off the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for approval of the remaining items.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move the remaining items on consent agenda. All those in, or we need a roll call vote, please.
Duran,
Yes.
Wygant, Bueller,
Aye.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes. Already, let's move to 29T. What, you're prepared to discuss that?
So the reason that I requested just a brief conversation about this is I find the item here. Is looking at the staff report, we are being asked to purchase a self-contained breathing apparatus support unit for Placer County Fire. The staff report gives me the what, but not necessarily the why. And so my question really is this replacement of existing equipment? Is this expanded capacity that we don't currently have? So that's what I'm looking for, is what are we hoping to achieve through the acquisition of this particular piece of equipment?
Good morning. My name is Andrew Calver with CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire Department. It was determined by Chief Harris that we do not have a self-contained breathing apparatus support unit within Placer County Fire Department, and he wanted to either purchase or develop one.
Okay, so it's expanded capacity.
Correct.
And precisely what does a unit like this do? What kind of additional capacity? What are we dealing with here in your service delivery in Placer County that, absent this equipment, we're not able to do?
So this piece of equipment, as firefighters, as we go into IDLH environments, dangerous environments, we have to have breathing air on our back, the bottles that we wear.
Right.
This piece of equipment will allow us to refill those bottles of air while we're at scene of emergency incident.
Okay.
We currently have several breathing supports within Placer County Fire Department.
Okay.
Those are older units. Other fire departments, we have to go outside of our own department to request them, and they don't have an air compressor. This unit right here will have an air compressor.
Okay, so this is a mobile unit that allows for on-site refilling of your tanks.
Correct.
So as to allow for greater time on-site using...
Exactly. If we're on scene for an extended period of time, each fire engine has 2 bottles, one in the pack, one as a spare.
Okay.
If we're on scene for an extended period of time, firefighters routinely go through both bottles.
Okay.
Okay? If we cannot refill those bottles on scene, those fire engines are out of service, and they cannot go back in service until they get back to the fire station.
Okay.
If we have this apparatus, we can refill those bottles at scene, get those fire engines back online quicker,
Okay.
and serve the public better.
Okay, so the primary purchase, the $250,000 purchase, that is a mobile unit. That's a truck.
Correct. I have
that
some.
is properly equipped with this equipment. That
Correct. I have some schematics and pictures if each member of the board would like to have one.
All right, I think that's good enough. I think you answered my questions. Then the only other question that I have is, since this is a new piece of equipment, not currently in inventory,
Correct.
what are we looking at by way of ongoing operations and maintenance costs associated with this equipment that we haven't previously had in our operational budget? Is that now being budgeted? Are we confident that, given what we're dealing with in a number of our districts, we have adequate budget for ongoing O&M for this kind of equipment?
Yes.
Okay, so that was reviewed with the chief, and the ongoing operations and all the rest are going to be taken
As they're
care of.
confident that this piece of
Okay.
equipment will.
Okay. All right. Rui, I see you sneaking up behind. You want to help this poor gentleman out here? He's used to fighting fires, not fighting board members, I think.
No, absolutely, and does a fine job at it, I might add. In fact, this is a new piece of equipment. It is not a staffed piece of apparatus, so there are no personnel that are being assigned to this specific apparatus. It is apparatus that will be positioned within our system and available with the existing staffing that we have assigned to our Type 1 engines or our ladder truck and so on. If at the time of a major emergencies, where in fact we are going to be in extended operations, we do in fact have to move this apparatus to scene to support firefighters in their air needs. It's there. In terms of the operational costs are covered in our system. We are certain of that. The operational costs will be relatively minor. Probably the most significant cost that we'll incur on an annual basis is ongoing replacement cost. We do have the ongoing replacement cost built into our existing budgets with no change to what we're doing in our budgets today.
Okay. So when you say it's not a piece of equipment that is staffed, quote unquote, what you mean is unlike an engine, where an engine has a company, you have to have a certain number of people associated with it. This is primarily going to remain idle until we have such an event where you can peel somebody off, put them in the driver's seat, get the truck delivered.
That's correct.
This is going to be a long-term piece of equipment. Fire departments that purchase pieces of equipment like this, you typically don't replace them for 20 years.
Okay.
This is not going to be on a rotational replacement plan like a fire engine.
Okay.
This is going to sit at Station 182 in South Auburn and only be responded when requested.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Answer the why. Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 29T.
second.
Moved and seconded to approve item 29T. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll go to item 29, what is it, 29H?
Staff requests that this item be removed from the board's agenda today and continued to an indefinite future meeting date.
Okay, fine. And now that brings us to item 19H. This is a District 8 employment agreement with, 6-month District 8 employment agreement with Leah Rosasco. But the reason why I'm pulling it off is because my trustee aide, Ruth Owls, is retiring. Ruth, come here. I don't have any big plaques or anything. but I know this is your last board meeting, and I had all these people come in.
Always over the top.
I just wanted to thank you and recognize you for your service to me and the county. You've done a tremendous job. You know, when I first came on board, Ruth asked me what my intentions were, and I said, well, my first 6 months I'm going to be learning everything from you, and I'll leave it to my board to decide whether I've done a good enough job. But you've been such a tremendous asset to Placer County. I know you have the respect of all the people at the MAX and through the county departments, and time again I've heard people comment to me about what a wonderful job you did. I understand that you have 6 important reasons why you're retiring. They're all beautiful young grandchildren, and if there is a Miss Grandma America, you're looking at her right there. So anyhow, I just wanted to take the time to thank you so much for all the things you've done for me and representing me in the community and Placer County. So we're going to miss you, and I'm going to miss you, but we'll stay in touch. So anyhow, I just wanted to thank you for that.
It's been fun.
So now we'll entertain a motion for item 19H.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 19H. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Now is the time to finally get to our 9:05 timed item. This is a presentation of a resolution recognizing Teresa Miles for more than 28 years of county service. And is Miss Miles here? There she is. Yay! I'm going to read some very nice words here for you. December 10th, in the matter of a resolution honoring Teresa L. Miles for more than 28 years of dedicated public service to the County of Placer. Whereas Teresa L. Miles, Accountant Auditor 2, is retiring from her duties with over 28 years of service. And whereas Teresa was born and raised in San Francisco, go Giants. She moved to Sacramento in 1978 and then to Auburn in 1984, where she raised her son Travis and daughter Ashley. Teresa currently lives in Sacramento with her husband Mitch. She has 2 beautiful granddaughters, Mystery, age 4, and Geneva, age 2. Whereas prior to her transfer to the Auditor Controller's Office in 1999, Teresa worked for the Placer County Courts from January 1991 to December 1998, and Placer County Central Services from February 1985 to December 1990. Whereas Teresa is an avid reader and loves to travel, she hopes to do more of both during her retirement. Teresa plans to spend more time with her 2 adorable grandchildren, and whereas Teresa has been a creative, conscientious, and dedicated employee of Placer County Auditor Controller's Office since January 1999. Teresa has always performed her duties in a professional and competent manner and is deserving of special recognition for her loyal service. So congratulations, and I'll bring this down to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anything you want to say a few words at AD? Oh.
No. Thank you. Do I stay here?
Yes, please. Good morning, members of the board, David. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to acknowledge one of our employees, Terry Miles. I'm going to give you just a few details of some of the daily work she does for the Auditor Controller's Office. Number 1, she's in our financial reporting division. It's a very important division. She's in charge of distribution of fines and penalties, primarily in the courts area where she had a lot of expertise. She assists HHS with their accounting needs, reconciling the welfare advances that come in, making sure that the revenues being recognized are appropriate and that they reconcile to the expenditures that we're claiming from the state. And then last but not least, she's also our county cost plan coordinator. And the one thing that, if you're involved in these 3 areas, you're going to be involved forever in future audits. And what that means is when you're involved in future audits, you're constantly being scrutinized. So I really want to take the time to thank Terry for her tough skin and persevering through all those audits. And as a parting retirement gift, the state controller at the end of November said, hey, let's have one more audit. And so they're out right now conducting the court audits, and she's been great, has great records. They've been in and out. Again, we can't thank her enough. Thank you, Terry, for all you did for the Auditor Controller's Office in the County of Placer.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler, your light is on.
Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Now we'll move to our 9:15 timed item. This is our commemorative coin award ceremony. It's a presentation of commemorative coin awards to recipients in recognition for acts of heroism, longstanding community service, or exceptional acts that have improved or impacted people's lives. And I think we're going to start with Supervisor Durant.
Here.
Yeah.
Michael? I want to introduce you to Michael Ziegler. Am I on now? Okay, great. Michael Ziegler is the CEO of Pride Industries here in Placer County. And I want all of you just to take a moment and think about a couple of things. Think about having a disability, whether it's a physical disability or a slight mental disability, and wanting to make a contribution to your community. But yet the perception in the workplace is that because of your disability, you may provide a less of a contribution than someone who didn't have a disability. Think about what that would do to you and your psyche and your ability to have self-confidence, to be able to provide for yourself, be able to provide for your children. Michael, in his business, Pride Industries, provides jobs for folks with disabilities. He provides hope. He provides an opportunity for folks to realize their full potential. And I'm very proud, I hope I can keep it together, to award this commemorative coin to Michael. And I want to take a few moments to talk about a couple of his accomplishments. Pride Industries started here in Auburn years ago in the basement of a church. Started from a very, very small business. And this is a fascinating fact here for Placer County, and this is something that I think epitomizes the Placer County method, the Placer County desire, is that it started with 65 employees here with a budget of $250,000. And now it's the third largest manufacturing and service company in the region with more than 4,900 employees and a budget of, or annual revenue of $244+ million. Not only does Michael provide opportunities for folks here in our region, but Michael provides opportunities for folks all across the United States. And some of the things that he had told me with regards to his contributions, Pride is in military bases. They do all kinds of maintenance there. Pride is in other parts of the country that handle roads, all over the United States. It's amazing. As Pride's #1 cheerleader, Michael is very active in his community and serves on several boards of directors, California Chamber of Commerce, Tykert, American River Bank, and American River Bank Shares. Michael, in 2006, was recognized by the American Heart Association with their Heart of the Community Award for Leadership, Generosity to the Community. In 2002, Michael received the Exemplary Leader Award for the American Leadership Forum, and he's a prior recipient of the Humanitarian Award from the United Cerebral Palsy Association of Greater Sacramento. Michael has been named one of Sacramento's 10 most influential business people by a Sacramento Bee poll. And when asked about what he considers his major accomplishments, Michael points out to the many quality jobs that Pride helps create for people with disabilities. Many of his employees are formerly, and this is, again, another point here, were formerly on taxpayer assistance. And through pride in having a job, they've now turned into taxpayers. Michael is extremely proud of the incredible and talented group of people that he works with at Pride. And I have witnessed that firsthand, along with District Director Christina Rivera, that we spent a few hours over Pride. And Michael, and this is something that I think all CEOs of companies, this is something that I find very rare, but when I find it, is something that is truly important. But he knew everybody's name in the building. Really impressed me. So I am going to provide this award. This is coin number 78 to Michael Ziegler of Pride Industries. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture here. Thank you very much. It's your opportunity to roll.
Let me have my coin. What?
You gotta watch him. He's a lawyer.
I know. And a Native American. So, I don't even know what to say. That was pretty cool, huh? What he said. So it's embarrassing for me to accept anything for me. This is for all the people who work at Pride Industries. Obviously, anybody who knows me knows that everything that happens at Pride that's cool is in spite of anything I've ever done. Ed Bonner's in the house today. He is serves on Pride's board of directors. So now you know what this organization has overcome throughout the years. Am I right? Come on, am I right? But anyway, here for me, I've worked at Pride for 30 years. You can help me. Will you help me? Whoops, wrong one. Read what that says.
Lucky to be working at Pride.
Come on. How many of us in the room get to say that? Maybe. But anyway, starting the basement of a church in Auburn, and you think about it today, we're the largest nonprofit employer of people with disabilities in America. It did not happen by accident. It happened with lots of people's help along the way, and it happened here in Placer County. We did it. Right? Am I right? Anyway, Jack, thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank the rest of you.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Take care.
District 2 has an award. Do you want to say a few words?
Second year in a row, my recipient is not with us. Mark Fowler is retired, and he had the audacity to go to Ecuador instead of come here to be with us today, but he will be back at a later date, and I'll present the award to him then.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. And then I have 2 awards. My earliest award, coin number 80, was presented to Dr. Richard Burton last month upon we gave him a commendation on his retirement, and I incorporated that commendative coin into that commendation. But I also have one for a very important person in Placer County, Ed Sander. And Ed, would you please come forward? Ed's here with his wife, Cordy. Hi, Cordy. I had the opportunity to go to their 50th wedding anniversary, and I don't know who the gentleman was that got up and started speaking about Ed and Cordy and all the things he'd done before he came to Placer County. It was astounding. And I'm not even going to start presenting anything about that, but I'll just give a little history of what he's done in Placer County. He retired in 1984. Jumped to the ranks as a volunteer board member and president of the Auburn Area Visitor and Convention Bureau, where visitors could get brochures about areas and places to see and visit in Placer County. So he was there as a welcoming face to people that came to visit Placer County. He served on the original board of directors of the Newcastle Area Business Association in 1985 until 1997. He was a board member of the Auburn Wild West Stampede Rodeo. The Chamber of Commerce in Auburn had planned it for years, but wanted to have more businesses involved, so a new board was formed, and Ed was assigned as the board treasurer and rodeo grounds chairman. That was a job, where he was responsible for ticket sales, entry gates, and financial reporting for the event. 20 years ago, we were just celebrated the 20th anniversary of the Newcastle Mandarin Festival. Ed helped organize and run it when it was held in downtown Newcastle. He was instrumental in securing the copyright of the Mandarin Festival name as well as the logo. He was a charter member of the Newcastle Golden Spike Lions that began in 1992, where he served as a club secretary and still is a club secretary today. He served as a member of the Newcastle Community Association, continues to serve on the Newcastle for Municipal Advisory Council since 1990, and is a member of the Newcastle United Methodist Church, where he serves on the Board of Trustees. I see the pastors here. Hi, Pastor. He's also been on the Placer, Nevada Wastewater Authority, and the authority has benefited from his leadership. He has been a board member from 1998 to 2012. He became a board member of the Newcastle Sanitary District after longtime chairman Ernie Magna Garcia passed away. He acted as the president of the board for several years and then became the general manager and treasurer until the district was incorporated into the South Placer Municipal Utility District. For 14 years, Ed walked the lines, checking out on any problems in the system. He coordinated a $6.3 million project to update the sewer system after it was determined that becoming part of a larger sewer treatment plant would be more economical for the users in the long run. Because of Ed's dedication to his community and his tireless work, he is affectionately known as the mayor of Newcastle. And Newcastle will be celebrating its 150th anniversary next year in the spring, and I know Ed will be involved in that. So that's why I'm pleased to present this commemorative coin to Ed for his tireless service to the community of Newcastle and to Placer County. Congratulations. Placer County hero.
Appreciate it.
You betcha. You're welcome to say a few words.
Okay. I appreciate all the recognition. This was all done on a volunteer basis, and when I was working as in the aerospace industry, I didn't have time to do any volunteer work. So it was a good opportunity for me to do things like that I wanted. And I appreciate your recognition, and I think I'll start retiring now because I turned 85 this month.
Okay, good luck with that. Thanks, Ed. Congratulations. Now we'll move to District 4, Supervisor Mueller.
I'm going to reverse the order on mine. I'm going to present coin number 83 before I present coin number 82. So I'm going to ask Stephen Lease if he would come forward at this point for coin number 83. Stephen grew up in the Stockton area, attended University of California at Davis for both his bachelor's and his master's. I guess you couldn't get into Cal, so that's okay. went with Davis. Upon graduation, went to work at Intel, where he with his background in electrical engineering, he worked in the as an integrated circuits engineer. I have trouble saying it, let alone performing the duties that would have been associated, thus the difference between hard science guys and soft science guys like myself. In this position, he got to travel to Asia in order to promote the use of Intel's chips in cell phones. Not long after the boom in renewable energy started, Stephen left a a comfortable position at Intel in order to explore his entrepreneurial side, joining a renewable energy startup. And as is the case with a lot of startups, I can attest to a couple myself. Upon them running out of funds, Stephen found himself unemployed, but being very resourceful and very community focused, as is his background, he used that opportunity to help found a company called Active Job Seekers of America, which helped hundreds of people during their job search as the economy was slowing down and people were finding themselves laid off. That then turned Stephen down the path of financial investment, where he continues to help people build for their own futures, and he's been active in the financial investment world since 2009. Stephen is an Eagle Scout and is want to live every day to the fullest, trying to build relationships for tomorrow and help others while not expecting anything in return. Incredibly active in his community. He has 2 daughters, but he gives enormous amounts of his time to Boy Scouts here in the Auburn area, even though not having a son in the program. In addition to being involved with scouting, he's very passionate about Rotary. I see posts on Facebook all the time about his activities with his Rotary group, as well as the arts. He's a National Jamboree Senior Patrol Leader. He's a Scoutmaster for Troop 19. He's the Eagle Scout Committee Chair for the Golden Empire Council, which is a very expansive council here in Northern California. It takes in, I want to say, about 17 counties. It's a large area. He's also president over the Auburn Daybreak Rotary and an Auburn Elks Club member. Angela Totti spoke earlier. Is Angela still here? Angela, there she is, she's sitting down in the back. Stephen serves as the chair of the Placer Arts Board, and Angela likes to tell stories about Stephen showing up for their meetings, either on his way to or having come from a scout meeting, and he shows up in his uniform, probably with neckerchief far more nicely rolled than anything I ever did when I was going through scouting. In his spare time, and this is something I'd like you to tell us a little bit more about, in his spare time, he has decided to really make an impact on the community around him, and again be reflective of that giving heart by baking and donating chocolate chip cookies to different community groups. As of November 18th, he has given away just under 24,000 cookies.
And as of last night, there are some cookies here for you to enjoy. As of last night, 24,212.
One other thing Stephen and I have in common is we both married up. His wife Valerie is here, and they have 2 beautiful daughters. And Stephen, Sheriff Bonner's here, and Sheriff Bonner and I take great joy in going to Eagle Scout ceremonies and handing new scouts their certificate of recognition for their achievement. And at each of these, Sheriff Bonner and I remind them that while they have accomplished something in earning their Eagle Award, it's just the start of an awful lot of what will be expected of them in the future as Eagle Scouts. And as one Eagle Scout to another, I just want to tell you, you live that in spades. What you do in the community is not just impressive, but remarkable. And it is, it's heartening to me to know that as Boy Scouts, we of course are reminded to do a good turn daily. And on those days where I might slip and not meet my obligation, I know I got somebody like you who probably did more than one to help make up for my lack of fulfilling on that. So, Stephen, it's my pleasure to recognize you with coin number 83, Placer County.
Thank you.
Your turn.
Well, thank you. It's incredible to be able to do all the things, and it really comes down to your life experience, and at some point in time you realize the greatest asset you have is time. The cookies developed over time. Valerie asked me to make a batch of cookies when I was at Intel. She liked them. She said, take the rest to work. I don't want to eat them all. And when you're working with 300 people in your own team and in the group of 7,000, you have no problem getting rid of cookies. But on my last day at work at Intel, was coming up to it, you've worked with so many people and formed so many relationships. And you got to go to your last day and you got to sit down, you got to have signed paperwork and maybe have a lunch with a couple of close friends. But you know everybody's busy. And I had this idea. I made 700 cookies of different flavors: mint chocolate chip, toffee chocolate chip, caramel chocolate chip, regular chocolate chip. And I spent the whole day, I took a cart, 2-layer cart, and just walked around to everybody's cubicle. So it's been a pleasure working with you. And it was really a lot of fun to do that because if they were busy, I could judge that. If they had 5 minutes to spend with me, they could have a conversation. And went through my career, as you heard. When I became unemployed, I remember sitting down and going, you know, I'm an Eagle Scout, and I have an MBA from UC Davis. I should be able to figure out how to do something. That's when I said, you know what, I want to be a part of this community. I want to go out and I'm going to be living and working in this community. That's all I knew I wanted to do. I walked into Placer Arts. One day I go up to Angela and I said, hi, my name is Stephen Lease. I'm unemployed. Please tell me about the business so I can share it with others. She didn't say anything. She was just awestruck by that, and to me, it was kind of, really? This is what you're supposed to be doing. And she said that a little bit later, and through that relationship, now helping out with the arts in our community. But really, Placer is an incredible canvas of which all the lives here are the colors that paint on that canvas. And it's incredible just to hear this morning the relationships and all those colors and the vibrantness that we bring to this life. And I just come back to my philosophy every day, and that is live every day to the fullest, build relationships for tomorrow, and help others with no expectation of anything in return. And the cookies do that for me every moment of the day, and it's a wonderful life, because the reality is I don't know if I'm going to be here for another 80 to 100 years maybe, or tomorrow. But I want to live today with no regrets. So thank you very much.
Whoa.
And now you have another one?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Mr. Eric Bose. Eric, would you come up, please? I asked Eric to come up second because I have a little more personal background with Eric. While Stephen and I share an awful lot of things in common in how we grew up and all the rest, I've spent the last several years working closely with Eric, and wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Eric for his contributions in our community, in the Granite Bay community. I want to start by just letting you know that Eric grew up in Southern California, where he attended California Polytechnic Institute. He earned his Bachelor of Science in Environmental Design and Urban and Regional Planning, which he then put to work for the past 27 years, working as a suburban designer, environmental manager, and working on large-scale master plan communities throughout the southwestern U.S., China, and Hawaii. Eric and his wife Shelley moved to Granite Bay in 2005 from the Bay Area in order to, like many people who come here from the Bay Area, find a life worth living. Kidding. I'm kidding. Little joke.
Agreed.
Eric, in getting to his new community, Eric engaged and jumped in with both feet. He's volunteered as a recreational soccer coach for the Eureka Youth Soccer Club, where for a number of years he was elected to the Eureka Union School District Governing Board in 2010, And what I really appreciated about Eric is he had the good sense in 2010 to realize that solving local government's financial problems was going to involve building coalitions. And so Eric worked with folks on his board of all political stripe to figure out how to rein in a budget that unfortunately was structurally out of balance, and a school district dealing with a severely declining enrollment with an aging population in the Tree Lake area. And Eric successfully, over the course of 3 years, navigated that district in a direction to where today they operate with a balanced budget, and like our board, are successful in actually rebuilding some reserves. He and Shelley have been married for over 16 years. Their kids are in school in the Granite Bay area. They both attend Bayside, where Eric, you wouldn't know to look at him now, but has a background as a rock and roll drummer, and so he pounds the skins at Bayside from time to time, helping to lead worship. I appointed Eric to the Granite Bay MAC, the Municipal Advisory Council, some years ago, 2008? 2008. And you've been silly enough to let me reappoint you now a couple of times. But Eric, the reason that I wanted to recognize you today is the board authorized us in 2008, us being those of us in Granite Bay, to move forward with the process of updating the Granite Bay Community Plan. And the Granite Bay Community Plan, to some people, the first 4 chapters might as well be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It is the gospel to some people in Granite Bay. And so Eric, as chairman of the MAC, had the unenviable task of having to deal with some very real changes that had occurred in the Granite Bay community over 20 years, some new interests that were trying to be recognized and established in the community, while at the same time trying to respect the heritage of the original plan and those people who had spent a lot of time creating the Granite Bay Community Plan for the first time back in 1989. And Eric sought about doing this not through force of will, but through what I've come to know and expect of him, and that is gentleness, caring, concern for the community, and a real strong sense of collaboration. Rather than saying, this is how this is going to go, Eric led a series of over 20 public meetings where there wasn't a committee that was appointed to create the plan. Every member of the community was welcome to be at any of those meetings and participate in forming this plan. They say herding cats is difficult, but cats can generally only operate on one plane with the laws of gravity. It's more like herding goldfish, which can go off in any different direction. That's what he had the task of doing. And when we were done with 14 months of meetings and 20 different public meetings dealing with 18 chapters, I believe, that is the Granite Bay Community Plan, Eric was recognized by everyone universally in the community who participated in that plan as being the glue and the binding that held the new Granite Bay Community Plan together, just because of the graciousness that he naturally exudes and his willingness to work with people cooperatively to overcome obstacles. And Eric, I learned a lot from you in that process as we went through the community plan update, and I wanted to say thank you for your leadership, not only on the school board, not only on the soccer field, not only at Bayside, but especially on our Municipal Advisory Council. Say thank you for your leadership in helping move our community forward and make Granite Bay even a better place. So that's why I chose you this morning for corn number 82. Thank you. You can stand up if you want to take that one.
Thank you. Well, I first want to start off by thanking you, Supervisor Euler, for the opportunity to serve. You've been a great mentor. You've helped me help the community. I have a lot of respect for you. I've watched you also in service, serving the community through some very difficult challenges the community has faced, and I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to serve. Again, you've been a great mentor. I also want to thank my wife, Shelley, and who just stood up and took the picture, and my son, Nicholas, and my daughter, Alexandria. They have very much supported me, but they've also sacrificed for me to be able to give back to the community, so I really want to thank them for doing that. And then lastly, I just want to say to all of you, I want to say thank you for accepting a refugee from Southern California, a very grateful one to flee Southern California, and giving us an opportunity and giving us a great community to raise our family, to get involved, to serve the community, what I affectionately refer to as God's country, Placer County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty then, Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. I'm going to follow in Kirk's footsteps and reverse the order of these presentations because there's a young man at the back of the chambers here who's been waiting very patiently. So Colton Nelson, would you please come forward and maybe bring your parents? And I know you have your good friend Gary Davis with you as well. Gary, if you wouldn't mind coming forward as well. Your moral support. Come on. So it's my real honor today to nominate two individuals, Colton is the first, who have demonstrated extraordinary courage, humanity, and selflessness. Colton, this young man you see in front of you, and there's his dad, Mike, as well, sorry, Dave, I'm sorry, where did Mike come from? Dave. Colton has overcome amazing odds in his young life. He was born with hyper-IgE syndrome, also known as Job's syndrome. It's an immune deficiency disease so rare that only 325 known individuals in the world since 1966 have been identified. I can barely see you behind the podium there, buddy, but hi. As a result of this disease, for most of his 6 years, Colton faces excruciating transfusions that replace all his blood every 3 weeks. There we go. I knew you were there for some reason. This treatment requires donations for over 1,000 individuals. This malady has isolated Colton from the normal joys and rough and tumble of childhood and childhood friends. But his devoted parents, Danielle and Dave, have completely adapted their lives to meet his unique medical needs. Until recently, this very brave young man has never complained about the precariousness of his life or the unfairness of his situation. As he reached school age, homeschooling was the only solution, but this was more enforced isolation and still no opportunities to socialize with friends and other children. Colton, frankly, has had a tough time staying housebound, and I'm told that he begs to do anything that would get him out of the house, including going grocery shopping, which is probably not the first choice of most little boys. But of course, those kinds of activities came with risks, so he often stayed home. Colton, however, like many young men, is very passionate about his interests. And one interest that he recently developed is speedway racing. Inspired by a local champion also named Colton Hicks, and also inspired by access to our local speedway track here in Auburn. So soon the speedway was in his blood just as much as the fresh gamma globulin transfusions he continues to receive. So when Colton made this passion apparent, his parents made a very important decision. They didn't know how long that Colton would be here, but they loved him and want the very best for him, and that includes giving him the best quality of life. In their loving eyes, that means allowing him to have as full and normal a life as possible, so they introduced brave young Colton to the local speedway track, and perhaps more importantly, to Auburn resident and Placer County native Gary Davis, upon whose shoulders Colton now sits. So, hopefully, much to his surprise, this leads me to my second nominee, who is Gary Davis. And he looks surprised. It worked. So we're nominating Gary today for his selflessness in enabling Colton this incredible chance to live his life and his dream. Gary himself has a long and storied career that reads like one of the movies he's worked on. Gary's a Hollywood director, a second unit director, and is also one of the top stunt coordinators in Hollywood. He's been Stuntman of the Year 3 times. Among the films he's worked on are The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Terminator 2, and U.S. Marshals. He is a stuntman legend among stuntmen. So much that he actually doubled for Evel Knievel in the last 15 years or so of Evel Knievel's career, unbeknownst to the world, thereby exhibiting a generosity and selflessness that allowed Knievel to maintain his own image and finish out his famed career. I hope I didn't spill any beans there, Gary. Gary continues to mentor local filmmakers and donates his time and services for free to ensure safety on sets for these budding filmmakers. But Gary's racing career is as legendary as his day job in Hollywood. And naturally, he's a staunch supporter of the local speedway track, sponsoring young men and women in this sport over the years. As fate would have it, Gary met Colton and his parents at their Auburn restaurant, Dingus McGee's, and learned of Colton's passion for speedway racing and his dream of being a speedway racer at the moment his parents decided to let Colton regain some of the normalcy in his life. There they are, I think, at the track, right up there if you look up on the screen. So a boy's dream comes true, and Gary is the one who made that possible. Colton now finds himself being trained by one of the best people in the world. Gary now finds himself down in the pits teaching 6-year-old Colton the basics and some very sophisticated race strategies that must be the envy of all the other racers on the circuit. Gary's the first to tell you how quickly Colton has learned to race, and given the short amount of time he's been racing, he'll tell you he's doing a fabulous job and is keen on improving. These two have found a unique, inspirational, and fostering relationship and friendship that may never have happened if all 4 of the people in front of us today weren't willing to be risk takers. For their time, their talent, their courage and selflessness, and the life impacts on each other, there are 2 hearts in this remarkable story and 2 commemorative coins, and it is truly my great honor and pleasure today to present them to Colton Nelson and Gary Davis. And we had to keep the invitation secret from Gary, so here's your invitation. I saw him last night and we got to meet him and went, hey, managed not to spill beans. So let's see, Carrie, this one is yours. Hi, Colton. You're way taller than me now. How did that happen? All right. This one's yours. Colton. This one's yours. Yeah, pull it out of there. There you go. Right on. No sniffling. Let's get a picture. Mom, Dad, everybody in here. I know you're not good at this. This is why we didn't tell him, because we're told he would have tried to sneak out had he known.
I want to hold him. It might be easier.
Yeah. Get Dad to hold him there. There we go. You get to, yes, you get to keep that. The question is, you not only get to keep it, if you want to, you can say a few words, but you don't have to. Same with you.
Oh,
and you.
good.
And you.
All good? Go ahead, Gary.
You go.
Come on, Gary.
Obviously, I didn't know this was going to happen, and I'm caught completely off guard. It seems funny being recognized for something that's so easy, just to be friends to a good family and a terrific little kid. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, especially I'm sure, Jennifer, you were the prompting force behind this. And I wanted to clarify, he doesn't have his blood completely flushed every 3 weeks. He has the IV gamma globulin therapy every 3 weeks. It's about a 4.5-hour infusion. If they send the right tubing, which they didn't week before or month before, so it was 7 hours. But he's been a trooper, and once he went on the, he's been on it about 13 months. It was, his immunologist insisted that if we wanted to try and start him in school, that was the only thing we could do, and see if it kept him out of the hospital, and so far it seems to be working. So we appreciate everyone who's been behind Colton. We have a lot of support from the community that has actually backed everything he's doing, including this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thanks. This is great, especially to Gary. We've had, Gary's got this track out of his house, and we spent numerous amounts of hours out there chasing this little guy around on his motorcycle, from training wheels to actually just letting him go. And we've had a few bouts where we didn't think he was going to get up a few times, but he's done pretty good, and I just want to say thanks, Gary, for everything you've done for him. It's good that we can get him in a situation where he can feel as normal as he possibly can. So I just want to say thanks for the coin. Thanks for everybody in the community. Danielle and I, we've grown up here our whole lives, and it's funny, we've had, over 15 different businesses in Placer County, and we've always gave everything to all our employees and everything, and we finally found somebody that gives back that's just, it's an unmeasurable amount that you just can't put a dollar figure on that. So, Gary, thank you for being the little dude's guy. And hopefully this season we win a couple races. Thanks, guys.
Any other comments from board members? I just see some lights on, so
Another great year.
yeah, this concludes our commemorative coin ceremony, but it's just a reflection on the very wonderful, giving people that we have here in Placer County to make this place such a wonderful place to live. So to all the recipients, Ed, Gordy, thank you so much for all you do for Placer County. Thank you. Now we'll move to our 9:30 timed item, Community Development Resource Agency, Agricultural Preserve, and Williamson Act Contract. Alex Fish presenting. Mr. Fish.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board. I am Alex Fish with the Planning Services Division. I just want to say that's very difficult to follow. I'm sure there are a lot of teary-eyed people in the audience. The matter before your board this morning is a request to approve a resolution to divide an existing 165 agricultural preserve in order to place a 79-acre portion into a new preserve in Williamson Act contract. The property is located in rural Granite Bay on Cabot-Stallman Road, about a half-mile west of Auburn-Folsom Road, and is commonly known as the Ricky Ranch. The reason for the request is to establish an independent contract for this 79-acre parcel in order to accomplish a number of objectives related to the current and future disposition of the property for agricultural production. Principal among those is the ability to transfer the property to a new owner that will continue to utilize the property for commercial agricultural uses and to facilitate the establishment of a new home site residence for the owner-manager of the agricultural operation. Current agricultural activities include beef grazing, honey production, and firewood sales. In addition, it's worth mentioning that irrigation improvements are currently being made that will enable specialty crop production such as orchards and vineyards. Planning Services Division staff and the Farm Advisor presented a report of the proposed preserve to the Agricultural Commission at its October 21st meeting, which included an economic analysis of the past, current, and future agricultural use and productivity of the proposed contract area. The Farm Advisor determined that the proposed 79-acre preserve has met the minimum requirements of a standalone Williams-Snack contract over the preceding years, and that a continuation of like agricultural uses on the property would continue to meet Williams-Snack requirements into the future. The Farm Advisor further determined that the creation of an independent contract is likely to foster additional agricultural improvement to the property by virtue of the establishment of a new residence for an on-site manager. The Agricultural Commission concurred with the analyses presented by the Farm Advisor and planning staff and unanimously approved a motion to recommend the Board of Supervisors approve the division of this agricultural preserve and execute a new Williams-Snack contract for the property, and that is the matter I bring before you today. Staff recommends that the Board take the following specific actions, which I have listed in your report. Adopt finding in support of the determination that creation of this agricultural preserve is categorically exempt from CEQA in accordance with Class 17. Find that the creation of this agricultural preserve is consistent with the Placer County General Plan and the Granite Bay Community Plan. Find that the creation of this agricultural preserve is consistent with the requirements of the California Land Conservation Act and the Placer County Williams-Snack Ordinance. Find that the establishment of this preserve consisting of less than 100 acres would help to preserve the unique agricultural characteristics and enterprises of this property, which contribute significantly to the agricultural and open space values of Granite Bay. And lastly, approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached resolution that is included in your report to create this agricultural preserve and execute the attached contract. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from board members? Any comments? Anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chairman, move approval of staff recommendations 1 through 5 inclusive.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the item, the agricultural preserve in Williams-Snack contract. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's all ready. Okay, now I'm going to use some prerogative as the chair, and we're going to move to our Placer County Employee Service Awards, basically because I want our federal and state legislative advocates just to see what a great county they're representing. And so you've already seen some of it this morning, and we're going to do some more of it. We've got about 1,400 years of service combined that we're going to present to our employees.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ann Craig from the Personnel Department. And it is, especially after this last commemorative coin presentation, is really such an honor to put this together with that, to recognize the folks here that in our workforce that help in the community and help get services to our constituents. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, we have 59 employees coming. We're invited today. Not everybody could make it, but who represent 1,395 years of service. But this doesn't include the employees in the departments who also have 10 years of service and 15 years of service, and those are given at that level there. So without further ado, if you would like to say a few words now, or would you like?
What do you want me to do? You want me to come down there? Or?
You're the chair.
Oh, well, let's move forward.
So,
yeah.
And then, okay, if you could come down and I'll hand the awards out, that'd be stand. I think we still have some. It's working earlier.
It was working.
Yeah. Test? There we go. Okay. We have some folks that are still moving in. We could. There's a whole bunch of seats up here up front. So, from Administrative Services, we have Jeff Sudar. Oh, hold on a second. If we could have all the folks who are getting the 20-year awards move over to the far wall, that probably would be helpful for traffic control. Good. Thank you. Seats up front. Okay, hopefully everybody can hear me. Our first award for our 20-year recipients is Jeff Suter from Administrative Services. Excuse me. Jeff, are you here? Okay. Like I said, we had several that said they couldn't make it today, but I noticed that some didn't RSVP and are here, so I don't want to miss you. Yeah. Brian Ronco from Clerk Recorder's Office. Valerie Flood from County Council. Michael Bruton from Public Works. Right here. Patrick Files from Public Works. Okay, these are the ones that said they were. Yeah. Well, out there with the roads. Appreciate that. Steve Gilmore from Public Works. Okay. Jack Gordon from Public Works. I saw that. Eric Lopez. Public Works. Jim Pitts from Public Works. Bob Truman from Public Works. Brian Kagas from Facility Services. Mark Rideout from Facility Services. Tom Farr, did you make it? Hey. Andrea Everett from Health and Human Services. Catherine McCartney from Health and Human Services. And in her place, accepting the award on behalf of Joy Robertson from Health and Human Services. Rosemary Tullius from Health and Human Services. Dave McManus from Probation. From the Sheriff's Office, we have Bob Nancy Harger from the Sheriff's Office. Patrick Piazza from the Sheriff's Office. Dennis Walsh from the Sheriff's Office. Ken White from the Sheriff's Office at Tahoe. Boy, I'll be surprised if you made it down the hill. And last but not least for our 20-year awards, Judy Rowe from the Treasurer Tax Collector.
How are we doing?
For our 25-year group, starting with Administrative Services, and I don't think Randy was able to make it. Randy Sammons? He's out enjoying his retirement. Steve Yendes from Administrative Services. Ann Seaton from Child Support. Deborah Wilson from Sheriff, 25 years. Okay. Mark Wiseman from the Sheriff's Office, 25 years. Dennis Watt from the Sheriff's Office. Virgie Valenzuela from the Sheriff's Office. Stephen Schaefer from the Sheriff's Office. Corey Quillinen from the Sheriff's Office. Ann McNellis from Personnel. Okay, I already said Mark White. Linda Stenger from Health and Human Services. Barbara McDonald from Health and Human Services. She retired. Or, no. Liz Hermada from Health and Human Services. Janet Gibson from Health and Human Services. Alice Dent from Health and Human Services. Debbie Boone from Health and Human Services.
And you should know my name after all.
I'm sorry, Lori. I'm so sorry, Lori. That was Lori. It was Lori Boone. Glenn Johnson from Facilities Services.
Yeah, 25 years, huh? Wow. Did a great job.
Christine Kaufman from County Council.
So that's what you do.
Anita Reese from the County Exec's Office. Linda Watt from the County Clerk Recorder. Paul Thompson from Planning. Kirk Smith from Building.
Thank you.
I'd already mentioned Ann Seaton, but did she make it? Ann Seaton from Child Support Services. And last but not least, for our 25, Catherine Scott from Treasurer Tax Collector. I have our... Is Mark here? Mark White? No? Okay, thank you. So I'd like to move to our 30-year awards and our 35-year awards, but Mike Fitch has asked me to ask those recipients if they would be so kind after this service, the awards today, to stand outside and get a picture, photo opportunity for you. Oh. For 35 years, we have Tim Morgan from Agriculture. 30. An extra 5 wouldn't hurt. And Cheryl Nelson from the Auditor Controller's Office. Roxanne Pointer from the District Attorney's Office. I swear I just gave her 25-year award, but Christine D'Octavio from Health and Community Services. Gary Powell from the Assessor's Office. As you might guess, Gary's retired, like the Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, sure. Tough to make the time. Thanks.
Don't think Mary was going to be able to make it. Mary Unholtz from the library. Anthony Fuentes from Public Works. And last but not least, Tammy Harris from the Sheriff's Office. And you notice how young they all look. They all started when they were only 10. And our department heads, we have them come regardless of their numbers of years of service. And I'd like to congratulate Andy Sisk for 10 years of service with our Auditor Controller. James McCauley for 20 years with the County Clerk Recorder. And one Gerald O. Carden, County Council. Wait. And we have one gentleman, and I apologize horrendously, Tim Morgan, who has 30 years of service, but
We got it.
you got it.
It says 35.
Kelly, you got me all confused. Panic. So, with that, it's my great pleasure to be able to do this for all of you, and I know the board thanks you, and I'm sure Jim has some comments that he would like to lend.
Well, thank you, Ann. To all of you that have served us so well and so long, we really appreciate the service. I know there's a lot of folks out there that don't have that much time in, but we hope that you stick around so that you will eventually receive some of these awards. We've got a lot of talented people that work for Placer County, and as I go throughout the state, Placer County is well regarded, and it's basically because of the hard work that you folks do for us. So I just want to thank you all.
Have cake, coffee, iced tea, or excuse me, water and tea in the conference room over at CEO 1. If you follow the signs, you're more than welcome to please stop by and share in your service with other fellow employees.
And who has to go out there for pictures again?
Our 30 and 35-year employees for pictures.
You can go out twice, Tim. Thank you. Today. Oh, that's what we've done.
So you can come up to the podium, right?
Yeah. Allison Carlos. We'll just give you a second to gather yourself while some of the people, but this is our 9:35 timed item, County Executive Legislation Program, our legislative platform, presenting Allison Carlos.
Good morning. I'm Allison Carlos with the County Executive Office for item 4. And this morning we'll be asking your board for 3 actions. One of them is to approve the 2014 legislative platform. Also to approve the contracts, which we're asking for 2-year contracts with the firm of Holland & Knight and Peterson Consulting. And third action would be to authorize your board to members of your board to travel to Washington, D.C. in February for advocacy. So I'm going to make very, very brief comments because we want, of course, the Holland & Knight and Peterson Consulting to provide you with information. Essentially today, the platform is highly streamlined. It's about a third or a quarter of the size it used to be. And what we will be doing is we'll have detail online versus having a very bulky document. This year I want to highlight that we'll be working straight away on some of the water resources issues. Most specifically, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan and the water bond. These are 2 high areas of interest. And developing with the Community Development Resource Agency and others a broader water policy framework. Staff report identifies that there are specific resources to be applied for this. In addition, we will be looking for contract services to help us review the 34,000-page Bay Delta Conservation Plan. Those comments are due in 120 days. Paul Yoder will be speaking more about the water resources efforts, but one of the important elements that staff is recommending is for elected engagement, local elected officials engagement in a coalition. There's an administrative coalition, there's a number of technical coalitions, but it's nothing like hearing from the elected officials. Your board did authorize staff to send a letter to the governor, and I did want to say today that the letter has not been sent just yet because there were some things that happened intervening that we wanted to amend the letter to, and that was specifically to address the statewide water plan and make a comment regarding that plan, as well as to acknowledge that the coalition, the Sacramento Area Coalition, is now not putting together a letter which was referenced, but is more a platform statement. So we've amended that letter, and we will be sending it out to the governor's office. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone first over to Paul Yoder and Karen Lang with Peterson Consulting, and then they're going to turn it over to Rich Gold and Michael Galano from Holland and Knight. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Karen Lang with Peterson Consulting. I'm going to jump in front of the boss here.
Okay.
I was going to cover a couple of the non-water related items first. The county has maintained a strong interest in what's happening with RDA dissolution and also legislation that would create RDA 2.0. There were several bills introduced in 2013 to try and reinstate some sort of economic tool for local governments. The governor doesn't seem ready to approve any of those bills yet, so the few that went to the governor were vetoed, several were held. In the meantime, you may have seen in the paper yesterday that the governor is trying to put the state in a competitive position to draw down the Boeing contracts. It's about 20,000 jobs. And so he's using the new economic tool that the state has called GoBiz, and there's a pot of money that basically the state can make available to attract out-of-state businesses. It's really to make them competitive with the other states, such as Texas. So we're going to see how that sort of plays out, and that may end up getting tied to whatever redevelopment 2.0 looks like. And we'll be seeing that come to fruition the next couple of weeks as other states have actually convened special legislation sessions just to put together tax packages to try and bring Boeing to their state. So it's a big deal, and we think that that will probably be something that's talked a lot about in January. In addition to, undoubtedly, you've seen the mayor of San Jose, Chuck Reed, put together an initiative on pension reform. Again, obviously, we just went through that a couple of years ago. We're expecting to see a lot of that happening outside of the legislative process, right up until maybe it looks like he's going to qualify his initiative for the ballot, in which case you may see the legislature get active, sort of like what happened with the workers' compensation reform package from several years ago, where it looked like something really pretty monstrous was going to get onto the ballot, and so the legislature swung into action and made the deal in the legislature where they have a lot more control over what's in the language. In addition to those two things, we'll definitely be watching the continued rollout of the realignment and the Affordable Care Act. These things play together really closely in California, and we'll see as the sign-ups go forward and the county fiscal relationship related to how sign-ups occur, because you have a lot of skin in that game because of the way that the realignment and the budget was done in June. We're going to be watching that closely and continuing to report. You're one of what are the 12 tweener counties. You don't have a public hospital. You're not in CMSP. You have a special sort of dispensation in the legislation that put together the Affordable Care rollout in California. So we're going to be watching that very closely. The 12 tweener counties have a lot at stake, and it's different than the other two kinds of counties. Obviously, we're going to be watching the water bond closely. Paul will touch on that a little bit more, but there are two competing versions right now. The Senate has a version, the Assembly has a version. The Assembly version is a little bit geared more towards earmarking. They don't do too much of it, but the Senate is really trying to create more of pools of competitiveness. The Assembly has a little bit more earmarking. It's not clear yet who the winner will be. Two will enter, one will come out. So we will see. And it's also unlikely, or not unlikely, but it's unknown whether or not they're actually going to put a revamped water bond on the 2014 ballot. Voters may or may not actually be inclined to approve something like that. As you may recall, this is supposed to be on the 2008 water bond, or 2010 ballot, then it got punted to 2012. Now it's been moved to 2014. It might get moved again. It's got up to 9 lives. It's like a cat. And then finally, CEQA reform. You may be aware, based on just your proximity to Sacramento, that there had been a statewide CEQA reform bill moving through, authored by Senator Steinberg, and that sort of, at the very end, didn't have what it needed to move forward, but because of the pressing interest of the Kings and getting an arena sited there was a CEQA reform bill geared mainly towards keeping the Kings in Sacramento. There were provisions of that Steinberg bill that migrated over into the Kings bill. The Senator Steinberg CEQA reform bill is still alive. It's in the second house. It has the rest of 2014 to move to the governor. Unfortunately, right now it does seem like CEQA reform is a bit more project-driven than a statewide interest, but we'll be watching that, of course, very closely for you as well. We know you have a big interest in that, and your amazing staff has kept us on our toes in making sure we're right on the cutting edge of what's happening with CEQA reform legislation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Paul.
All right, thanks, Karen. Good morning. Good morning, Board. On water, the BDCP process just produced an EIS at 34,000 pages, as Allison noted. Other people observed yesterday that that's at least 30 times longer than the King James Bible. So just to put it into context, there's 6 months to review that. There's been a rumor for a while that might be extended. I don't think the county can assume that it will be. And so we're ready to be more active with respect to water for the county. As Karen mentioned, there is also this discussion over the water bond, SB 42 and AB 1331. We think things could actually come together pretty early next year. Whether it is the Senate vehicle or the Assembly vehicle, we want to make sure the board knows that we have access to both the authors of both bills, and we're ready to produce access for the board and county staff, as well as part of what our charge in 2014. In terms of strategies for water going forward, we're going to have local, regional, Northern California, statewide coalitions that we're going to want the board to be active on. We obviously are very, very interested in board participation in those processes. We can get you into the administration, again, get you in with the authors of the bills, and so on and so forth. We're going to make sure that legislators who are working on water have a perfect knowledge of Placer County water needs. We're going to make sure that Placer County staff have perfect knowledge of everything that's going on and all the moving pieces throughout the state of California as part of our strategies for you on water. Turning to the state budget a little bit, as you probably read, there's a $5 billion surplus. On top of that, Karen touched, I think, a little bit on cap and trade. It looks like the governor is ready to appropriate money for cap and trade monies, frankly, could also come into play with respect to the county's water strategy in 2014, and obviously habitat conservation efforts here in the county. So we're happy to answer any questions the board members may have. Thank you for having us here today. We're anxious, as always, to get working for you with the next legislative year.
All right, any questions from our state advocates? No? See, you've got a full plate, I can tell you that.
Busy morning.
Yeah, right. And now we'll turn to Rich Gold.
Thanks very much. Appreciate having the opportunity to brief you all. I'm going to just start out on the general overview, and then Mike will go into county specifics. Just to update everybody on the state of play in Washington, we're actually a matter of hours away from what we hope to be a final budget agreement between House Republicans and Senate Democrats that will authorize spending for 2014 and 15. For the past 5 years, as I've sat before you, we have neither had a budget nor the past 3 years appropriations bills. So while this is a small step forward, it's a welcome step and a little bit of bipartisanship between Senator Murray, who chairs the Budget Committee, and Congressman Paul Ryan in the House. The goal is to get the budget, which is just a resolution, not a bill, so it doesn't need to go to the President, formalized and finalized in the House and the Senate by the time they leave this weekend sometime. What the budget would do is to cut off the bottom of sequestration. Without this budget agreement, the authorized spend level for the federal government in fiscal 2014, which we're in right now and goes through September 30th of this year, would come down to $967 billion, requiring significant cuts both at the Department of Defense and civilian agencies. The budget agreement, through raising fees and other revenues, though not taxes, will increase that spend level for the next 2 years to $1,015 billion and kind of cut off the bottom of sequestration, put us on a more sustainable path going forward. Basically, the federal budget's in pretty good shape till about 2016 when the baby boomer retirements start kicking in and hitting Medicare and Social Security pretty hard. So it's not like we're leaving the budgetary issues behind us, but this will probably be it for the Obama presidency in terms of budget negotiations. With that, let me hand it over to Mike.
Thanks, Rich. 2013 has been a very busy and successful year for Placer County and Washington. On the federal funding front, pleased to report that even in a very challenging federal fiscal environment, we were able to get an extension of the Secure Rural Schools Act, which, as the board knows, is a source of payments from the federal government to local governments with high concentrations of federal lands to provide funding for projects, wildfire reduction, and other safety measures. So we're glad we got that done in September. Had we not got that extension, about $100,000 in federal funds were at risk for the county. So we're good through FY14. Looking forward for that program, the House and the Senate take divergent approaches to how to fund it. The Senate prefers a general fund appropriation for that program. The House prefers funds for that program to be tied to activities on federal lands like grazing and timber harvesting. Regardless, next year we're hoping to get a long-term fix, and we'll ensure that the county's voice is heard as that debate continues. Also on the funding front, we've worked with Department of Energy to ensure that funds received previously for the biomass project are there as that project nears the goal line. Also very busy on the policy front. On the Habitat Conservation Plan, we've worked extensively with the federal resource agencies to make sure that they are meeting permitting milestones as that program continues. Separately, we worked with the Fish and Wildlife Service to help extend the public comment period on their proposal to list the Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog as a threatened species. That closed just in November, and that will continue into next year, their deliberation. So I expect we'll go and visit with those folks when the board comes out next year as well. As you've probably read, there's a bit of gridlock in Congress. They've only enacted less than 60 bills this year, so there's a number of measures that are important to the county that haven't moved, but we continue to monitor, like the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, the Marketplace Fairness Act, the Western States Trail Study Act, and the Federal Farm Bill. Just a quick look ahead to FY14 grant opportunities. We expect that there will be another round of COPS hiring grants for additional sheriff deputies, and if you recall, the county submitted a very successful application in FY11 that received $2.6 million to hire 8 new deputies. The very popular Tiger Transportation Program, that's Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery, will continue again next year for major regional transportation projects such as the Kings Beach Commercial Core Initiative. We also expect EDA to do another round of public works grant infrastructure funding geared towards attracting high-wage employers to local communities. And finally, in 2014, Congress will begin the task of reauthorizing the Federal Surface Transportation Law, currently known as MAP 21. So we expect there will be funding opportunities through that bill as well as policy opportunities. So with that, we'll stop and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Supervisor Euler.
Question, Allison, on the staff report on page 28 under the heading of federal and state advocacy contracts. The second paragraph reads, in addition to the broad state lobbying support provided through the Peterson Consulting contract, staff is recommending a contract increase of $8,200 for dedicated attention to water and water quality protection. I just want to clarify, because in here it says in addition to, but that $8,200 is included in the $54,000 total contract amount?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So that's, thank you. That was the only.
Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing this forward. I do have a concern, again, and this is something that I have a concern with every year, and that's that not only us, but the public doesn't have enough time to go through the legislative platform. I do appreciate that the fact that it is more an easier, friendly read. But any extra time that I think people can go through it is a good thing. That's all I've got.
All right. Any other comments? No, I have no comments other than, from time to time, we go back every year, the board goes back every year. I see the value of that because not only do we meet elected officials, but more importantly, staff officials that know what we're doing in Placer County. Because of Lake Tahoe, we're going to always point, that's where Placer County is. Can you expand on that, the value of us going back to D.C.?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I think, people in Washington talk to lobbyists and other elected officials, from Congress on a daily basis, but you all bring to life for folks at the Environmental Protection Agency or the Department of Transportation, the resource agencies that we've been talking to about the Habitat Conservation Plan, and really over the last 15 years, the wastewater plan, the future of this region and what the possibilities are, and it's so important for even your delegation and the senators to hear from you in person what those priorities are and how you can do a lot more with a local federal partnership that ideally all those people would be able to find their way out here on a regular basis and get here to hear that, but the reality is that's not always how it works, and while their staff may be here from time to time, the Washington officials and the Washington staff, it's critical that they hear from you. So it's incredibly valuable, I think, and I think the county has seen benefit from the early days of redoing Forest Hill Road with federal assistance, to the widening of I-80, to now the wastewater plan, and on to the Habitat Conservation Plan, and as we move down the road here with the possibility of the new university and Placer Parkway and other things, all those things will require a lot of local federal coordination.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, Supervisor Euler?
Nope, just going to move approval of the 2014 legislative platform.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Move approval of the 2014 legislative platform, approval of the two contracts for lobbying services, and authorize board delegation to make the trip to Washington in February, consistent with supporting our platform.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Before we vote on that, I want to open it up to the public. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to address the board on our legislative platform, any of the items on that agenda? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to board for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, we have that down. Now we'll move to our 10:30 timed item, the Library Strategic Plan. Mary George and Andy Heath. That was easy. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. I'm Mary George, Director of Library Services, and it is my pleasure to present the final draft of the library's strategic plan for you this morning. The plan represents 2 years of discussion with more than 500 stakeholders and your constituents. It's an attempt to actively engage citizens in planning for the future of the library, with a laser focus on the importance of community need and priority. To begin, I think that it's very important that we define expectations of the plan, what the plan is and what the plan is not. The plan is meant to be a service roadmap for library administration as we plan for the future. We're continually navigating a changing librarianship landscape as new technologies emerge, customer demands, and service deployment models. So it's meant to be an innovative approach. It's not simply a checklist of items that we need to get done over the course of several years, but instead a flexible framework meant to help us develop annual plans regardless of the funding that's available at the time. It's meant for us to be able to capture opportunities as they happen. And what the plan is not, It's not a financial strategy. That being said, we are working closely with the CEO's office to develop and ensure that our strategies and initiatives are pursued as they are relevant to our customers, but also fiscally sound as we build together a sustainable future for our libraries. The plan is not traditional in its format or its process. There's no money attached to the items in the plan. There's no timeline on when to get them done. And there's no one strategy that's more important or valuable than another. It's kind of like a choose-your-own-adventure book. I used to read those when I was a kid. As opportunities are presented to the library, we will choose the adventure on which we embark. And while we consider the cities of Roseville and Lincoln our partners and potential collaborators, it is not inclusive of those two cities because they're not captured in the county library's service area. The planning process consisted of 3 phases: community needs assessment, visioning, and a community-driven realignment. First, we started with the community needs assessment, and we put the staff together to perform a traditional SWOT. We took a look at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats at the library. And then we had a big community conversation and conducted online and in-person surveys where we asked the community to brainstorm ideas for a better Placer County and how the library could affect that change. Next, we went to visioning. We had 45 stakeholders that we personally invited attend those meetings, from nonprofit groups, government agencies, elected officials, members of the Library Advisory Board, members of the Friends of the Library, and community service providers. And we asked them to vision what are the top priorities for the region and what would make them proud of their library. Once we had the community needs assessment and the visioning complete, we did a little mini strategic planning. We took a look at all of the things that we had captured, and we took it back to try and figure out what would be some sustainable priorities that we could set in order to move these ideas that we'd captured forward. And we came up with 4 sustainability models: anticipate, automate, collaborate, and consolidate. And what that means is we could anticipate what our customers were asking for and create better tools to move what they needed forward in each of our libraries. We needed to automate and create a better website with more content so that our folks would be able to access the library even when we weren't open for the public. We needed to collaborate more with other county agencies and county departments to ensure that we were not only providing library service in our physical libraries, but also countywide. And then we needed to consolidate. We needed to think outside the box and start talking to other county agencies about co-locating some of our services, maybe with some of theirs, in order to share space and save costs. Once we had the 4 sustainability models, we took them back to 4 additional community meetings in Applegate, Forest Hill, Kings Beach, and Rockland in order to validate and make sure that we were on the right track. During the planning process, some patterns of use and service expectations for the library were identified through some pretty compelling community feedback. Under patterns of use, in 1937, the library system was formed. The libraries kind of popped up like little mushrooms around certain communities, and it really was the focus of that small town. But what we were finding from the feedback we were getting is that improved communication, telecommunications, and delivery methods were allowing folks to look at our libraries rather than small town libraries, but as a system of libraries that could be effectively administered from one location. We found that people were using libraries where they work, where they play, where they go to school, and not necessarily where they live or sleep. We identified Auburn, Rockland, and Colfax as the places where people go to most often, and we refer to these libraries in the strategic plan as magnet libraries. And we also found that there was a roadblock in our service. We needed convenient hours for working families. That came up a number of times. So a lot of folks felt like they couldn't use us because most of our libraries have a traditional 10 to 6 retail model rather than evenings and weekends when people really needed us and wanted to use us. Under service expectations, what came kind of bubbled up was that people wanted state-of-the-art computers and Wi-Fi and a very, very content-packed website. They wanted relevant and timely and plentiful library materials and comfortable seating and space to gather, to work, to tutor, or to be alone quietly. They wanted staff who could guide and recommend and coach anything from how to use a mouse on a computer to how to fill out a complex government form, recommend a movie, a DVD, a music CD, a book on CD, a downloadable ebook, anything that would help them either help with their lifelong learning or entertain. And then they also expected, and our library programming is quite popular, and they want programming that entertains as well as enriches through lifelong learning. Right now we have story times for babies and toddlers, school-age kids, educational programs for adults, including book clubs. And they also called out that the Placer Adult Literacy Service and the Law Library were also very important institutions. And finally, after analyzing everything, after taking a look at all what the community has told us, 3 major strategies and their initiatives were formed. 1, we needed to reverse the erosion to library assets caused by the Great Recession. And we can do that by ensuring access to our resources, by opening our hours up and including working families in those hours that we provide. Diversifying the collection, bringing in more e-materials, streaming media, e-books, downloadable electronic materials, refresh and update our collections continuously, update our technology with emphasis on increasing our broadband, and really bring in some state-of-the-art, refresh and maintain our welcoming spaces by working with building maintenance and capital improvements and the Friends of the Library to optimize our space. Modernize to optimize and increase efficiencies is the second strategy. We can do this by leveraging our county resources to enhance the customer experience, shifting resources from throughout the library system and focusing more on our magnet libraries, hitting people where they're already using us, increase the shared use of collection by floating our materials around the library system, explore and add mainstream technologies with an emphasis on what people are already using. When they come in after the holidays, they'll have new Kindles, new Surface pads, new whatevers, and we really need to optimize what folks are using rather than try to drive library technology to them. And then we need to develop new spaces and floor plans with an emphasis on being flexible for groups and for individual use. And the third strategy is we need to build capacity for the future. Like I said, we need to concentrate our county resources at the magnet libraries, including our labor costs. We need to increase our electronic formats, and we have a goal of trying to reach 15% of the collection by 2018. We want to optimize our technology capacity and our data retrieval in-house because we want to be able to support priority-based budgeting and tell the head and the heart stories of the library by collecting good, clean statistics and data and also reporting out on the outcome measures. How are we changing our communities? We want to refresh and update our library facilities plan, again, to identify future space needs, and we'll be working closely with building maintenance and capital improvements to do that. And then finally, we need to identify new revenue sources. We need to leverage our grant opportunities and seek community partnerships whenever we can. What do we have currently in the works? We have a wonderful IT consolidation that is really going to move our library forward one giant step. We will definitely be state-of-the-art. We're working with the Placer Community Foundation and our Friends of the Library to open an ACORN endowment fund so that we can capture planned giving. And then we're working closely with our staff on succession planning. We're evaluating staff models to optimize our labor costs and increase customer satisfaction. And now I'll turn it over to Andy so that he can talk a little bit more about our dollars and cents.
Thank you, Mary. Good morning, board members.
What I'd like to do for you today is kind of just give you a fiscal analysis of where the library is. As Mary mentioned in her presentation, the library right now is working to implement a strategic plan, and the strategic plan is before you for approval. This strategic plan is not intended to be fiscal in nature. However, the library moving forward must have reasonable assurance that we have a sustainable budget and maintain a sustainable budget with the library to implement certain of these recommendations that are put before you in the strategic plan. What I'd like to do is just give you an overview of the library's current revenue sources. As you see, the library has a couple of revenue sources. The two largest revenue sources are property tax, which is the blue line, the light blue line, and the contribution from the general fund, which is the green line. Property taxes, as you see, starting in 2005-06 all the way through 2008-09 were growing, and this was the period before the recession. So as property taxes grow, the library's ability to provide services to its residents and patrons also grew. However, with the onset of the recession in 2008, October of 2008, revenues from property taxes significantly declined. And the library, like many other county operations, had to adjust its levels of service that it provided to its residents and patrons accordingly. You can see that the property taxes went from about $4.1 million in 2008-09 all the way down to $3.71 million in 2011-12. So it was declining for that 4-year period. Library made significant adjustments during that time to account for that. And as you'll see on the next slide when I put it up, there were ramifications with that. The second largest source of revenue is the general fund contribution that comes into the library fund. Basically, that goes to offset the costs for the county librarian, which is mandated to be paid for by the general fund, and also offsets the vast majority of the overhead or A87 costs that are allocated to the library by all the central service departments in the county. The general fund contribution, as you can see, fluctuates over time. However, most of that money that comes in from the general fund is treated as a non-discretionary revenue. The library doesn't have a lot of say with what they can do with that money, as it pretty much just goes to offset the costs for Mary and the A87 costs that come into the library fund. And then the library fund over time had state funding at one point. However, after 2010-11, state funding completely went away. And then they also have some other sources that come into the library fund that are related to grants, donations, as Mary mentioned, and some funds that come in from the law library as well. So you can see that revenues were increasing up until 2008-09. However, in 2009-10, like most county operations, revenues started decreasing. However, they are coming back a little bit. Property tax has grown since for the last couple of years. However, it's not at the level that it was when it was at its highest in 2008 and 9. What does this translate into? As you can see here, the red bar represents the ending fund balance and reserves that the library had as of the end of the year. The 2013-14 number is just an estimate based on some projections we put together for the balance of this fiscal year. Up until 2009-10, you can see that the library was running an operating surplus, where the numbers in the black represent the amount of funds that were actually added back to fund balance and or reserves in the library fund for those 4 years. 2009-10 represents the first year of the impacts of the declines in property tax that came into the library, and that's why you see the red number, which represents an operating deficit. As those property taxes went down, the library began to incur operating losses and had to adjust for such, to the point where in 2010-11 the operating loss was about $338,000, and that was where the largest loss of property tax was. However, over the last couple of years, you can see that the amount of deficit has become stable, where we anticipate this year the deficit to be about $102,000 to $150,000 compared to about $90,000 the year before and $160,000 the year before that. This stabilization of the deficit is due to the hard work that Mary and library staff have accomplished over at the library, where they've really looked at different ways of doing business to try to keep this deficit and the amount of fund balance and reserves that are being used to fund library operations at a minimum. Having said that, however, and in the context of implementing the strategic plan, there's still a lot of work that we need to do. We're going to be reviewing staffing models and branch operational costs as we move forward, analyzing how the 37 permanent positions at the library and the 40 extra help positions are put into the library branches, the 11 branches and the book and bill, to achieve the best efficiency in those branches in terms of the programs offered and in connection with some of the things that the strategic plan is discussing. We've also, as Mary mentioned, have an information technology operations assessment that was completed by the Administrative Services Department's IT division. With that assessment, recommendation came down to implement certain best practice implementations that are associated with IT staffing, consolidation of staffing in the library and IT departments, network efficiencies, licensing, security, disaster recovery, documentation, and the list goes on and on. Related to the information technology platform at the library. This is anticipated to save the library ultimately in beginning in fiscal year 2015-16 approximately $15,000 to $20,000 per year. So that will be a savings to the library in the future that will help mitigate some of that deficit that's currently going on. And then finally, one of the things that's going on right now as well is an overview of the A87 or the overhead cost allocations that come into the library. As I mentioned, the general fund funds the vast majority of those A87 costs. And we're reviewing that with the intention of really determining which level of A87 costs that are coming in provide the best effectiveness and efficiency for the library. We're looking at programs, central service programs such as the collections program, the building and facilities maintenance program, and the grounds program, where we can determine what the library is receiving in terms of a level of service with the intention of determining actually what the library needs to reduce that level of funding required to offset A87 and potentially turn that general fund funding around as a revenue source to the library. Strategic plan, although, as I mentioned, not meant to be fiscal in nature, requires the library become increasingly fiscally sustainable to implement a lot of these initiatives that are mentioned. To that end, the CEO's office will continue to work with the library, as it has been for the last couple of months, to assure that we achieve a point where that budget for the library is sustainable. And with that, we'd like to open it up for any questions you might have.
Questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I want to start by thanking Mary and Andy. Great presentation, very succinct, very clear. I think it really got to the issues that were raised through the public process, but also the economic issues. I note that in our packet there's a very nice letter from the acting state librarian saying, "Yay, Placer County, you're doing a heck of a job." Have we done any outreach at the state level, and maybe this is something we should talk about offline, but to really focus on the state bringing back that contribution that they used to get to the libraries? And I don't know what that total amount was, roughly what sort of loss was that when the state stopped their contribution?
We were receiving approximately $89,000 from the Public Library Fund, we would call PLF, and TBR, transaction-based reimbursement. That's the money that they give back to you when other libraries outside of your jurisdiction borrow your materials. And so $89,000 was the loss that we received from the state. I know that the state has continued to fund our literacy program, and that has basically been the focus that they focused on the legislature, trying to continue to support literacy funding throughout the state, kind of to the detriment of the PLF and the TBR. They're also, at the state level, they're working on creating a high-speed broadband backbone with Scenic for all of the libraries in California. So I know that they're focusing their attention on trying to expand our broadband capacity, including Placer County. And the state librarian is looking towards our strategy, our strategic plan, as a rural county library model. As we move forward, he's going to be having several conversations with us, trying to determine if other county library systems can be helped by the flexibility of the roadmap we've created. And then it needs to be said that the state library completely funded the strategic plan. We applied for and were awarded a competitive grant for $50,000, which allowed us to take these 2 years and to really kind of drill down into what our community needed.
I'll withdraw my snarky comment. I just really what I was getting at in terms of that is that contribution, along with the $15,000 in IT savings, really gets to your deficit and creates a balanced operating budget at that point. And I think my frustration is just that we can see it. It's right there in terms of being so close to being balanced and being able to continue to move forward with a sustainable economic plan, and yet it's just that tantalizingly close out of our reach. So, but really excellent work. I did attend one of the public outreach meetings, and the input from the community and the suggestions and the idea were absolutely phenomenal. So really I'm hoping that we can move forward with this and get you to a better, more sustainable structural position. One of the slides had something, Andy, could you go back, or somebody go back a couple slides? One more, I think. It was something about branch libraries, and that just, it just makes me a little bit nervous.
Magnet libraries?
No, the idea about consolidating branch libraries, I think.
Oh, no.
No.
Okay,
good.
Consolidation in the 4 sustainability models. Consolidation means working with other county departments to consolidate county services in a shared space.
Okay.
So
I wanted to make sure that I had misunderstood that, which is, I'm very glad to hear I had, though at this point, at least in time, we're not looking at consolidating branches.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yes, please. Would you go forward one slide? Is this the slide that was the result of your conversations, kind of what came out of the public needs, or is that a different slide? I'm not seeing it. Is that the reverse erosion? Which is that? That's what that is, right? That had a reverse erosion.
Reverse erosion, modernize, and build capacity for the future are the 3 main initiatives.
One of the first things that you mentioned that came out of the public working groups was hours of access.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the recurring theme that you heard throughout, was kind of the hours of access?
Correct. Working families.
Okay. What hours of access is it that they are seeking? What did you ask for specifics in terms of between the hours of X and Y?
We got it nailed down to basically evenings and weekends.
Okay.
We used to be open till 9 o'clock at night, and we've messed around with shaving hours off and adding hours in pretty much continuously throughout my library career.
Right.
So when folks say evenings and weekends, it might be ideal that we are there, but then when we take a look at the use, it doesn't really show that. It's just the idea that we're available evenings and weekends. That being said, I think that librarianship is really changing, and that folks really do kind of need us on the evenings and during the weekends. I don't know how that's going to mesh with creating a really robust website presence. If we had enough resources on our website, that could be our 13th branch. It could be a very viable branch. So maybe we wouldn't have to be open, the 24/7 that people really kind of expect from all services.
In reading this last night and thinking about it last night, an idea came to my mind that I quickly dismissed, but then hearing you talk about this evenings and weekends hours, we have made great strides in offering enhanced recreational opportunities throughout the county by partnering our facility services and parks with schools and the co-locations of our fields with schools, so that kids can use them during the day and the public can use them in the afternoon after schools. Why not school libraries? Why not high school libraries? We have high schools spread all over this county, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they're pretty much shut down for student use. And maybe at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, county librarian person comes in to take over and runs it into the evening, 9 o'clock in the evening. And you already have the facilities there in place, sitting dormant during those hours. It seems that when you bring the resources to bear that the county does have for additional materials, additional computers, additional connectivity, and all the rest, you're creating increased hours of availability for the students who are already there, high school students. I think of my daughter being a freshman and over at Del Oro, and she has to be out by a certain time, as opposed to this kind of a model where if she wants to stay and continue her research, this kind of a model enables that. You've already got parking on site. You've already got all those things that aren't utilized during those hours. And so in order to increase that reach, why not steal that model that we use so successfully for our fields, for evenings, for practices, and weekends for games when the kids aren't there, and see if maybe there's a library approach.
I think that's interesting. I think that school libraries are having a really tough time right now with funding. A lot of them have closed. And I also think that a public library and a school library really have pretty different missions in what they
clearly at the
collect.
grade school level, but I think when you get more into the high school level, we do the high school voter outreach program, and I spend my time sometimes between classes going around and looking at the books and all of that. And again, I think it's an opportunity for us to add to what's available to them, as well as take advantage of what they have that would be available to our folks. I mean, I see all kinds of wonderful resources there in various high school libraries. And as we're talking about later in the day today, we'll be talking about future growth and how we incorporate utilization of services. Clearly, it would be a little tougher in some cases to go back and retrofit existing facilities to this kind of a model. But when we talk about planning for the future and growing to the future, just like we do with the parks, and we talk about co-location of those facilities and common maintenance and utilization, if you plan for the future so that as a new high school gets built, you're already working with that high school district to say, okay, from the hours of 7:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon, this is the main entrance, and at 3:30 in the afternoon, it switches to this side of the building, and this becomes the main entrance, and we figure out how to make maximum use of that space for longer periods of time.
I think that the San Jose Public Library has done an excellent job of co-locating with the university library. So
we're working on getting you a university or two to co-locate with too. All right, we're working on that.
Maybe we'll be talking. We'll be talking to Warwick.
But we do have these libraries these high schools that do have some pretty nice resources available. And
I agree with you, and that's what's great about the strategic plan is as opportunities present themselves, we'll be there to be able to identify if we'll be able to. To provide that service.
This is going to be one of those where I think it's not necessarily an opportunity that's going to present itself. I think it's going to be, we're going to have to investigate the opportunity to see if it's viable. But I think working with the various high school districts around the county, I think you'd get a fairly warm reception of the idea of trying to figure out how we can enhance the utilization of their campuses.
Yeah, I appreciate the thoughtful approach, and you're right. The best way to predict the future is to create it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Along that line, I know that the Auburn Library, the students from E.B. Kane come and use it a lot. And I know that some of our local schools here bring new young customers they bring the class down to learn how to use the library and everything. So are you doing any extra special reach out to the schools to grow your young people that are learning how to read and how to use the library?
Yeah, we have two terrific youth services librarians who are always out there in the field. Right now in Auburn, we're engaged in connecting with the Latino community. We received a grant for the youth services librarian to learn Spanish, teach the rest of us how to be welcoming and engaging to that community, and she's been providing a lot of service to Rock Creek Elementary School through her bilingual services. We've also been improving our collection around our Spanish learners as well. And we continue, supported by the Auburn Friends of the Library, continue to have all the fifth graders in Auburn go through the Auburn Library to learn how to use the library and to support their education needs. Definitely children and young adults are a big part of the outreach that we do in all of our communities.
I appreciate that. Having been on a school board during some tough times, the first thing that goes is classroom aides, and the next thing that goes is librarians, and the libraries are closed. I remember when Auburn Elementary was built, they had a brand-new library, but guess what? There weren't any books in it. So we made a fundraiser to do that, too. But we need to make sure that our young people, your future customers, learn how to use the library and find it a welcoming place. I want to thank you for, during this downturn, you kept all the libraries open, and I know that was tough. And you couldn't have done it without the Friends of the Library. I appreciate all the hard work that the Friends of the Libraries do. And going over your strategic plan, there are 3 things that jumped out at me. It's flexible, it's adaptable, and it's innovative. And that's what we have to do. We have to be able to move when the economy changes or when the population changes. And so I think this is a good roadmap to do that. So I just want to thank you for moving forward on this.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to address the board on our library strategic plan? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Good morning. My name is Bill Gray. I'm a resident of Auburn and a member of the Library Advisory Board.
Yes.
And I just want to take a minute today to say a few words about the impact that the economic downturns had on the library, and I've seen some of this personally. For the last 5 years, I've had the opportunity to see up close and personal the workings of all the different libraries, and I've worked with the staff, I've consulted with management, and I've anguished over the budget with them. And as you've noted, through extraordinary effort, they've really minimized the negative impact on library patrons. But the library has suffered. I think we've kind of borrowed from the future to pay for the present. And the use of the library has gone up significantly while they've struggled to keep services where they are. So I guess my appeal to you today is that you don't let the current, and it looks like you've gotten that advice too, you don't let the current budget levels be considered a sufficient basis for future funding. I kind of beseech you to build up the library funding over time so that it reaches a point where the library can prosper again. I sort of feel like we've been in neutral, in a maintenance mode. If you stay in neutral too long, you start rolling backwards. So we have to get the gear back in drive. We really do need to get some forward momentum so that we can implement this strategic plan. And it's a plan that all of your citizens, or many of your citizens, have said they really want us to do. So that's all. I just wanted to thank you for listening. And
thank you, Bill.
And
appreciate that.
Moving forward. Thanks.
Susan, hello.
Well, it's a pleasure to see all of you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the board, and gentlemen. I have been a long-time holder of a patron of the Placer County Library for many years. And I want to do 2 things. One is to tell you how impressed I was with the effort the library made to reach out to patrons. I did attend one of the planning meetings and was very impressed with the quality of the ideas presented by the consultants and the warm welcome that all ideas received by the consultants and the library staff. I think this is what's going to be necessary as we look to the future. I want to tell you a really quick story. My husband was at the doctor the other day getting some lab work done, and the fellow in front of him was in work clothes, and he was clearly a contractor or a carpenter or something. And he was faced by a computer screen rather than a person to check in and get his lab work done. And Jim saw him reading the instructions, and the guy was a little intimidated by this. This is somebody who works with his hands. He works outside. He doesn't sit in front of a computer every day. So Jim helped him a little bit figure out how to enter his name and, birth date and all that other stuff. But to me, it exemplified the transition we're having to make in our workforce from people who worked with their hands and worked outside and who brought one set of skills to the job but who are now being required because of the changing economy to bring different skills. And the library, to me, seems a perfect venue for things like basic computer skills, training and things along those lines, and for working with, we hope, our own university. Wouldn't that be terrific? But also existing two-year colleges who can help the library provide that kind of training or perhaps act as a benefit. The final thing I want to say is I see library spending not as an expense. I see it as an investment. And I think we need to look down the road. If people are going to want to work and live in Placer County, they're going to want high-quality amenities, including a library that meets their needs. I can tell you when the bookmobile rolls into Dutch Flat every week, it is warmly greeted. It is one of those county services that is always commented upon positively. This is something that makes people proud of where they live and very happy to receive extended library services. So thank you very much for your efforts, and I look forward to being a patron for many more years.
Good. Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the board on this item? I just want to make a comment about Mr. Gray's comment about the use of the library. I work at a building just on the other side of the library, and I walk back and forth at least twice a day. And 9 times out of 10, that parking lot is full. And they're doing auxiliary parking and everything, so I see the amount of people that are going in and using that library. So anyhow, it's important for us to do this strategic plan. So seeing that, Supervisor McGarry, sorry.
I had one more comment, and I thought Susan might actually touch on this, being from Dutch Flat, is that, even during the economic downturn and reduction in hours and all the things that we saw associated with libraries, it became really clear to me how important libraries and library service and literacy was when Dutch Flat, in conjunction with the Placer County's literacy program and the library, opened, I think, the first little free library in Placer County, which is a self-serve facility. It's basically a big, huge bird nesting box is what it looks like. And in it are books that community members can just borrow at will, and they can take one and replace it with another or bring it back. But that community, in addition to the bookmobile, was motivated enough for the need for libraries and those sorts of services, even as traditional as books are these days, to take that upon themselves to build that and really have a huge community celebration. I mean, we closed down the main street, and if you've been to Dutch Flat, you know that's really sort of not that challenging. But it was, I think it really speaks to the work that you're doing at the libraries and how important it is to communities, whether it's traditional paper and print or whether it's electronic. And so I think that the strategy that you've laid out in front of us, the plan that you've laid out in front of us, is a really enormously positive step in getting us toward a more robust library system that's going to serve the future. So thank you again.
Thank you. Alrighty, seeing no more comments, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the item about the library strategic plan. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy holidays to all of you.
You too. And now we'll move to item number 7, a department item, Administrative Services Procurement, Blanket Purchase Order, Office Supplies Countywide. Mr. Wood and Ms. Pay. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Holmes, Supervisors. We're here today to request from you several items with our office supplies contract. The first is an approval to change our existing blanket purchase order and extend it to the end of December and increase it in the amount of $50,000, resulting in a new maximum amount of $900,000. The second item is to approve a new countywide blanket purchase order using the Oakland, Michigan competitively bid public agency contract to Office Max for office supplies in the maximum amount of $800,000 for the period of January 1st, 2014 to December 31st, 2014. Also with that, to approve 2 additional renewals, provided that that contract remains consistent and that the renewal amounts do not exceed a maximum aggregate of 10% over that $800,000. As a matter of background for you, this is not a straight Placer County bid. What we conducted was an evaluation of other cooperative contracts that are available to the county. We've realized, as a county, we've realized tremendous savings by utilizing this concept to basically piggyback on other agencies' larger volumes and provide that benefit to Placer County and to our departments. In this situation, what we did was we posted this on our procurement website and made it available to anybody in the community, in our vendor community that provided office supplies. They could respond with their cooperative contract. So if there was a provider, if there was an office supply provider that worked in El Dorado and had a cooperative contract there, then they could submit that. We actually had 43 firms review this information, and we received 4 responses. The 4 responses were from Office Max, Staples, Office Depot, and Walker's. All 4 of those firms have a local presence in Placer County and have successfully applied for and received the local vendor preference. What we do with this evaluation, when we posted every item that we purchased over the last year that we deemed to be an office supply product. There was, in aggregate, about 4,700 items on that spreadsheet for them to price. We do this as on purpose to have them truly review what was our usage the last year. When they did this, each of the firms was asked to bid a direct item. If we bought a Duracell battery, then they were to provide pricing on a Duracell battery. Each of the vendors no-bid items on that list, and each of them responded with their direct comparison products. What we do when we conduct that evaluation is if 2 of the vendors responded with a price and 1 of them didn't, then we eliminated that item from the review. So the review is actually consisted of about 3,900 items at the end of the day. So we took out around 800 items, and we reviewed the product with that. That equates to about 83% of the products that we purchase throughout the year. And based on that recommendation, we are recommending at this time that we move forward with Office Max. When we informed the vendors of our decision, we did receive a protest from Staples as our incumbent vendor. They were not in agreement with our evaluation. However, we believe strongly that this evaluation is consistent with how we've evaluated these cooperative contracts in the past. It is consistent with the product mix that we need, and we are making a recommendation based on over 80% of the items that we purchase. We feel strongly that this is the correct action and is in the best interest of the county. With me is Ms. April Pay. She's the senior buyer for the procurement division, and she conducted this bid. At this time, we'd be happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Any questions from board members at this time? Supervisor Montgomery.
So, Brett, and I think you and I have talked about this before, how do we determine local for a local preference? Because I hear Office Max, I hear Office Depot, I hear Office whatever the other one was, and that doesn't give me warm, fuzzy local. I mean, because I can go buy from them in Reno or Salt Lake City or Los Angeles.
Correct. Our local vendor preference policy is defined by a vendor has to be in Placer County, to have an established place of business with at least 6 months residency within the county, and then they have to pay their property tax. And those are pretty much the requirements. It does not, we don't have anything in there that gives further definition to say, well, if you are headquartered in Placer County or your primary place of business is Placer County, then you receive that local vendor preference. Ours is a fairly broad, if you have a place of business and you are current on your taxes, and you have a valid business license, you can apply for and receive the local vendor preference. In this case, it actually worked from a leveling the playing field. All 4 of the vendors that responded had that, so it removed that element in a sense. It made it a very level playing field for all of them.
Yeah, I guess and this is just personal angst. Our county policy is our county policy, but you know, when I hear the 4 folks who submitted bids, the only one to me that really is local is Walker's, and that's, again, this is my personal angst. It's not how our county policy is developed, but you know, maybe
I don't know. I would obviously, county council would have to be part of this discussion, but it may be fruitful to have a more narrowly tailored definition of local, so that truly local family-owned enterprises get that benefit, but maybe not national chains.
Open to that discussion at your discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, I had a question more directed to the bid protest. What was, and see if I can clarify this. What was the protest and your decision to bring the action forward? Was it something within your discretion to decide?
The protest was submitted by the firm in a timely manner, and our protest procedure is that we review they can protest that whether or not we followed the rules and guidelines that we established, whether or not there was an error in fact or judgment that was made, or whether they were basically treated fairly. In reviewing that, we review those, and then we work with county council to ensure that when we respond to those, we respond appropriately. And then once we make that determination, we then have an obligation to bring it forward and to allow you to make the decision whether or not we award.
Okay. And I don't see any bid.
We do not typically include the protest information within this packet. That is, it's handled, and the way the protest policy currently is drafted is that decision is made by the Director of Administrative Services, and that's the final decision.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Does anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, board members. Good morning. My name is Rick Kurianowitz. I'm from Staples Advantage. I'm the area sales manager. Also here today is Deborah Hauser, the strategic account leader for Placer County. Has been servicing the account for several years. And first off, one thing I do want to say is April, Brent, and Jerry Gams have all done their job well, responded to us in a timely manner. They've been open to discussions. We even had a follow-up discussion about our concerns yesterday with Jerry and with Brent. And so Placer County has treated us well. But we do have a difference. We have a difference of interpretation on the bid and the bid award, and a particular area of concern is 784 items that were no bid by Office Max. And they were no bid with no explanation. They no bid other items beyond that. They no bid about 1,040 items. But of that 1,040, 784 had zero explanation along with the pricing on why they weren't bidding it. One of the bid specifications is that they must bid the exact items. We provided examples of where those items were available, where Office Max does sell them. We have additional examples of Hewlett-Packard products, for example, toners, that they did not bid, that they sell, that they have available to sell to the general public. This is a very large number of items not bid in a bid to a public entity, and we're very surprised at it. And so we believe the county was provided incomplete information, for lack of a better term. We believe that the purchasing did the best job they could with the information provided, but again, we believe this lack of information to such a degree really skews the bid and gives Office Max an unfair advantage in the process. They made a decision to no bid those 784 items and thus affect the pricing, and being able to bid the items that they did comply with at a lower price. It put them in a more advantageous position than the balance of the bidders in this process. And the balance of the bidders came nowhere close to not bidding 784 items. So you can see it materially affects the bid. So we wanted to bring that to your attention as a concern by our organization. Our requested remedy would either be to disqualify Office Max for lack of compliance with the bid specifications in bidding complete when they had items available and they did not bid them. That would be number one. Number two, if that didn't take place, we would request a rebid with the items that are left that have been verified as available to all companies, so we're all on the same platform. We're all on a level playing field, for lack of a better term. We think that would be fair and equitable to all parties in this particular situation.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chairman, may I?
Yeah.
Did you non-bid any items in your response?
Yes, every item we non-bid, we identified a reason why, and as did all the other vendors. It's on the spreadsheet that the county has that April was so kind to supply to us. So we gave a definition as to why we didn't bid it, as did all the other vendors, with the exception of Office Max, on these 784 items. They had a zero price, no explanation. Oh, and the other unusual part, too, is they had part numbers listed for all their products, which was sort of highly unusual. And the other question we would ask Office Max, if they could answer this question, of the 784 items they bid, do they offer those items for sale to public entities today? If they do, they should have been included on this bid, we feel. We think that would be fair and equitable.
All right, great. Ms. Hauser,
we also have some information for you. This came directly from the spreadsheet. We have a packet for each one of you showing the items. It shows the 784 items that were not bid. It also shows examples we supplied of items that are available to Max, and it was just very quickly done because we had to turn around our protest in a very short time period. And there are specific instructions on the bid in regards to calendars and conversions and so on. So, again, we're curious when part numbers were included by Office Max why those items weren't bid.
And you had also asked about the number of, if we had no bid items. Office Depot had no bid 88 lines. Walker's had no bid 119 lines, and Staples no bid 143 lines versus the 700 and some lines.
The 782 is only the items that were zero price. There are items beyond that Office Max did bid that they did have an explanation. For example, it said either Office Max discontinued or manufacturer discontinued, which is the norm for all bids.
But regardless, every single one of the other vendors, they followed the bid requirements, and they put an explanation of why those items were not available, whether it was discontinued by the manufacturer or for some of the vendors they weren't able to do it. They couldn't figure out what our part number was, so they couldn't do an automatic cross-reference. But Office Max just plainly did not even respond to those items.
Okay.
Would you like copies of what we have?
Sure, give them to
Okay.
If you'd like, sir. Yes. We did question when we reviewed it. We did note that there was a large number of items that Office Max did not bid. We questioned Office Max about this, and their reply to us was that they took an extremely conservative approach to their response to our bid. They reviewed it from a standpoint of they would look at the description that we provided and the manufacturer's part number that was provided. In several instances, they identified for us some specific examples where they said that the manufacturer and the product description didn't match up in their database and be consistent with ours. And for example, we have identified as a manufacturer the Procter & Gamble Distribution Company for AA batteries. But the description with the manufacturer's part number is actually identifies a Duracell part or a Duracell battery. So they felt like it was better for them to take a no-bid approach because they weren't exact. They were not providing a direct comparison. I would like to bring to your attention as well that this is not a straight-up bid. This is an evaluation of comparative cooperative contracts. We are still receiving over 83% in our review. We're reviewing over 83% of the items. We do feel strongly that this is an adequate review of the cooperative contract and that it provides value for the county. We did talk to Office Max in addition to the other items and identified several of the items that Staples has brought forward. And we said, what happened? Where are you at? And their response was that they feel that they can provide quality products and an accurate and adequate product for us, but because they were not exact based on either quantity of the item, maybe we requested a 4-pack and their standard sales pack is a 6-pack, they just said we're no bidding those items in order to make sure that we don't skew the results. April and I both reviewed all of the items to identify whether we felt there was a pattern of misconduct where perhaps a firm would exclude all the high-priced items to materially skew the difference. The disparity here is about 1.49% when you look at the difference between the low and the second low. That's also very consistent with the last time this review was conducted in 2009. Office supplies are an extremely tight market, and they have an extremely low margin. There's an extremely low profit margin for work on this level. So a 2% discrepancy, a 2% difference between the low and the second low bidder is not inconsistent with what we would expect to see anyway.
Thank you.
Is there anybody from Office Max here?
Yes, sir. We do have.
May I add to the comment or respond a little?
Just quickly.
Okay. Very quickly, again, that information is very accurate. The key point that was brought forward is a 1.4% difference in cost. Had Office Max bid the products they had and no bid 784 products, odds are the difference would have been minimal, or we could have been the winning vendor based with those submissions. And we have found, again, I want to stress, we have found items that they no bid that they have that are exact matches. And that's a critical point here. That's a critical point.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open it up for...
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your consideration.
All right.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Greg Mossbacher, Director of Business Development for Office Max, and I was the lead on the bid, working with April and Brett. I think where we're losing sight of what's happening here is in the conversations that I had with Brett and April, probably over 2 years, just getting to know the county, understanding what the requirements are for the county. It was very clear to them and to me that a competitively bid RFP was not going to happen. It was a piggybackable RFQ that was coming out. They made it very clear from our perspective that we wanted to be able to piggyback a contract that was competitively bid. Our contract is America Saves, which is out of Oakland County, Michigan, that Brett mentioned. Within the bid, it was very specific. The guidelines were very specific. No exact matches, whether it's unit of measure, whether it's availability, whether it's product selection, whatever it is. So as we went through on our bid, and we went through any item that we identified that was not an exact match, we didn't bid it. And you have to understand, in our business, there's 40,000 SKUs that you can buy from in office supplies. This was 4,700 items that we went through. We're not the incumbent. We're not going to always match every single item. So if we're guilty of anything in this is being overcritical for what we provided. Because as Brett had mentioned, there were several examples in there. We only are as good as the data that we're given. And so if we cross-reference something, as Brett had mentioned, a Duracell Procter & Gamble, yeah, we might be able to get the Duracell, but that's not what they're asking for. So we didn't bid it because we didn't want to skew any of the viability of our contract. And as far as the toner cartridges and those things, we were asked to quote what we lead with on our Oakland County, Michigan contract. In some cases, we have dual packs, we have 4 packs, we have 3 packs. So if there was any dissension in that, we didn't bid the item. Throughout the entire process, I've communicated with April probably on a weekly basis. How's it going? Do you need anything from us? Do you have all the information you need? Every time I talked to her, she had come back to me, very professional, and said, we have everything we need for analysis, thank you. Then on the 22nd of November, I received a phone call that said, Office Max, you've been awarded the business. Any questions?
Have any questions for gentlemen? No questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry, did you have?
I understand this is a difficult issue to evaluate with the board. This is not a bid protest hearing.
Right. Yeah.
The board has granted this discretion to the department, the Administrative Services Department. So to respond to this as if it were a bid protest, you'd be acting on incomplete information. So, I mean, the board's decisions are relatively narrow to award the contract. You could continue it for further information, or you. I think those are really the basic 2 options because you don't really have the information that you could evaluate the positions that have been stated here today.
Is there anyone else in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, here's what I'd like to see happen. I'd like to go ahead and approve the change order of the, what is it, $50,000 for the new maximum amount with Staples. That's item number 1. Can I get a motion and a second on that?
So moved.
It's moved and seconded to approve the change order to countywide blanket purchase order with Staples in the amount of $50,000 for office supplies, resulting in a new maximum amount of $900,000. And then I'd like to go ahead and send the rest of the items back and have staff and county council review if there's any problems with the board that direction.
Mr. Chair, what do you think about the opportunity to evaluate our local preference as part of that discussion?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Well, let's be clear what you're asking here. You're not asking that at this point we introduce a new condition into how
Not
these,
not into this bid, no.
how these are, okay, all right, then what you're asking is that we have a future discussion
Yes.
about the, okay, yeah, that I'm fine with, but I agree with the chair that this item ought to be tabled for now.
Yeah, not changing the ground rules in the middle of the
All right.
delay.
So do we need a motion or just?
Chair can table.
I don't think you called a vote on the first motion.
Oh, did I call a vote on the first motion? I'm sorry. All those, yeah, I did, didn't I? All in favor of motion, the blanket purchase order of $50,000 for maximum amount of $900,000, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. And then the next item will be a motion to table this. Is there a motion to table?
Table items 7A, 2, 3, and 4.
Moved and seconded to move item 7.
That's tabled to bring back a fuller
Table, yes.
explanation of the evaluation process.
So it's been moved and seconded to table item 7A, 2, 3, and 4. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
And Mr. Chair, I believe I actually need to make another motion after this as well. Because 4 was to authorize the purchasing manager to sign the resulting documents, plural. And I think by that action, we would take away his ability to approve the change order.
What is that?
Do you have sufficient authority for the change order? I see it's only $50,000.
Yes, sir. I do.
Right.
Based on your action today.
Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Thank you. I know you've done your due diligence, and there's no aspersions about the service you provide us, and we know that you had to do all the things by the book, and appreciate your performance this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to item 7B, bid for food and culinary items, probation department. That was easy. Sorry.
Chairman Holmes, Supervisors, thank you very much. I'm joined today with Ms. Renee Harvey from the Food Services Manager. We're here today for you with a real Placer County bid that we did under our rules and guidelines. And what we're asking for today is for the board's approval to award competitive bid number 10304 to 12 different vendors for food and culinary items in the maximum aggregate amount of $1,042,567. We're also asking that you approve the food services manager to have the ability to conduct or execute what are called spot purchases in the maximum annual amount of $100,000, which is included in that million, as well as to approve the auction to renew for 2 additional one-year terms as long as the increases are less than a maximum of 10% in aggregate from that approved dollar amount, and then to transfer the funds between the BPOs after they're executed to ensure we have the ability to conduct the food services purchases as needed. As a bit of background for you, the probation central kitchen requires blanket purchase orders to provide inmate meals, staff dining, and to provide food services for 3 different correctional detention facilities, a juvenile detention facility, staff dining, and other educational and food-related events where they're requested to provide services. These BPOs provide the means for them to procure those food services. We conducted this bid, posted it on our website, and sent it out to all of our vendors. And we received 71 different vendors reviewed this, 43 firms actively responded, and we received a total of 12 complete bid responses to this for these services. The firms are identified in the board memo, and we are recommending award to all 12 of these because due to the way that we evaluated these, different firms were low in different categories. So in order to give the central kitchen the ability to maximize the purchasing power of their services, we need to award to all 12 of these vendors so that they have the ability and the flexibility to work with different vendors on different products. The other item that we requested of you today is to execute spot buys. This is new for Placer County. The intent with this is to provide Ms. Harvey the ability as A particular commodity may become available in a very unique way, and she might have an opportunity to purchase a large quantity of a particular product that isn't covered under her BPOs. It's in the open market at an extremely reduced rate. This would be conducted with the concurrence of her fiscal department and the procurement staff to enable her to increase her procurement card, make that transaction, and do it in a way that allows us to manage that and provide adequate checks and balances, both for her and for the benefit of the county and the vendor community. We'd request your board's approval of these items and stand prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery?
Oh, sorry.
Supervisor? Okay. See no questions from the board. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address us on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve item 7A, the bid for food and culinary items for probation department. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is moved. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 8, Board of Supervisors, minutes of October 21st, 2013. Supervisors Duran and Wygant were absent.
Move approval of the minutes of October 21, 2013.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve the minutes of Monday, October 21st, 2013. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then we'll move to item 8B, approval of minutes of Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013. Supervisor Wygant absent.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve minutes of Tuesday, October 22nd, 2013. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Move item 8C, approve minutes of Tuesday, November 12th, 2013. Supervisor Montgomery absent.
Move approval. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstain. All right, thank you. Now, we'll move to item 9, the Community Development Resource Agency, Placer Vineyards Owners Group, proposed draft financial plan, direction on policy issues. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Durfee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. With me today is Jim Durfee, Director of Special Projects for the county. And the item we will be presenting to you is seeking policy direction on specific issues associated with the development of the Placer Vineyards Specific Plan Project. Back in 2007, the Board of Supervisors approved the Placer Vineyards Specific Plan Project for the development of up to 14,132 residential units, a variety of commercial land uses, and associated public facilities. At that time, the project was considered as the possible development of a full-service city, and the mixture of capital facilities and park amenities reflected the ability that it could be developed as a future city. As the Board of Supervisors is aware, much has changed since the large-scale developments in West Placer were approved back in 2007. With the prolonged downturn in the economy, many in the development community believe that concepts that were considered viable back in 2007 are no longer viable now. And these developers are working with county staff to find solutions that will allow for the ultimate implementation of those development projects. The owners group for Placer Vineyards now believes that instead of a standalone city, it's more likely that the Placer Vineyards project will be developed as a county project and that urban levels of services will be provided for residents within that project. Over the past year, the owners group has been working very closely with county staff to review possible changes to the project, and those changes will be presented to you this morning. The owners group has prepared an updated draft finance plan that reflects these new proposals. As stated by the owners group, the major focus of the effort has been to ensure that the project has facilities and services that ensure equal or greater service than exists in the surrounding cities. The proposals identified by the owners group will require several policy changes that need to be directed by your board, and the purpose of today's board hearing is for staff to receive that direction. The first element of the applicant's proposal deals with county public facilities. As envisioned back in the project that was approved in 2007, the project was approved with turnkey facilities. The project was generally responsible for the design, planning, construction of all the county public facilities included within the project. With this current proposal, the owners group is now proposing that instead of turnkey facilities, the project would pay a capital facilities fee, and the county would be required to take responsibility for constructing, administering, and delivering the public facilities. This system of service delivery is utilized throughout most of the county at this time. The second element of the applicant's proposal is the creation of an independent park district. The owners group is now proposing to create an independent special district for parks and recreation services. The owners group believes the creation of a special district is particularly important for the Placer Vineyards project because of the type and complexity of services that will be provided within the project. As currently proposed, there will be a variety of recreation programs at gymnasiums, community centers, and in an aquatic center, and these features will require staffing and operation responsibility that is not consistent with the type of service typically provided by Placer County. The owners group believes that the establishment of a special district would better serve the future residents of the Placer Vineyards area. The owners group is also proposing a joint use concept for public recreation facilities, and this joint use would be in concert with the Center School District. The owners group is currently working on the preparation of a memorandum of understanding with the school district on how to best provide the joint use of swimming pools, baseball fields, tennis courts, and other recreational facilities. It's anticipated that the school district will contribute some amount of monies towards the ultimate construction of these facilities in exchange for guaranteed use of those facilities. The third major element of the applicant's proposal is long-term financing. Even with the refinements that staff has worked through with the applicant, there are still significant costs associated with a project of this size. And to address these long-term costs, the concept of an extended term CFD is being considered for this project. As proposed by the owners group, the original CFD would run for a term of 30 years and would help finance the backbone infrastructure for the project. After the first 30 years, the CFD assessment would remain on the property to fund improvements to facilities that had originally been constructed and other possible deferred fees that occurred over the first 30 years. There are a variety of policy decisions surrounding these proposed areas, and Jim Durfee will now discuss these policy issues with the board.
Thank you, Michael. Jim Durfee, Director of Special Projects with the CEO's office. I wanted to run through a little bit of background on some of the... I'm going to drill a little bit into some of the specifics as it relates to some of the changes in the delivery of facilities, the types of facilities, sizes, and costs, and so forth, so your board can have a flavor for the level of negotiation that has taken place over the last number of months. I don't want to short shrift that discussion. The departments and the owners group have been working really diligently, and we're going to run through in a matter of minutes what took months to work through. So I want to give everybody due credit for that. After I've discussed those, then I'm going to turn more specifically to 7 policy questions that staff now believes that we need input from your board so that we can finalize these particular discussions and move on through the urban services discussions and the fiscal plan discussions that will ultimately determine whether or not this approach is viable fiscally and whether the project works from that standpoint. So this is a building block along the way, and we're here to check in with your board and get policy direction so that the departments and the owners group can continue to work. As it regards facilities, I'm going to walk through a number of the different departments and the discussions that they've had. I'm going to start with the Sheriff's Department. And particularly, there's been an elimination of the construction of an interim service center and a reduction in the size of the permanent facility that I'll talk about a little bit. The 2007 Placer Vineyards specific plan included a requirement to construct an interim facility for the Sheriff's Department that would have been used until such time as the permanent Sheriff's facility was constructed about halfway through the project. The current proposal would eliminate the requirement for the actual construction of an interim service center and instead would have the Sheriff's Department rent space in an appropriate office or storefront type of a facility. Funding for that interim facility would be included in the capital fee program. An specific analysis of that to determine whether the monies will be there will be addressed in the preparation of the fiscal impact analysis and urban services plan. The Sheriff's Department can support this proposal as long as the fees ultimately cover the cost of acquiring the office storefront location, including the provision of fixtures, furniture, and equipment. So there's no objection to moving forward on a lease-type facility rather than a facility that the county would have owned, as was the prior proposal. The Sheriff's facility is also the current proposal reduces the size of the permanent facility that would be required. The 2007 PVSP required construction of a 19,000 square foot permanent facility for the Sheriff's Department. The current proposal reduces the size of that permanent facility to 15,000 square feet, which would, as Michael said, be funded through a fee program and constructed by the county. The Sheriff's Department is in agreement with the reduction in size, and along with that reduction in size, the 2013 proposal proposes to reduce the cost for fixtures, furniture, and equipment that were needed to furnish the facility on an incremental basis. So they've taken essentially a 21% reduction in the size of the facility and a corresponding 21% reduction in the dollars that would be available for furnishings and fixtures. And again, the Sheriff's Department is in concurrence with those proposed reductions, the details of which would be fleshed out as the nexus studies and engineering studies are put together to develop the fee program. Moving on to the library, again, there's an elimination of an interim library facility. The 2007 PVSP required that the project would construct and fund an interim library facility that could be used until such time as a required permanent library facility would be constructed. The 2013 revised proposal, the owners group is now proposing to eliminate the construction of the interim library facility and, just as in the Sheriff's Department, rather than construct a facility, provide money in the fee program to rent office or storefront space in order to provide those services until a permanent facility would be constructed. The 2007 plan required then the construction of a 25,000 square foot library facility within the boundaries of the specific plan area. The owners group proposal now is to reduce the size of that permanent library facility from 25,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet. The library director has indicated that a reduction in size is agreeable at this point in time. When working through the actual cost estimates for constructing the permanent library, the 2007 plan requires master plans of all of the facilities and parks and so forth that would detail estimated costs for the capital improvements. In this particular case, the owners group contracted with Williams Padden to prepare a programming study and cost estimate for the library. The analysis estimated a cost of constructing the library as proposed at $360 per square foot. The county library director has indicated that there is information out there that other urban libraries are costing more than that they're costing as much as about $450 per square foot. So this is an area that we haven't finalized an agreement on the actual cost yet. And the proposal that's on the table at this point in time is that moving forward, should your board agree and so direct, moving forward through the nexus studies and engineering studies that would ultimately go into putting together a fee program, that we further vet this particular issue of square foot costs and that we compare to some other local regional costs to come up with a number that we can all ultimately agree on. So at this point in time, that square footage cost has not been agreed to, but I think we have an agreement as to how to move forward to continue to work through that. Concerning transit equipment, bus stops, and corporation yard facilities, the 2007 PVSP required a contribution of approximately $7.7 million, which was 100% of the total cost for buses, bus stops, and it also required siting and construction of a transit center. At that point in time, the proposal as it first came to the table some months ago for an updated proposal was to shift that to pay 80% of the total cost for transit facilities, with 10% of that delta coming from the Rio Vineyards project and the other 10% from other sources, presumably other future development. County staff didn't really concur with that approach, and through negotiations with the owners group, they have negotiated an approach that is satisfactory to both parties, and that's that the PVSP would fund 88% of the project's transit operating costs, with the remaining 12% coming from other projects outside the boundaries of the plan area. At this point in time, I need to point out to you that a number of these changes, should your board so direct staff to go forward, will precipitate further discussions with other projects, including Rio Vineyards and regional universities specifically. The plans that were adopted in the late 2000s incorporated a South Placer fee program that all of those projects were predicated on participating in. Should we move forward with these policy shifts that are being discussed, that will necessitate renegotiating the fee programs with those other developments as well. I don't believe staff at this point in time thinks that that's problematic at all. I believe that those other developments are interested in doing that, but for disclosure purposes, it's important that your board understand that this will have a domino effect and create other changes to those other plans that were approved back in the late 2000s. Moving on to fire facilities, the contribution to the Regional Fire Support Center, the proposal has changed. The 2007 PVSP required that the project contribute its fair share on a population basis to a number of regional and development-specific support facilities. These facilities included at that time a regional training facility, the county communications systems, training, maintenance, and storage facilities at the corporation yard, and then also included administrative space in the town center that was proposed for Placer Vineyards. After extensive discussions and negotiations and incorporating the consolidation of functions in the now Regional Fire Support Center and additional cost reductions that were identified by county staff, the owners group and county staff have now agreed that a contribution of $4,448,153 is the appropriate dollar contribution, capital contribution, for the Placer Vineyards specific plan area. Placer County Fire is in agreement with this reduced contribution, reduced as compared to 2007. In terms of timing and funding of fire facilities, there is also an ongoing discussion. The 2007 PVSP was approved with turnkey facilities for fire facilities, and that's constant throughout these conversations. With the 2007 approval, fire service was to be provided initially from interim stations, with permanent stations being built at the first and 5,000th building permit issuances. Contributions for the countywide interoperable communication system were to occur at the first building permit, and all support facilities were to be delivered later in the development. The owners group is now proposing to pay a capital facilities fee that would require the county to take responsibility for delivering fire stations, equipment, and the regional support infrastructure. Staff agrees that fire can and could be funded through a capital facilities fee, and as a matter of fact, in the South Placer area, there's already a facilities fee to do exactly that. Staff has proposed to the owners group that we combine efforts on a short, brief study that would flesh out the difference between our current fee program and what is proposed, and continue that discussion based on the outcomes of that study. Staff and the owners agree on the capital contributions and the need for a fee program, and the discussions are ongoing as to whether or not the project would ultimately become part of that existing fee program or develop its own standalone program. So, in essence, we're in agreement on the dollars. We're in agreement on the fact that the dollars would be collected through a fee. Now we're talking about which fee program and how to administer that fee program. Staff would continue to work on, with the owners group to resolve this issue based on input and direction from your board. Moving on to parks facilities and recreation facilities, One of the major changes in the proposal is a decrease in active parkland. The 2007 PVSP proposed to provide 6.2 acres of parkland for every 1,000 residents for a total of 217 acres of developed active parkland. The owners group is now proposing to provide 5 acres per 1,000 for a total of 148 acres of active parkland. This is a significant policy question for your board, but staff does support the proposal, or can support the proposal, because the acreage is still consistent with the county's general plan standards for active parkland. So the way we looked at this was, if this was a brand new proposal coming in off the street, that it would meet the county's requirements for parkland for this type of development. The 2007 PVSP required provision of turnkey parks and recreation facilities, and I know that's getting redundant, but it's a constant theme throughout this. The owners group is now proposing to provide funding through a capital fee program for the construction of parks and recreation facilities, which would include a multi-purpose community center that includes a youth center and senior center. Construction of these facilities would be the responsibility of the county or the Parks District that Michael discussed a few minutes ago, which would be formed in the future. The proposal also calls for joint use facilities with the Center School District, including the joint use of a gymnasium, an aquatic center, and lighted ball fields and tennis courts. As proposed, the school district would be responsible for the construction of the joint use facilities, with the owners group paying a development impact fee to fund construction. Neighborhood parks would be funded through the fee program, but would be constructed by the individual developments as they came along, the phases of development as they came along. Should your board agree to proceed with the joint use concept, staff recommends including provisions in a joint use agreement to assure delivery in a timely fashion, to assure that the time of use and operation costs are appropriately and equitably distributed, and to protect the county from other contingencies. The owners group agrees that no development should take place until this agreement is in place. So there's no disagreement with the owners group about how to go about doing this. There are future tasks that would have to be undertaken to assure that those agreements work correctly as we go forward. One of the other changes that's being proposed is that the 2007 PVSP included a mixture of parks facilities that included mini parks, neighborhood parks, and community parks with recreation facilities. The owners group has relooked at that and now proposes to eliminate the mini parks, the little pocket parks that were out in the neighborhoods, and instead provide a combination of neighborhood and community-sized parks. The modification would result in a mix of fewer but larger parks throughout the specific plan area. County staff supports the proposed modification. The creation of fewer larger parks results in lower maintenance costs resulting from reduced travel times and setup and other efficiencies, and still provides adequate acreage and access to the facilities. The 2007 PVSP also required the construction of a 28,000 square foot standalone community center, an 8,000 square foot senior center, an 8,000 square foot youth center, and a 12,000 square foot gymnasium. Because these facilities were viewed as regional facilities that other residents outside of the specific plan area would also enjoy, the PVSP was required to provide 80% of the cost of construction, and all facilities would have been constructed by the owners group. The new proposal is to provide a combined 34,000 square foot recreation center that would include space for a senior center and youth center, take advantage of the efficiencies of shared common space and so forth, and provide one site for that rather than 3 or 4 separate sites as was the original proposal. The proposed facility would be located in the Western Community Park. The owners group still agrees to provide 80% of the cost of the construction, which would be paid through the payment of a fee rather than upfronted. The last thing on parks is that the 2007 PVSP required construction of an actual Parks Corporation yard at each community park and then associated shops to go along with that. The owners group is now proposing to provide $2 million towards Parks Corporation yards and 3 potential locations for those, including the large corporation yard and both community parks, and leaving it up to either the county or the Parks District in the future to determine how best to spend that money. That issue is still under discussion, and we're looking to your board if you have any input that you'd like to weigh in on, but I believe that it's an item that will get resolved. In terms of capital facilities for government use, the 2007 PVSP required construction of a 32,000 square foot government center, which was to be built in 2 phases at the town center. The estimated cost of the developer-constructed facility, including fixtures, furniture, and equipment, was $15.3 million in 2006 dollars. The facility was programmed to house administrative offices for a standalone incorporated community, incorporated city. It was not intended as programmed to be just satellite offices for county use. It was ultimately intended to be the community center, civic center, if you will. The owners group is now proposing to provide a contribution of $4.7 million, almost $4.8 million, through the proposed capital fee program, with the county assuming responsibility for constructing the facility. And this goes back to Michael's point earlier that the base assumption here is that this community in the future is less likely to incorporate, and this facility is intended to provide essentially county government operations out of. If the area, and I think it's important to note that the proposal doesn't try to preclude incorporation. That's not the intent. It's just provides this assumption for provision of capital facilities. In the future, if the community elects to incorporate, one of the things that they would have as a consideration would be what is their intention for providing those types of facilities. Discussions are still ongoing as to the ultimate size of the building and the costs share based on input from your board on this particular issue, and this is one of the broader policy issues that we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. Staff will continue negotiations on that. Fee allocation for backbone infrastructure is also a change from the original approved plan. The 2007 PVSP required that the owners group be responsible internally for collecting the necessary funds and constructing their required backbone infrastructure for the specific plan project. The new proposal proposes to create a plan-specific fee for backbone infrastructure, so the money still comes from them. Comes from the project, and intends that the county would collect the fees and administer the specific plan core backbone infrastructure fee with the help of a third-party administrator. While staff doesn't support the concept of a county-administered fee for the backbone infrastructure, staff is agreeable to the third-party administrator concept, and staff just doesn't want the county to get in the middle of determining the distribution of those fees as the owners build their core infrastructure. So there's no objection to the county being essentially the bank for the money, but we would strongly suggest that the county departments not get put in the position of actually administering that fee. The owners group is agreeable to that. That's not a point of contention, but it is a major shift at a policy level from where we were in 2007. And then finally, second to last, Michael touched on the development of a community facilities district for backbone infrastructure. The 2007 PVSP required that the owners group be responsible. Pardon me, I'm just going to skip forward on that. I just talked about that one. It's been a long morning. The last thing I do have is the creation of the Parks and Recreation District. The owners group is proposing, as Michael said, the formation of a Parks and Rec District to be responsible for operations and maintenance of the recreation facilities and parks within the specific plan boundaries. There's no objection at the staff level to this concept should it be a shift that your board is agreeable to. I think that the devil is in the details of putting together all of the appropriate nexus studies, the fee programs and ordinances, and ultimately the governance structure for that. But if your board is amenable to that shift in direction, those are things that would be undertaken over the upcoming months as the discussions continue. So that was a lot of information in just a few minutes. What I'd like to do with your board's concurrence now is move forward and start to talk about the specific broad policy questions that we have for you that we're asking input on.
Supervisor Euler has a question.
Certainly.
You've mentioned policy changes a few times, and I just wanted to clear what we're discussing. When you talk about policy changes, you're not talking about general plan policies.
No. We're talking about a policy shift from what was approved in 2007.
With the adoption of the specific.
Correct.
So it's simply relevant to this project, but they're not proposing anything with these changes that require the board to consider any policy changes to our general plan.
I would defer to Michael, but I believe that's correct.
Okay.
We're not talking about any kind of a general plan, divergence from general plan policies.
Okay.
It's simply that the Board of Supervisors adopted a plan in 2007. Staff's not comfortable with making hard recommendations on a number of these issues without this policy check in at your board's level. It's not general plan policy.
I get that. And what I guess I'm trying to do is, in my mind, making sure that, number one, we remain consistent with the policies outlined in the 94 general plan. But number two, kind of reset the table, and that is forget the plan as approved in 2007. Mm-hmm. These policy changes, these policy recommendations that staff has been discussing and all the rest. If a new project were brought to us today, across the street, Curry Creek, same kinds of policies being discussed in a new policy, a new plan, what have you. What's staff's general feel about the kinds of requests that are being made? Granted, it's a change from what we adopted in 2007, but if it were a new plan, or we had never adopted a plan in 2007, and the plan were presented to us today with these kinds of policy concepts, the joint use concept, the fee program concept, these kinds of concepts, how does staff react to that?
We would be processing based on the general plan policies and the framework that's been set up through the general plan, and we would be working this through that process at this point in time.
Okay.
So, and as a matter of fact, I think that we had a lot of discussions over the last several months that got back to that point. You know, asking the departments to look at this from exactly that perspective that you just articulated.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Supervisor Graham?
Just for further clarification, I think Supervisor Euler did a great job of kind of parsing out that issue of policy and general plan, but maybe this might add a little bit more clarity here, is that there are many different ways to deliver these types of services, buildings and all. The county, as a matter of policy, selected one way to deliver, right? And all we're doing here is providing an opportunity to take a viewpoint at another way to get to the same place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
It's a somewhat different mixture of facilities than what was included before, and different delivery methods. Frankly, it's the delivery method that's being proposed is probably the norm in the industry, not the exception. We had a deal in 2007 that was less common, not unique, but less common.
Sure, and based on two drivers.
Correct.
Number one, the idea that this was going to be standalone, and now the concept is not. And then number two, this is 7 years from a point in time when things were a little bit different financially. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Weigand.
Just for some continuity, and Kirk, you can test my memory and mind yours, but you were on the board at the time, and I was on the Planning Commission, but so I think and I'm good with the policy consideration. I don't have any problem with that at all, so I'm not arguing at this point. But whereas I agree with you about the general plan interpretation, this does not require a conceptual general plan amendment. But there was a lot of discussion back in 1994 when the general plan was adopted and leading up to that about this new planning concept regarding new towns, and I think the presumption was that it would be likely that this project, the Vineyards, which was the most significant rezoning in the county during the general plan update for urban entitlements, would be a new town and likely incorporate. So I think it was processed in accordance with that thought. So since that time and over the years, we've obviously had 2008, which has changed the economic dynamics. But I think why we're here and the standards that were used to process this application actually have some merit in terms of the conversation and the discussion that led up to what was adopted in the general plan. And just so I think that continuity of history is in fact important to consider for the board as we look at the changes.
Okay. And thank you for the invitation. I'll accept. So but it is important in context. As we were debating what became the general plan in 1994, there were actually 4 specific development proposals that were being debated. There was Bickford Ranch, there was Stanford Ranch West, which we now know as Placer Ranch. There was the Placer Vineyard, and then there was the new town, which is north of Baseline. Right. And they were 4 separate and distinct ownership groups. They were 4 separate and distinct plans. And originally, there were actually 3 members of the board originally that were comfortable moving forward with all 4. And one that wasn't was your predecessor, Alex Ferrer. Alex was not comfortable with Stanford Ranch West at all because of a lot of the implications we're still dealing with regarding the Sunset Industrial Area and the landfill. He wasn't comfortable with the new town concept, the north of Baseline stuff, but he did understand and acknowledge the need to look at that area, that West Placer area, for future development opportunity, which is why we created and to this day exists on our general plan map, the future study area. And if you look at the map of the future study area, it is Baseline north to Pleasant Grove Creek from the city of Roseville all the way out to the county line. We, of course, as a board, have modified that future study area through the PCCP of our own accord and condensed that future study area fairly dramatically by making the Parkway the northern boundary now instead of the Pleasant Grove Creek, by making Brewer Road the western boundary instead of the county line. So we have already, as a board, taken policy decisions to narrow that future study area, and thereby, I would say, quite frankly, significantly reduce the likelihood that the size of a project that was being proposed in 1994 would then necessitate an entire new town and new governance structure and all the rest. So just to be clear, the Placer Vineyard project, which the board did specifically approve along with Bickford in 94, was never a part of that new town concept as originally presented. And I think that is reflected in what it is we did end up adopting on my motion, in fact, in 94 with the future study area. So there was conversation about it, but the board at that time said, no, we're going to allow the vineyards to go forward, we're going to allow Bickford to go forward, and we'll have future conversations about this future study area.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I think the point that I think all that's good for all of us on the board to ponder as we go forward. The point being, though, from my perspective, Planning Commission, and then subsequently starting in 1995 as a board member, everybody seemed to be on the same page. I never certainly got lobbied to the contrary that this, in fact, would likely incorporate at some point in the future, thus the town center, the scale and scope of it. So whereas it's not an element that's a requirement in the general plan, it was certainly the concept by which all of that went forward. And that is what is in front of us today, I think, to consider. That's the key policy question that I think we all need to ponder and make decisions regarding.
Are you boys done?
We're just getting warmed up.
Turn this car around and get back home.
All righty.
I did actually
Yes.
have just something that I kind of wanted to maybe clarify in my own mind. Something that Supervisor Duran said was, what we're kind of looking at is a change of delivery methods to get to the same place. And I don't disagree with that, but I think it's important to understand that we're not actually getting to the same place. Some of these proposals are actual reductions in levels of service, proposed reductions in level of service, which, some people may think are really important. Some people may think it's a wash. It really doesn't matter. But I think it is important to recognize that it's not actually getting us to the same place. It's getting us to a different place. May not be a worse place, may not be a better place, but it is a different place. And so the policy question that it triggered in my mind as the overarching question for me for this whole discussion is, are we comfortable as a board changing our expectations and future residents' expectations for levels of service? And that's kind of the filter through which I'm viewing this whole process. And again, I'm not making a value judgment as to whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, but I think that's really the ultimate policy question that we're talking about today.
Thank you. Alrighty, where are we at?
I will segue then into the 7 specific policy questions that we've asked, and our request from your board is to discuss that, provide input, provide direction as you see fit on each of these. I will start out by pointing out that the owners group agreed with staff on these 7 questions, and I think we're on the same page as to asking your board direction. The first one, and Michael, would you do the honors, please? We went all out on PowerPoint today. All we wanted to do was put the policy questions up for your board. The first one, of course, is what we've just been discussing. Is the county amenable to proceeding with a change in the assumption that the Placer Vineyard specific plan may develop as an urban area within the county and not as an incorporated city? And the rest of that paragraph is discussion that we've already had. So I would... I think this is really at your board's pleasure. My suggestion is we just take them one at a time and have a discussion, and you can withhold action or comment till the end if you choose.
All right. Any questions about the, Robert?
Just curious as to, Mr. Chair, how we're going to do with public comment. Are we going to do that one at a time with all of these issues?
Yes.
I think we definitely want to.
Yeah. Okay. So any questions on item number 1 through the staff? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience that wants to address us on item number 1?
Chairman and members of the board, my name is Al Johnson. I represent the Placer Vineyards Owners Group, and with me is Mike Shelato, who is a park and recreation consultant that we brought on board to help us with the park issues. So he'll help respond to those. In the first policy, what we see is happening with the project, it'll initially begin as an urban development with the county. In fact, phase 1 is now moving forward with ownership, organizing to begin phase 1 of the project. Ultimately, the project could do one of 3 things. 1, remain in the county as an urban project with urban service levels comparable to the cities that surround it. 2nd, it could ultimately incorporate into the city of Roseville. And during our process of reviewing the finance plan, we looked specifically at Roseville service levels and ensured that this plan meets those same service levels that were recently adopted for the MOU area that the county and the city have been working on for some time. So, for example, across the street, Sierra Vista has a certain service level. We would match those service levels so that if the project ever did incorporate into the city, we would be able to, that residents could accomplish that with little or no disruption in the kind of services they get. 3rd is it could develop into its own independent city. It has been, we have reserved the locations for public buildings to accommodate that if it should occur, that you could incorporate this as a city freestanding and would have the ability to move forward much like a lot of cities have. And you've seen Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, all incorporate and take over the functions as a city. That could happen ultimately here. None of those are precluded with this policy. It's just saying that initially we expect this project to move forward in the county. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Durant.
Not a question, but just a comment. And I think that this is kind of an interesting way to get through these items, but one of the concerns I would have is that any transition from a county project to any other jurisdiction, that there's got to be language in the agreement that provides for what responsibilities are allocated to, upgrading facilities and those kinds of things. And certainly, the risk to the county for that needs to be taken care of in the documentation.
Right.
So.
We looked at, one question is, do we have a facilities fee for county facilities, but how does that relate to a city? And what we did is we looked at a number of ways. When we addressed the size and efficiency of the facilities, certainly there were changes. We looked at combining some to make them more efficient. But what we looked at was the fee structure that exists in Roseville right now, in Sierra Vista, for example. The county charges a public facilities fee to cities of roughly $1,900. The city charges a fee of roughly $2,500. Our combined fee right now, as proposed, is a little over $4,500, more than both of those combined. So if it did go to incorporation, the county and city or a new city would sit down and negotiate how do you split those fees. But from the surface, we've looked at setting those fee structures equal to what exists in the communities around us.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, the risk of picking nits here. I kind of, I don't know, fundamentally disagree with the premise of the question. Since Supervisor Wygant took me on this little stroll down memory lane, when we approved the general plan in '94, the city of Roseville was nowhere near where the city of Roseville is today. We did not adopt this plan thinking that it was going to be part of Roseville. We thought it was going to be a county planning area. We didn't think Bickford was going to become part of Loomis or Lincoln. We thought it was going to be a county planning area, and we approved 2 specific county planning areas. And so I don't know where the assumption comes from in the first place that it was going to be its own incorporated city, because I don't remember that conversation being present in '94 when we adopted the general plan.
Not having been part of the discussions in '94, but having been a large part of the discussions in 2006, 2007, through that period, I can relate the discussions from when we actually put the PVSP together, and the development of these capital facilities was really the only place in those discussions that we talked about the potential, the possibility for future incorporation. It wasn't done based on the general plan policy. It was simply done at the negotiating table on the contingency that ultimately a community of that size could try to incorporate in the future.
And I get that, and I understand, I appreciate that perspective. I guess what I'm saying is I was fine with it in '94, I'm fine with it now.
Okay. Any other questions for these gentlemen? Seeing none. Anyone else in the audience want to address the board on the item number 1 on our key policy questions? Okay. Any more board discussion?
I think staff's just looking for comments from us, correct?
Yeah.
So mine would be, I'm open to the philosophical change or the question itself, if it's not a change. My last meeting on this issue, I think, ended at 4:30 yesterday, so I probably slept on this, and my dream, I think, was something along the lines of what I would like staff to do. As I think out, well, backing up a little bit, since 2008, obviously, economically, things have changed dramatically, and my views, though, going way back to 1994 are still the same, which is that if we're going to prove growth, it should be because it makes our community better, not even just stay the same. But in doing that, I think what we've learned at the county is that there are other ways by which we can deliver our services more cost effectively, because we've had to do that. And if we have an entrepreneurial, innovative set of people around, we're going to be just fine. One thing I'd like to be looked at, though, a little bit more thoroughly is if you think recent history in our neck of the woods, we've got Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova and some other places that I guess the only thing that I can think of that would worry me, thinking that on one hand we need to be nimble and flexible and adapting, but I would like staff to take a look at some of those places. I can envision a certain set of circumstances politically whereby if you have a block of voters out there that have built out and they decide that they want to incorporate, and a supervisor that might represent that area is under incredible political pressure to then do a tax share negotiation with that incorporating city that has the pressure of decreasing the levels of service throughout the county as a result of it. We can't set any policy, to my knowledge, today to make sure that that doesn't happen, but sometimes those dynamics do take effect. And I think at least we want to be straight up about all of that, make sure that 20 years from now, if that discussion occurs, that we do the best we possibly can with our policies today to make sure that that resulting event doesn't have a detrimental impact on all of our citizens.
Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just, in terms of how we move forward, I appreciate us taking the time to address each one of these, but obviously staff is here in front of us because these issues need to be addressed specifically by our board in order for them to have future fruitful conversations with the developers. And so I'm more inclined to actually have us go on record with each of these policy questions, be it in the form of a vote. I'm fine with that. In seeing, are there 3 or more that say yes to these things? Because if not, staff shouldn't really waste their time taking the additional conversations.
So you want to just take a vote on all 7? Is that what you're saying?
As they come up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's what I intended. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's
so
fine.
in that regard, then my preference is, and I will make a motion that, the county is amenable, or provide direction the county is amenable to proceeding under the assumption that this project will be a county project and not necessarily be an incorporated city.
All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, it's moving to second to agree that the county is amenable to proceeding with the change of the assumption that the Placer Vineyard specific plan may develop as an urban area within the county and not as a incorporated city. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to item number 2.
Thank you. The second item that we'd like you to discuss and provide input on and direction is whether or not the county is amenable to a shift from what was approved as a fully developer-delivered capital facilities and parks program to the more common model whereby the county collects fees and then plans, designs, and constructs the capital facilities, and in this case, the 2 community parks. And I think it's important in your discussion to understand that what that means is there's essentially a shift in responsibility and liability for administering the fee programs, making sure that all the studies are kept up to date, keeping the fee program where it needs to be. I'm preaching to the choir. I've spent the better part of the last 20 years coming to your board and making sure that those things were done. But it means making that shift so that those things are now under the responsibility of the county, and in the case of the park, should you elect to go towards the separate parks district, to that special district. So in that light, I'd turn it to your board for conversation and direction.
Supervisor Durant?
Yeah, and just to kind of focus on the ultimate question here, obviously you've done your research. You're here looking at this, you've looked at what other cities do, and I'm under the opinion that you're comfortable that the risk is not so great in changing how we deliver this to the county that it's acceptable.
I think that the departments that are involved are all agreeable that with the understanding that there's a lot of work to do throughout the period that these fees are in place, that there's always the onus to keep them in place, that should your board want to direct us to run a fee program, we will run a fee program and are comfortable doing so.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Wygant, your light is on. Did you have that? Supervisor Montgomery.
I'm actually concerned with the structure of the question, so I'm probably going to vote no on this because I think that facilities and parks should have been separated within this, because I think they really are 2 different questions, particularly when we get down to item number 3, just for clarification.
Already, any other comments? I'm amiable to this. This county model has served us well, so I have no problem with that. Anyone in the audience want to address that?
Again, Al Johnson. Just a clarification, there are 2 fee programs. There's one fee program is just for county facilities, which is the typical fee program the county runs today for all of its development, completely separate from parks. The Parks District, if you're agreeable to go down that path, will have its own fee program, which it will administer for the development of those community parks and recreation facilities. County will not be involved in that, depending on the structure which you choose to move forward with. So 2 separate fee programs, just to clarify Jennifer's comments.
That's exactly why I'm not.
So, other than that, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
So just for Jennifer, then, if I may, Mr. Chair, is your concern the inclusion of the word parks in number 2?
Yeah, I think.
Have a separate
I think
conversation.
Why there are 2 separate questions or parks should be included in item number 3.
Okay, that's fine. Then, Mr. Chair, I would move that the county direct staff that we are amenable to shift from a fully developer delivery capital facilities to the more common model where the county collects fees and then plans, designs, and constructs those capital facilities.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, then on item number 2, it's been moved and seconded. Is the county amiable to a shift from fully developer-delivered capital facilities to the more common model whereby a county collects fees and then plans, designs, and constructs all capital facilities? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is there any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 3.
I am actually
I'm
opposed
sorry.
to that one. I'm in favor of the parks one, but opposed to the facilities one. I have
I'm
concerns
sorry.
about the facilities.
Okay.
So
So-
I'm still a no on 2. I just wanted to
Okay.
bifurcate them, to use Kirk's favorite word. Thank you.
Then I'll, if you don't mind, I'll make an attempt to rephrase the third one a little bit based on the conversation we've just heard, and that's that we'll say that is the county amenable to the creation of a separate parks and recreation district to administer appropriate fee programs and the construction and operation of the parks and recreation facilities within the specific plan area.
Supervisor.
In reading this one, I'm a little bit concerned about the word separate, all right? How separate are we talking? I mean, is there going to be some county oversight? I mean, we don't have to decide that now, but you can see what my concern is. I'm not opposed to the concept, but, moving forward, that's one of my concerns is, is there going to be some county oversight on that money?
The proposal from the developer, from the owners group, is to have a completely separate, distinct parks and recreation district. So that really is the question, is that would it be separate? And I think what's envisioned is that early on, when there's no population out there, the county and the Board of Supervisors would have to begin operations and begin collecting fees and so forth. There won't be any facilities out there for some time. At the appropriate point in the development, when there's enough units out there, that when there's enough fee money coming in to start to operate at that point, then the operation would get turned over to a special district. There are any number of governance models that could be discussed in the upcoming
And I'm glad you clarified that. That's really what I was looking at, is the governance model. So if that is a coming attraction, I'm okay with the concept.
There could be any number of models, and I think staff would look to the board over the upcoming months to determine what's the pleasure of the board. The Board of Supervisors could be the directors of the Parks District if that's what a board chose to do. That it could be completely separate. It could start out appointed, become elected. There are any number of models that would work in the future.
All righty. Any other comments? Anybody in the office? Everybody in the audience want to address this item? See?
Only to address any questions.
Any questions from? No, don't see any, Mr. Johnson. All righty. Then we'll.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item number 3 with a staff clarification on the issue regarding the, what was it, the fee? Or what language did you?
What I said was administer a Parks and Recreation District to administer the appropriate fee programs for the construction and operation.
The fee language, yes, with that modification.
All righty. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve item 3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4.
Item number 4 is the county amenable to having a third-party administrator manage the collection and distribution of capital fees for the construction of the developer's required backbone infrastructure improvements. This is simply a change in how it's been done, and I don't believe there's any consternation at all on this issue, but it is a shift in how it's been done in the past, and we want to be sure we're headed down the right path.
And again, Jim, other jurisdictions use this method of...
It is one of the models that gets used.
All right, thank you.
And just for clarification, how is this different from what we discussed under item 2? Where we're talking, this you're talking about the backbone infrastructure from the standpoint of roads, sewers, and all the rest, as opposed
Correct.
to... But it's the same model.
It's essentially the same model. The county would collect the fees
Right.
at building permit.
Right.
In this particular case, we'd serve as the collection agency and the bank, but not do the distribution. The distribution would be overseen by a third-party administrator.
Like PCWA does with a number of projects that, or Sparta does with a number of projects that we administer, we then write checks out to
Correct.
the cities.
And essentially, it would be all of the costs of that would be borne by the fee program. That's important to note, that the cost of administration is still borne by the fee program.
Right, exactly.
Any other comments from board members?
I move approval of item policy question number 4.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve item number 4. Is the county amenable to having a third-party administrator manager the collection and distribution of capital fees for the construction of the developer's required backbone infrastructure improvements? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move off to item 5.
Item 5 is the county amenable to a reduction in active parks facilities from 6.2 acres per 1,000, which was in the original proposal, to the county's general plan standard of 5 acres per 1,000 residents. This is a change, a significant change in what was proposed from 2007, and we want to be sure that we're headed in a direction that your board's comfortable with.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just a question. And it really has to do with, again, the recognition of how things have changed since '94. Do we speak in the general plan, forgive my memory on this, but do we speak specifically to passive recreation opportunities and passive parks versus active, and to which standard does this apply? Is this all-inclusive or is this active?
The answer to your first question is yes, the general plan does make the distinction between active and passing, as does the county's Quimby fee program. This speaks to active parkland, not passive.
Okay.
The open space proposal in this is still well in excess of the county's standard for passive parkland.
Yeah. And the only reason I'm bringing it up, Mr. Chairman, is quite frankly, and I don't know what Robert's recollection of this is, but my recollection when we were talking about parks facilities back in '94 is all the conversation was focused around ball fields, soccer fields, those active parks. And what I've found very interesting and quite frankly very refreshing, since I actually participate in it now, is the way that we as a society have moved more toward the utilization of the passive recreation, the walking and jogging paths, the off-road biking opportunities that exist and all those. And so to the extent that we are recreating more outdoors using other means than just soccer fields and baseball fields, I'm confident this project more than meets the needs of the future residents at that 5 acre threshold.
Any other comments? Supervisor Weigand.
As much as I hate to do it, I'd have to say I agree with you again, except for...
Yes, I know. You've always taken advantage of the passive recreation over there.
We did have in the general plan a lot of discussion and articulation regarding trails.
Trails, right, the trails connectivities and all that. Yeah. And if I recall correctly, this project still has a lot of trails, especially for the horsey people and all the rest of it.
Yeah. All right. Any other comments? Oh, go ahead.
I would move approval of item number 5.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve item number 5. Is the county amenable to a reduction of active park facilities from 6.2 acres per 1,000 residents to the county's general plan standard of 5.0 acres per 1,000 residents? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? We will now move to item 6.
Item 6, is the county amenable to the concept of a joint use of major parks amenities, including the aquatic center, baseball diamonds, and gymnasiums, and sharing the use of these facilities with the school district? And of course, as I mentioned earlier, such use would be subject to further negotiations to assure that the time of use and delivery costs and schedules were agreeable to the county. The county does a lot of joint use now. Joint use seems to be becoming the norm around developing communities as the dollars are more difficult to come by for the capital facilities and the operations. I think that, again, the devil is in the details of the agreements that get put together for those. I don't believe that there's any concern about the concept at the staff level at all. We just want to be sure that we're negotiating some very major facilities in a different delivery method than what has been the past in the county.
All right, Supervisor Euler, did you have a
Yeah,
comment?
Jim, you specifically identify the ball diamonds, the aquatic center, gymnasium. Were you in the room when we were having the conversation about the library strategic plan?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I raised the issue using this model about the possibility in the future of working with the school districts to identify opportunities for that joint use, particularly the high schools, I think more appropriately than the elementary schools. This plan has at least one, if not two, high schools associated with it, if I recall correctly.
I believe it's one, but I would defer to the developer.
Is it just one? Okay.
Yeah.
What about that kind of concept as we move forward, working with our county librarian and the center district? When you have the opportunity to plan the facility, it creates all kinds of opportunities that retrofitting existing campuses might not, in terms of opportunities to invite the public onto the campus to use an amenity on the campus, like I'm sure will be done as the locations get planned for the pool and all the rest. So have you given any thought to the possibility of that library serving kind of both that public need as well as the school need?
You know, that has not been specifically discussed. It wasn't part of the proposal. I think that it's if your board wants us to do that, it's certainly something that we'd be happy to talk to both the school district and first the library director, then the school district and the developer about. I think, we heard the discussion earlier about that. It simply wasn't part of the proposal, so it was not investigated as part of our recent discussions.
Okay.
Supervisor Durant.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I would agree with you, Jim, that the wave of the future are these more joint use, multi-purpose facilities. And I think you hit my concern right on the head is the whole concept of share. How does that work out? And definitely, having been on a school board and also been president of a youth organization, I can see it from both ways. So the devil's is going to be in the details on that one, but I'm not opposed to the concept. So.
Okay. Supervisor Wygant.
I guess with that, I'd just like to emphasize the devil in the details. I think sharing of these kinds of amenities, frankly, is the future in a way to get better amenities, but also more full utilization. However, it's incredibly important to have communication early on, because it can be, even in successful models that I've seen, for example, in the city of Lincoln with the Western Unified School District, there can be political conflicts if you don't get on the same page early. And in addition, with some of the amenities, the demand is so great, if you don't do that, you can end up with these turf wars as who has what rights, and you end up with just bad governance of all of it. So whereas I think inherently it's a good idea, if you don't pay attention to those details, you can, we'll talk later.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, just to follow up a little bit on some of the slight angst associated with this, I'm totally amenable to the concept of this. I have some very specific concerns as relates to those agreements about usage. I'm thinking that, if we're combining a senior center particularly into the reduced size facility, if it's in conjunction with a high school, there are restrictions about who can be on school grounds at any given time of day. And so I think it will be critically important that we get some really strong contract, either we or whoever this future park recreation district is there, develop some very strong language that's really enforceable about how we make that work.
Agreed. And I think there's a number of things. First, the community center itself is not envisioned to be one of the joint use facilities. So the plan on where the senior center would be is not one of those. But your point is very well taken.
Yeah.
In working through this with Mike Shalato and the owners group representatives and the parks folks, one of the things that we have been most concerned about is that compatibility issue, and frankly, when does the school need a facility versus when does our constituency need a facility? So all of those things are all details that have to be ultimately not only ironed out as these proposals move forward, but then codified into the agreements that ultimately we're all going to live with for a lot of years once the plan moves forward. So this input is really valuable to us as we put those together. I think it's important to note a couple of things that maybe I didn't mention. Everybody's in agreement that no development phase could go forward until this specific issue is not only resolved, but all of the agreements are in place with the school district. That also means modifying the development agreement accordingly. So all of the parties involved would have to have signed on to agreements before any development phase could go forward. So that is a really crucial tenet of this. And then also I think that that time of use issue is really important from a mitigation standpoint. The acreage involved in all of these facilities is part of the 5 acres per 1,000 residents. And so there's a ratio of acreage versus time of use for our constituency that we're all going to have to agree on how that works so that we don't run afoul of that mitigation issue. So there's a number of different layers of these agreements that'll go forward. Your board's input today and your approval on going forward with the concept is the first step in getting there.
That's great, and I'm really delighted to hear that the senior center isn't going to be sharing space with the high school. So some real conflicts there. I love Kirk's idea about a co-use for a library. My concern on that again gets back to school hours. And say I'm a swing shift worker, and I want to go to the library. Well, the only time I really am going to have to go to the library is during school hours. And I think we've got to figure out some way out of that box so that people do, if we do something like co-locate, thank you, a library with a school, a public library with a school, we make it so it really is accessible to people, because otherwise we defeat the entire purpose of having a public library.
Supervisor Wegand, is your light still on?
We have a facilities problem
You're not talking to the wrong guy.
You got to call Mary.
There's not facilities anymore. Mary's back there. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item 6, please.
Second
with the conversation about there not being a senior center at the high school. I get it.
And I want to make a comment as well, if I may. What happens, I was on the school board, and I've seen, working for the Office of Education, I've seen, I understand what happened in Western Placer Unified School District. I've seen a new school built out in Granite Bay that wasn't even opened, and then not too far away, there was a school that was closed out in Granite Bay. What happens if the schools don't get built? That's what we have to look at very
It's an outstanding point. It's one of the things we've talked about at a lot of detail. One of the things that has to be inherent in these agreements is a backstop for that exact contingency. And one of the concepts that we're mulling through right now, it's not agreed to completely yet, but would be to have, if this a provision in the agreements moving forward, that if the school district takes an affirmative action to not open a school or to change the way that they deliver their services, and therefore impact either the delivery schedule or the delivery indeed of any of these joint use facilities, that a couple of things could happen. One of the provisions could be that the land associated with that school site that would have gone to the school site would revert either to the county or the special district that's operating the parks, along with the fees and monies that were provided by the developer for those facilities. So those are details that all have to be worked out, but your concern is a really valid one. It's one of the things that Facility Services is very concerned about. It's one of the things we've been talking to the owners group about. They're agreeable to working out those kinds of details. They understand that backstop is very important in terms of making this work.
All right, Supervisor Eulogy.
Yeah, that concern, what Supervisor Montgomery raised, what Supervisor Ryan raised, all absolutely right on point. We can't even have the conversation unless our board moves ahead with this. That's why this is so important. So thank you for that.
We have a motion and a second, but is there any comment from the audience on this item before we vote on it? Seeing none, the motion is item number 6. Is the county amiable to the concept of joint use major parks amenities, including an aquatic center, baseball diamonds, and gymnasiums, and sharing the use of these facilities with the school district? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to item 7.
Thank you. This is the last one. Is the county amenable to the concept of extended term financing as a tool to phase construction and potentially provide financing for future rehab of facilities or other infrastructure? And again, this is a kind of a new concept that's out there. It's starting to take place. Roseville's done it at least once that I'm aware of. Other jurisdictions are looking at this now. Because of the long-term absorption of a project of this size, there will be room within there to do a couple of phases of financing. There's a lot of details to work out. This would absolutely have to go back through the bond screening committee for discussion. We just wanted to be sure that because it's a different way, a little bit different way of doing business, that your board was agreeable to looking at it. At this point, none of the departments have expressed a disagreement or a concern about it. However, there's still a lot of discussion to take place before it actually comes back for a final determination.
All right. Any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that when Measure J was passed, which was a large facilities bond by the Roseville Joint Union High School District, one of the things that the bond structuring did was to provide a reserve to provide upgrades to fields in the future, and I thought that was a very smart way to finance things moving forward. And I know that Granite Bay just had their field replaced about a year and a half ago. I know that Wood Creek's scheduled to have their field replaced this summer. So, I think that's a very smart way to move forward, at least with the way that things are financed for upgrades and for things that come up that need to be rehabbed in the future. So.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to move this along for the purpose of having the discussion in the future that we wouldn't be able to have absent our action. My concern about this and what I would be looking for in whatever gets created is that we're not using this kind of financing tool for simple O&M type of activities. That it is truly for what could be considered a capital improvement, and understanding that things have a useful life, and that a redo of a facility, a redo of a field, and all the rest, that's okay. But I'm reticent. I would be reticent to do anything that would put us in a position of not requiring that appropriate dollars be spent in O&M given existing finance mechanisms that we're used to, and be burdened, or this be burdened by that. So that as this comes back to us for future discussion, that's where I'm going to be looking.
Supervisor Wygant?
I'm good with conceptually going forward. I don't know about my colleagues, but this is one where I'd like to have, if everybody else is not interested, staff spend some time with me to get into the weeds of actually the financial mechanisms that make this work and things to watch out for, et cetera.
I agree with that. Hence my comments right there on that issue of the O&M versus facilities, capital facilities type projects. I agree with that. I think that would be a good, healthful conversation when they're ready to have it, obviously, for our board to have.
All right. Any other comments?
I would move approval of item 7.
Second.
Anyone in the audience want to address the item? All right, this has been moved and seconded to approve item 7. Is the county amiable to the concept of extended term financing as a tool to phase construction and potentially provide financing for future rehabilitation or facilities and other infrastructure? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. I know it's been a long item. This will allow CEDRA and the other departments to move forward with all of the next steps in processing the applicant's proposal. So we appreciate the policy.
Now, I want to just thank all the staff members that have worked on this tirelessly, and also with the owners group that come forward and worked with us, and we really appreciate the activity.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
unless I'm mistaken, I believe this might be the last time Mr. Durfee sits in front of us in his official capacity.
I have one more item.
You do?
Later today. You
On this agenda?
I do.
Closed session.
No, I have the very last department item. How that happened, I'm not
You're
sure.
fired. You're out in front of all these people. I was going to gush over you, but that's okay. We'll do it later.
Wait a minute.
Michael, do you need any direction on the number 2 item? The board direct you to reconcile these comments? And
As set forth in the staff report, staff is recommending that the board provide direction that the Community Development Resource Agency Director work directly with the owners group to reconcile the issues that were addressed by your board today, to bring back documents in the future for your consideration.
So be it. Second, third.
Okay, all right, good.
We need an all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What we just voted on?
Go therefore and do that. Yes.
All righty, now we move to item 10. Thank you all for your patience. Community Development Resource Agency Facility Services. This is a Community Development Resource Agency Cabin Creek Biomass Facility, Biomass Fuel Sale and Delivery Agreement. Mr. Story.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and board members. Brett Story representing CEDRA, along with Lori Morse representing facilities. As both of these items are put together for the same project, I'll be giving the introduction, and then we'll take the items separately. In 2007, staff was provided direction by your board to analyze and develop the potential for a biomass to energy facility within Placer County. After several years of work, of analysis, design, and environmental work, the project is now at the stage where it's been approved by the Planning Commission in December of 2013 and by your board in, December of 2012 and by your board in May of 2013. Since that time, staff has identified the Tahoe Regional Power Company, LLC, or TRPC, as the potential developer, investor, lead, and operator. Mr. Greg Stengel, I believe, is behind me, as the president is here today. Several actions will need to take place by both the county and TRPC in order to move the implementation and the construction of this project forward. Before you today, we have an item from CEDRA, which is to approve the material terms of an agreement regarding the sale and delivery of fuel to the facility. And as a follow-on item, the Department of Facilities, the board will also be asked to approve a ground lease for the land that the proposed facility is to be built on. TRPC is also negotiating a power purchase agreement with Liberty Energy to sell the electricity to the Lake Tahoe area, which will be key in finalizing all of these plans for this project. Staff is requesting that the board approve a material terms outlined in Attachment A to your packet and authorize the Community Development Resource Director or his designee to negotiate an agreement consistent with those terms. The material terms include a 10-year term, an obligation by the county to sell and deliver a maximum of 17,000 bone-dry tons per year with an initial purchase price of $25 per bone-dry ton, and to meet all of the conditions of the approved permit for the facility. Once an agreement is reached on that fuel supply, staff will return to the board at a future date for your final review and action. So you're simply giving us the ability to put that together for you. I wanted to recognize and thank the staff from Facility Services and our own Deputy County Counsel, Karen Schwab, for being very professional, diligent, and most importantly, working under a compressed timeline, which we asked them to work under to formalize this lease, which is critical to the success of our project. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Mr. Greg Stengel to say a few words, and after that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on this item. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Stengel.
Hello, good afternoon. I was going to be this morning, good morning, but really appreciate the opportunity to address you here today and to let you know how excited we are that we're going to be developing with the county in a public-private partnership what we hope to be the premier model for forestry residue biomass in California. This will be the first project of its kind, the third gasifier in the state, but the first utilizing forestry residue. So can't thank the county enough. Karen, Brett, the folks at Facility Services, the great people you got down at the Air District. Everybody has been pitching in, and we're doing absolutely everything we can to move this project forward for you as fast as possible. Today, what you've got before you are two of the key, the 5 big development milestones. Air permit, fuel purchase, power permit, site control, and site use. And so we're really closing in on getting to 5 of 5 and actually getting this thing built. So with that, happy to take any questions, and if not today, certainly available at any time.
All right. Any questions from Mr. Stengel this time? Supervisor Montgomery.
I don't have any questions, but I'd like to thank you for your patience. I know you expected this to come sometime around 10 o'clock, but this is our life.
Yeah. He got a civics lessons today, he was telling me.
Well, it has been interesting. I've appreciated it. I feel like a planner.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Any other questions? Any questions from Mr. Story? Anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I move that we approve the material terms for the proposed biomass fuel sale and delivery agreement and authorize the Community Development Resource Agency Director or his designee to negotiate an agreement consistent with those terms.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 10A, 1 and 2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll now move to item 10B, Facility Services Cabin Creek Biomass Facility Ground Lease. Lori Morse.
Recommendation is to approve the ground lease for the construction and the operation of the biomass facility at 900 Cabin Creek Road in Truckee, and between the county and Tahoe Regional Power Company, and to adopt a resolution for the Director of Facility Services or designee to be able to administer the ground lease and to be able to record a memorandum of lease and the necessary easements to serve the biomass facility. This lease is a 15-year lease with 2 5-year options, has developmental rent associated with it in light of the due diligence that the tenant needs to perform, and initially the payment of $1,500 upon execution, $1,500, $100 a month during construction, and then $1,749 once the project is operational. And should you have any questions, happy to address them. And we move approval of the recommendations, or request approval of the recommendations.
Supervisor Duran.
Yes, I don't have any questions, but just out of intellectual curiosity, I would like to see a copy of the ground lease. I know it's been run through county council. Everybody's done their diligence on it.
We apologize. It should have been in the packet. Believe me, we slaved over it.
I know Jerry's office is on top of it. So.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, Lori, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I may have misheard you, but the language in our staff report says there'll be initial rent payment of $1,500 upon lease execution. I thought I heard you say $200.
$1,500 upon lease execution. You're right.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, any comments from the audience? All right, hearing none, bring it back for action.
I move that we approve the ground lease for the construction and operation of a biomass facility at 900 Cabin Creek Road in Truckee between the County of Placer and Tahoe Regional Power Company at no net county cost, and that we adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Facility Services or designee to administer on behalf of the county all provisions and responsibilities of the ground lease
and take all actions necessary to grant and record a memorandum of lease and to grant and record utility easements deemed necessary to serve the biomass facility.
All righty, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 10B, 1 and 2. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you for hanging around, and thank you for all your hard work. This is exciting. It's been a long time. And now, for those of you still here, we're going to move to item 11, Auburn Animal Shelter Project number 4639, request for proposal. Mary Dietrich and Robin Holtz.
Mr. Chairman, Mary Dietrich, Facilities Services. And just very, very briefly, I'm here to introduce Robin Holtz and Wesley Nex, who will be making a presentation and providing you with a brief update on the animal shelter project and confirming your direction to proceed with a request for a proposal for the most qualified design build firms to proceed with this project.
All righty.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Rob Unholz, Capital Improvements Project or Program Manager. The item before you is a request that your board confirm previous direction from February 5th, 2013, and authorize us to proceed with the request for proposal process with the 3 most qualified design build teams established by the qualifications phase of the RFP for the proposed Auburn Animal Shelter at the Placer County Government Center in Auburn. That authorization also approved payment of a stipend in the amount of $50,000 each to the 2 unsuccessful proposers to assist in defraying the preparation costs and design costs required for the submittal. Presenting with me today is Wesley Nex with Health and Human Services. Also with us today are Bruce Plale of Indigo Architects, the consultant master architect, Dr. Danae Wagner of UC Davis Correct Shelter Medicine Program, Peggy Zariello with Health and Human Services, Mike Winters, the Animal Services Program Manager, and Bill Lardner with Capital Improvements Facility Services. The graphic that you see here is the original shelter facility. Well, I can't point that out. The gray area in the middle, which is about 7,000 square feet. When you consider all of the appendages and reasonable circulation between them, this comprises about 14,000 square feet of existing shelter. Very resourcefully put together with a combination of modular buildings and refurbished trailers to really provide animal services through today. The original shelter was built in 1975. The proposed new shelter is planned to provide support space for volunteers and staff, create an environment that promotes adoption of healthy pets, and can be flexibly operated either by county staff or by contract service providers. The planning for this project began some 12 years ago and has been developed with a collective involvement of consultants, animal services, facility services, private nonprofit rescue groups, and the community. The existing shelter has served the county well, but it may be time to follow the conclusion of the 1990 Humane Society of the United States report and construct a new shelter at the Placer County Government Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Board. Thank you for the opportunity to confirm the direction to proceed with this request for proposal. Today is actually my 1-year anniversary as director here in Placer County. And I remember one of the first assignments that Dr. Burton gave me was to take a look at the Animal Services Division with the idea of where it should go into the years in the future. Of course, I did look at that, and I've listed those same goals that we came up with on this slide for your consideration in retrospect of this project. Of course, the first one, rather generally, meet the animal services need for unincorporated Placer County with our contract cities of Auburn, Colfax, Loomis, Lincoln, and Rockland over the next 25 years. Capacity for the new facility was designed, or is considered to be designed, to meet the current and future needs of our community, and can accommodate about a 40% increase in predicted population increase in our county, an incorporated area over the next 25 years, and of course the corresponding animals that would go with that population increase. To try to minimize the length of stay for animals is a prime goal. The longer an animal stays in a shelter, we find the less adoptable it becomes. The length of stay is currently 27 days for dogs and 49 days for cats in our shelter. And ideally, if you can cut it down to 10 days for dogs and less than 21 for cats, the adoption rate increases dramatically. Daily cost of care can also be reduced with a faster turnaround of animals. Try to maximize the adoptions of healthy pets. If the pets are healthy, they're obviously easier to adopt. A facility with insufficient capacity will experience chronic crowding, resulting in increased levels of disease and stress, making it more difficult to adopt those animals. The new shelter is proposed to house 160 dogs and cats available for adoption, and the current shelter can only hold about 114. To promote efficient and cost-effective staffing plan includes paid staff, which we propose to hold at current levels to maintain costs in the out years. It'll also provide better facility for our volunteers, which are critical to our operations, and alternative sentencing workers where appropriate. To promote community education and responsible pet ownership is a prime goal. The 950 square foot multi-purpose room for volunteer training, school orientations, and dog obedience classes would be well served to help community education projects. Interagency staff from any department can also use the training and seminars in that multi-purpose room and can seat up to 60 people in a classroom setting. To promote continued relationship with our private nonprofit groups. Nonprofit volunteers are needed in the retail store, animal adoption areas, and in the house spay clinic. And the multi-purpose room also will be used by the volunteer staff and Animal Services Advisory Committee meetings for training and coordination. And to support and enhance our core animal control functions, design includes updated animal control officer dispatch office, increased quarantine and protective custody runs, sally port for unloading and washing out animal vehicles, which will increase efficiency, and veterinary offices, spay and neuter surgery and exam rooms, which are all in outbuildings at the current facility. And finally, just to support our continued public health function, updated prep room for preparing rabies samples for health and lab testing, for example. So it's apparent to me that the new facility as proposed is needed to obtain these goals, to provide adequate services to our community as our population grows, to operate in an efficient and cost-effective manner, to promote a successful and accomplished adoption program, to maintain and build our volunteer and partner programs, which are really vital to the successful operation of our division, and to protect public health and ensure humane treatment of our animals.
Some of the facility project goals are to deliver this with a design-build project delivery, because we believe it really promotes creative, innovative, and cost-effective design solutions. Also, to design a building with a design life of at least 50 years, if not more. Create a design that allows for future expansion if needed with the ongoing operations of the shelter. Provide a facility that is cost-effective to maintain into the future with the use of durable, long life cycle materials and systems, and clearly to create an energy-efficient facility. We're requiring that this, along with the new California Green Code and the requirement for this to meet LEED Silver minimum, those are all costs that don't go down into the future. So our efforts are to minimize those costs as we go forward. The estimate of probable design build cost is $15 million. That is comprised of $1 million in design and $14 million in construction. Some of the contributing factors to these costs that promote best practices in animal care facilities are complex mechanical systems and plumbing systems, durable kennel finishes, exam rooms for dogs and cats as they enter into the facility, the veterinary surgery, high-level acoustics. They help reduce stress for the animals, promote adoptions, and provide a good work environment. Lab prep for rabies testing, and we don't like to talk about it a lot, but a euthanasia room. Those are all expensive features. The estimated construction cost does compare favorably with other facilities. Here we show Sacramento County, which is similar in program to ours with an exterior ag area. The town of Truckee does not have an exterior area. Stanislaus County and the city of Berkeley. And as you can see, Stanislaus County is a bit less per square foot. That project was awarded in 2009, a year after the downturn hit, and probably one of the most advantageous bid climates that you could hit. They've also used materials and systems that we would prefer not to in terms of long-term durability and cost-effective maintenance. To give it some context, I've included some construction costs for other types of facilities. Public sector office typically is $325 to $350 a square foot for construction costs. Private sector medical outpatient surgery, which could be a fair comparison, $450 to $500 per square foot. And residential can be anywhere from $200 a square foot and up. Again, these are all of the commercial and public facilities include site, building construction, utilities, furniture, fixture, and equipment. The residential includes furniture, appliances, and mechanical equipment. We also went through a value engineering process at the program level to kind of look and see, take a good look and see what potential opportunities might be there to save additional funding, additional costs. Those netted about 11 items that we have changed and or integrated into our design build RFP design and performance criteria that could net out a potential $1.7 million in savings. Again, this is a design build process and is really a competitive process between three teams to come up with the most creative, cost-effective solution. Another 28 items that are certainly worth consideration, and then 30 items that didn't support the program or promote operational efficiencies. That entire list of value engineering items are included in an appendix with the RFP. If your board prefers to proceed with the project as currently scoped, you'll be approving these top three design build teams that came out of the qualification phase that was completed in August. The DB teams were scored on past project experience, past design build experience, claim history, financial stability, and their business history in the state of California. 14 teams submitted, 14 teams qualified, 11 chose to interview, and of those 11, McCarthy Building Companies with Lionakis were one team, Roblin Construction with LPA another, and Unger with Dreyfus and Blackford Architects another. If this proceeds, that RFP process is expected to take about 4 to 6 months. It'll include a kickoff meeting with followed up with two confidential all-day confidential design meetings with each team, and then the final proposal and presentation. Those will be evaluated and scored with the best value criteria as established in the Public Contract Code, and the cost proposal will be factored in to arrive at the top-ranked firm. The total project cost is currently estimated at $21.6 million. And that's about $2 million less than what we were before your board in February with, because we have better information, we've refined the specifications, and been able to do more accurate cost estimates. That includes $15 million for the DB costs, needs assessment programming, environmental documentation, the development of the RFP, the value engineering, and the stipends, $1 million. Contract construction management, quality assurance, inspection and testing, stormwater compliance, labor compliance, and commissioning, $1.3 million. Project management, force account, fees and permits, and DPW yard modifications, $1.4 million. And then a project and construction contingency of $2.9 million. Of that amount, approximately $600,000 has been expended to date. There's currently just under $16.4 million appropriated in the Capital Facilities Project Fund in the Auburn Animal Shelter Project account, and the balance of the funding, about $5.2 million, has been anticipated and planned for, and it's in the General Fund Trust for capital projects. And with that, we would recommend your direction to confirm your previous direction, and we're happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Rob, thank you. And Wes, thank you. This has been, I think, as many members of the public know, a very long time in coming, and some members of this board also know a very long time in coming. It also came as a little bit of a sticker shock, I think, to some of us when we saw the original estimate. And let me emphasize, it's still an estimate.
Yes.
On this project back in February. Back in February, though, I believe we had a 5-0 vote to continue to move forward to look at this and see what we could come up with. And one of the things that was most critical to me in this was going through that value engineering process, which we did, and I think that was useful. You know, looking at these numbers may not have got us where I may have hoped to get to, but there's a difference between hoping for things and understanding the reality of what things cost. So you can relax. Don't jump out of your seat yet, Rob. Should have seen the panic on his face. For me, I think what is really enlightening about, or has been very enlightening about this process, is really looking at those construction costs and looking at them as compared, for example, with other animal shelters built by public entities, animal shelters built by private entities. I'm not sure I'm letting any rabbits out of a hat here, but one of the facilities that was consistently brought to my attention was the Loomis Basin Veterinary Clinic, and the assertion that had a number of people tell me it costs under $200 a square foot to build, and it's my understanding that it cost about $525 a square foot.
That was for the Equine Center.
That was for the Equine Center, sorry, yeah, for the Equine Center. And that, similar facility, similar needs, not exact, but none of them are identical to each other. I think looking back on the earlier discussion we had about Placer Vineyards and some of the costs associated with that, I was struck by the fact that the 2007 estimate for the library was $360 a square foot, but currently our libraries director, Mary George, believes that that would be really more appropriate at $450 a square foot. I don't know what that's based on because I haven't seen her data, but I think it just kind of goes to the discussion about what is our value that we're getting out of a given project per square foot. And I have to say that while I'm not entirely delighted still with the numbers, because I always just wish things were cheaper, I think the value we're getting at roughly $420 a square foot is really phenomenal. And I think a lot of it had to do with the years of planning that went into this, but it also had to do with the value engineering. And I'm hoping, because hope springs eternal, that once we go through the bid process for the 3 companies, one, it comes in less expensive than even this. And 2, we get some really great ideas out of the 2 companies that we end up not going with that we can add into this facility and really create an outstanding project that's going to take us that 50 years into the future. I mean, the one we've got is almost 50 years old, and we didn't build it planning it on it being 50 years. So that's kind of where I am now. I'd like to hear what the rest of the board has to say.
Supervisor Duran.
Yeah, and I'm going to be just a little bit less kind with regards to the value engineering piece. I do a lot of this in my day job. I build all kinds of different things. And I've set in on many value engineering exercises. I've never set in a value engineering exercise where there's 100 people in there trying to value engineer. It turns into a you're going my ox fest. And I didn't think that was the most optimal environment in order to get true value and to get that price down. But I understand the reality, and I have done my research as well, knowing that things cost quite a bit of money. So, I too have definite concerns, more concerns along the lines of what we're talking about without the soft costs, where you're talking about $500 and X dollars, per foot. But when you actually add in the administrative costs, we still go back up to $600 a square foot. Is that right?
I have been concentrating on construction costs.
Right.
So I don't have that number in front of me, but it would be the $21.6 million over 38,000.
And my whole point is that, and I don't know about anybody else's constituency, but my constituency is concerned with the bottom line total project cost. Not just construction costs, but what the hard costs are going to be and what the soft costs are going to be. But I understand, where we're headed. We've spent a lot of time. This project started out being one that was more multi-jurisdictional, and we had a jurisdiction fall out of it. My other concern, aside from the costs, are, we're moving forward and we don't even have a plan to finance and fund how we're going to operate. And that's one of the things that I have a big concern about. We've talked about, nonprofit. We've talked about doing it ourselves. Any time that any of my clients, are going to do something, there's a plan of how we're going to fund it and how we're going to operate it. That's a concern. So while I understand that we need to make a decision on this and move forward on it, one of the things that I'm going to be looking at in the future is how are we going to fund it and how are we going to operate it. That is going to be a critical piece of the puzzle for me moving forward in order to remain on the bus. So, and I will preface before I get hate mail that all of the animals in the Duran family are rescued. I understand. I get it 100%. I know what, I know what we're dealing with here. I respect it, understand it, agree that it needs to be done. But we need to find those values in what we're doing. So,
thank you. Anyone else on the board? I just want to let you know I'm going to support the action requested. And in lieu of the time, I know there's probably a lot of people who like to speak to this, but I'd like to see the board make a motion. If there's a motion in place that we can move forward on this.
I would move approval of the item.
I'll second. All right, it's moved and seconded to approve item 11, the Auburn Animal Shelter Project number 4639, request for proposal. Confirm previous direction to proceed with the request for proposal RFP process with the 3 most qualified design build teams. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. So I'm sorry I didn't want to have a bunch of people come up and talk to us because we're out of time, but I can see where we're going. So we support it. Thank you for your patience. Lynn, did you have a comment?
Actually, Supervisor Durant, I actually think you have some really good points on operational costs, and that's been kind of the weak link in the chain going forward. And I mean, I'm here to say, gee, if we didn't go forward, that's going to make a big stink. But I think we have a very valid concern there that to be able to figure out how we're going to man the shelter, if we're going to do a nonprofit or not, that needs to be part of the overall design.
And I think Rob actually has some of that information if we wanted to hear at least a brief recap of.
I mean, those are certainly the goals of the project. The project's been programmed to operate on existing staffing levels. Existing staffing levels with, again, relying on volunteers like we have up to this date, and the probationary workers like we have to date. And certainly our goal is to build a facility that minimizes those ongoing operational costs. I want to assure you that is one of our greatest concerns, is keeping those costs at a minimum, because those are the costs that are always going to be there, staffing and operational costs. Especially the non-construction side of that, it's carrying a very heavy contingency right now because all we have is a program. As we get a design and those things get refined, I think you'll see some changes in that. There's still some fees that need to be discussed with various agencies, and I think you'll see some changes. But you have our commitment to deliver to you the best facility we can at the lowest cost, and that's what we're here to do. And we're happy to entertain any questions at any time and work with any of you.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Wes.
Certainly.
Thank you all for your patience. I know this has been a long day, and I appreciate you hanging out, hearing the item. Okay, Marine. Item number 12, Health and Human Services, Adult System of Care. Amend blanket purchase order, Rite Aid Pharmacy.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Maureen Baum with the Adult System of Care. This afternoon I have a significant change order request for you to change the BPO with Rite Aid 020391, increasing the amount $1.7 million with no additional net county costs for a revised total of $3,870,000 through December 31st, and to authorize the purchasing manager to sign the resulting change order in order to fulfill the county's Health and Safety Code Section 1442.5B1. In August, as you know, the Placer County established the Placer County Medicaid Covered Expansion Program that allowed Placer County to match county dollars already budgeted for services for those who are indigent with federal dollars. Placer County was required to establish an MOE as part of that program and to expend the same level of dollars that they had previously been providing for this service. This allowed us to put this program in place with the early implementation of health care reform at no county general fund increase. The program has provided services to a significantly increased population in this program. We've been providing the services through the county-operated medical care services, as well as the contracts with WellSpace and Chapaday Indian Health, and 147 specialists. The services that are being provided to this population are definitely more comprehensive and preventative than had previously been provided by the county. This is a requirement. This program terminates on December 31st, 2013, when these 3,700 plus people who are being served will be transitioned to Medi-Cal and will no longer be a county responsibility. You have approved an increase with the Rite Aid BPO once before, and we had anticipated some significant expansion, but we have to tell you that the expansion that occurred was just unprecedented. We believe this is in part due to the number of people. The 3,700 is an 85% increase over the prior times when we've served this population. We also closed the pharmacy with the retirement of the pharmacist. That's had a greater impact than we anticipated. And lastly, the pharmaceutical programs that provide free medication to many, many recipients was eliminated as part of the implementation of health care reform. So we would We would request that the $1.7 million is approved. The contract, as I said, does terminate on December 31st, and at that time, Placer County will not be responsible for the medications for people, except for those who are part of the county's medical care services program. And that number, just for your information, is less than 20 at this time. So we've been very, very successful at getting everybody over to the Medi-Cal program. So with that, I would recommend approval of this item, but would be happy to answer any specific questions.
Any questions from board members? Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. Thank you, Maureen. I'm interested because it's in the staff report, and you've also just mentioned it, but you said greater impacts with the county pharmacy closure. What were those greater impacts, and how have they manifested themselves?
So this is just so that's just one of the variables, again, because then we weren't doing prescriptions at the county pharmacy, and so all of the prescriptions went to Rite Aid. But again, it was just not the county. That would have served the people in the Auburn County operated clinic, and so we still would have had the impact of the well space and the Chapaday and the 147 specialists. So we did have some net savings in terms, we did have some savings, but I just think the impact of that closure increased this number of prescriptions that are going to the Rite Aid pharmacist.
So maybe I'm confused, but I would have expected, in fact, I did expect when we were talking about the county pharmacy closure that they would be going to Rite Aid. Was that just not an assumption that we made?
No, it was an assumption. It's just the amount of prescriptions was, we didn't predict the amount of prescriptions.
So the actual number of...
We expected a significant increase. This is just much greater than we anticipated.
So it was the number of people we expected to move over, but they actually were filling more prescriptions? Is that what you're saying?
We are serving 3,700 at any one time. Right now we have 3,700 people. In the old program, the MCSB program, we served 2,000 over the course of the year with people kind of coming on and going on. This is 3,700 right now that are enrolled. So I just think the number of people, and we have a lot of people that are coming in that are not well. They've been waiting to get health care services, and so the Affordable Care Act is working, but then people are needing more prescriptions because they're here, they're getting services, they're coming in because they want to get services.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 12, Health and Human Services Adult System of Care, amend blanket purchase order, Rite Aid Pharmacy. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to item 13, Public Works. Funding for State Route 89 Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization and Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail projects. Mr. Kratz.
Yes, sir. Greetings, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Peter Kratz here with Public Works for Department Item 13. Funding for these two projects up in Lake Tahoe. First off, a quick overview of the projects being considered for funding under these items. As you see here, two pictures of Fanny Bridge. Here and here, I think you all know that, up in North Lake Tahoe. I just want to point out that it represents a pinch point for various modes of travel, including automobile, public transit, pedestrian, and bicycle, especially during the summer months. The bridge was built in 1928 and is classified as structurally deficient with a structurally deficient sufficiency rating score of 57 out of 100, which allows it to be eligible for federal funding and be rehabilitated or replaced. The upper right photo highlights the second project involved with this item today, which is the Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail project. The photo is the location of the northern trailhead where it would connect in with the west end of Fulton Crescent Street in the Cedar Flat subdivision of North Lake Tahoe. The trail would expand non-motorized travel in North Lake Tahoe. Just want to highlight what's in your board packet today. I'll provide the details of the first part of the requested actions that you see here under Department Item Number 13A. And as they're shown here and more fully detailed in your board packet. Mindful of time, I won't repeat them all in detail. If you've reviewed the board packet, you can see what we're requesting today, but what I will do at this point is just go into our project update, the first part of the action, and show you here where they're located. Two projects we're talking about, of course, is the State Route 89 Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project in Tahoe City, and then the Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail Project up near Dollar Flat, both in Placer County. Both are part of a package under what's called the Federal Lands Access Program led by the Tahoe Transportation District under a competitive funding program that they submitted earlier this year that also included this project down here in El Dorado County, which is also a trail project. Both these trail projects expand the existing non-motorized trail network that we have in North and West Lake Tahoe, and that scoots up the Truckee River, to expand that whole network with the goal to someday circle the whole lake with a non-motorized paved trail system and connect into the town of Truckee as well. Real quick, just drilling down on both these projects. This is the Fanny Bridge project. We presented this back in October with an update showing you, talking a little bit more about the alternatives being studied under the current environmental review process being led by the Tahoe Transportation District. This is just one of 7 alternatives being considered under that process. This shows what's called Alternative 1, which is one of the bypass alternatives, which creates a new highway alignment downstream of Fanny Bridge and converts the existing Fanny Bridge in this section of 89 to a county road, if this was the preferred alternative. There are 5 other alternatives being considered, 3 that are what are called bypass alternatives with a new alignment here, and 2 alternatives that just look at rehabilitating the bridge and keeping all traffic on this existing section of State Route 89. And then, of course, there is the no project alternative that's included in all projects, typically of this magnitude. Real quick, just to show you the other project that is part of this package. This is the trail alignment that Placer County Public Works has been the lead on for development under the environmental review process. We had a CEQA document that you certified last year for this project, so we're through the environmental review process on this project. It needs to be federalized now because of the federal money coming in, and that's part of the process that we're going forward with under this request today. So real quick on the project update, not to belabor it too long, but I just want to hit a few things that what's key today are the various documents in your board packet that include the Federal Lands Access Program Project Memorandum of Agreement that recognizes these projects as part of what we call FLAP, the acronym FLAP, and the Federal Lands Highway Agreement that will allow the Federal Highway Administration to manage and design the Dollar Creek project with county staff oversight. Under the first bullet, I just want to point out that a lot of Public Works staff commitment has occurred since September, providing feedback on these documents, with the Tahoe Transportation District taking the lead on securing the federal funding and spearheading this effort. The second bullet, I just want to highlight the various department effort and coordination to figure out and come up with what we believe is a fair and equitable local match for the federal dollars coming to our region. I want to just recognize CEO Jennifer Merchant and the Department of Facility Services to come up with, again, local funding amounts to come up with our overall local match for this effort. The third bullet, I just want to point out the coordination efforts that have resulted between really Public Works staff and the federal folks, people that actually would be doing the work. We've already been building relationships with those folks, and I think that's important to denote to your board, that we've got a good foundation moving forward if actions are approved today and future actions for this effort. And then the fourth bullet, just the overarching schedule is to make these 2 projects ready for construction by the end of 2015, and if possible, push the Dollar Creek project to even be built earlier, since it's a little bit farther down the timeline of what's needed to be shovel ready. So all that said, a lot of funding amounts and sources are presented in the board package, and this table attempts to summarize the board memo and supporting documents and show the various funding amounts, and in particular, the leveraging of county funding to the total project funding at a 12% ratio. And I just want to highlight that these are the county monies we're talking about: the transient occupancy tax, the park dedication fees, and the traffic impact fees that we're proposing to be dedicated as the local placer match to this overall project cost of over $32 million for these 2 projects. The 3 proposed county contributions, like I said, total $3.775 million, with traffic impact fees covering the most at $1.8 million, followed by TOT and park dedication fees. I've also denoted how the color of money is critical depending on the fund source, with TOT being able to help fund both projects. And again, recognizing previous and future funding efforts here with going to the Resort Association, recognize Ron Trevis behind me and other members of that board, working with Jennifer Merchant. A lot of parts to this, making all this happen, with going to the Resort Association, working with the Department of Facility Services for the park dedication fees, and you'll hear an action later today from the CEO that ties into this funding proposal. All that said, I'll refer you back to our series of actions and supporting documents under Department Item number 13A, and respectfully request approval of all such actions, and in particular items 1, 2, 3A, 3B, and 3C under number 13A. And just to highlight there at the end and ask if you have any questions at this point in time for these items.
Any questions from board members? This is a public hearing. Should I?
Not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
I do have a couple of questions,
Sure.
Peter. As you know, when we heard this in Tahoe, Mr. Sajak came forward with a suggestion on a different alternative. Do you know, has that been considered? Which was the temporary construction bridge to allow reconstruction of Fanny Bridge, but not require the bypass portion?
I know that his comments have been received by Tahoe Transportation District staff, who again is leading that project effort. How formally those comments have been incorporated into preliminary engineering design, I can't tell you off the top of my head. I can follow up on that and find out what the status is. We keep emphasizing from the county perspective that, again, like I highlighted here, we've got 6 alternatives being studied. 2 of them are replacing the bridge in kind without a bypass going in. So there's 2 somewhat similar with a different intersection improvement, a roundabout versus a signal. So I think, to attempt to answer your question, I think his desire for a no bypass alternative, I'll call it, is being considered within those 2 alternatives being studied under the environmental document.
And that would be alternative 6, which is a traditional intersection, and alternative 6A, which is the roundabout?
Correct. I think what it gets into the engineering details is working with the Caltrans rules and regulations and exceptions that could or could not be allowed. Similar to Kings Beach, we worked through some issues with Caltrans on lane widths. Those are the kind of things I think we're talking about, because we're talking about a bridge that's 40 feet wide today. It would need to be widened. That widening, what it does to the surrounding properties in terms of real property takes, and just making it all fit within that corridor. So I do believe TDD and their engineering staff are taking those comments in and looking at it as part of the environmental analysis.
Okay. One of the questions that I raised as well back at our Tahoe meeting was relating to the repairs on Fanny Bridge and what was really involved in that. And if it was truly just a question of repair, or if it was a question of having to replace that structure. And I'm still really struggling with that, because I have an email that I just received yesterday, so I apologize for not getting it to you. It came in late yesterday afternoon from Joe Caputo, chief at Caltrans, Jody works for Jody Jones, North Region Division of Engineering, who says, as regards to the Fanny Bridge problems, you're correct that the deficiencies on the inspection report you noted below are minor in nature. The inspection report assists us in prioritizing repair work by our maintenance staff. I believe the deck and rail spalling score of 4 out of a possible 10 triggers the rating of structurally deficient in our rating system. Likewise, the washing at Bent 5, which is gibberish to me. I don't know what that means. But what he says is, once this minor maintenance work is completed, the next scheduled inspection should yield a better score for the bridge, resulting in the removal of the structurally deficient rating, which tells me that the problems with Fanny Bridge are fairly minor in the minds of Caltrans, and that is a different question than should we approve the bypass. So where I'm maybe getting tangled up in this is the action we take today, these federal dollars, if for some reason we don't go forward with the bypass portion of this, but just upgrade and fix Fanny Bridge, do we still get those federal dollars? Do we still have the commitment to the $3.775 million? It's very confusing for me because there are really, I think, two different discussion pieces. There's the Fanny Bridge piece and there's the bypass piece, and they're really getting thrown in the same pot. And Ken's looking bemused. Please come forward and enlighten me.
I'll let Ken go first, and then maybe I'll add in.
First off, we are a third party to this kind of agreement for this funding. It is a great opportunity, we believe. And it is, the purpose is for the FLAP program is to improve access to federal lands. We can't say for certain what will happen through the environmental process, what project will be approved. Once that project is approved, if it's different than what was contemplated as the grant, there will have to be a discussion with the federal government and find out what we can do. I think it's safe to say that if we can show the project enhances access to federal lands, that there'll be some latitude to talk about what that project looks like. It may be more difficult if it turns into a maintenance project and that's all it's going to be, and that they don't envision it improving access to federal lands. It's probably the best we're going to be able to do now until we go through a full environmental review process, which does include the non-bypass alternatives, and find out what is it and what is the project that we want to do. Everything is going to be conjecture. Mm-hmm. We are committed to moving forward. This will not say how your board will need to approve any future environmental document. That will be a separate action, fully within your discretion to do what you choose to do. How that affects the funding will be determined in the future when we get to that road. It's a theoretical argument that I don't believe we can get a solid answer to right now.
Okay, and that's actually, strange as this may sound, that's actually helpful to me, because my concern on this is I don't know whether I think a bypass is a good idea or a bad idea at this point, because we really have not had the opportunity, or at least I haven't, to really look at that issue closely. I've had people say it's absolutely critical. I've had other people say we don't need it at all. My concern about today's action is if we just move forward with the Fanny Bridge piece of it without a bypass, what does today's action do?
I think the key thing I'd want your board to know as we move forward, if you do look at the funding plan, I think it's one of the exhibits in your package, we are the ones funding 100% of a lot of the pre-work that's going on. The FLAP funding, this federal funding, is really for the construction of the facility. So our biggest risk is if we move forward, we can move forward with whatever project we want, but if it's a project they don't approve of in the end, or they don't believe is consistent with the program, we may be left on our own to actually fund that project, whatever it may be. We are funding a lot of the upfront costs. So we are putting our dollars at risk before we see the return of any federal dollars coming our way. And I think that's Exhibit E or Exhibit 4. It's the funding plan shown in your package. Shows that fairly clearly, I hope.
And so the grant proposal for the FLAP money was that so we didn't get a really clear answer on this at the last Tahoe board meeting. Did it specifically include a bypass, or was a bypass one of the alternatives that it could be used for?
The project that was scoped out and that they developed a cost estimate with the federal government is the bypass option. That does not mean, if you look at the agreement, that it notices that we do need to go through an environmental review process. That process, both from the federal standpoint and the state, CEQA standpoint, has to go through before anybody can decide on an individual project. But all the information that was developed as part of the documents you have had to make an assumption, and because of the great variety of costs, the assumption used was that bypass option.
Okay. And then just maybe I'm not understanding the language. What's a conceptual funding match? Because we're being asked to approve the conceptual Placer County match funding.
I think at this point in time, we are asking you to take a combination of funding to fund the local share that the county is obligated to do, $3.775 million. $1.8 million we're proposing to your board that we use out of traffic impact fees. $200,000 in park dedication fees, and $1.775 million in TOT funds. There are some of those actions that you can't take as part of this action today. The park dedication fees need to go through a process through the Park Commission, and so we think it's important for your board to weigh in before that you're open to that concept if it goes through, if all those funding sources go through their own process and come to your board to get their individual approval. But the park dedication fees are going to have to come to your board at a separate time, and the TOT is going to come as a separate item actually after ours. And then right after ours, you're also going to make a separate action about the traffic impact fees.
Okay. Right. So to be very clear then, we're at least under this item, we're not being asked to actually provide the funding $3.775 million. We're being asked to approve the concept of a match.
And if you sign the agreement that we are doing with the federal government, we are committing to $3.775 million. I think your board over time can change where that $3.775 million comes from, but I think we are definitely asking you to commit to spending $3.775 million, and we're suggesting conceptually that those three fund sources be used to make that much, make up that money.
Understood. So this is a matching $3.775 million for the flap dollars for a project that we don't know what it is yet.
It is a project that we know what we're trying to accomplish, improving access down into the West Shore, but every project we do, until we do an environmental review, a full environmental review, even with Kings Beach, we didn't know what the project was, but we were accumulating funds because we knew what we wanted to accomplish. We just didn't know how we were going to accomplish it. Okay. And I would say the same here.
Okay. I think you can see why I'm struggling with this, though.
I hope what I can have your board understand is that you will have the decision when eventually you're going to have to approve an environmental document that someone else does and say, I'm okay with that, here's my money. That is a discretionary action at a future date that you reserve full control over. Will there be pressures? Probably so on both sides, people wanting things.
No, there already are.
But this is such an incredible opportunity from my standpoint to be able to say we're bringing $26 million. It doesn't happen very often. 26 of the $40 million available in California over the next 4 or 5 years, they're talking about on this project. That's a tremendous percentage, and I don't know how we say no to it. And my recommendation is we say, yes, we're coming, and will there be some, do I know the path? I don't know the path, don't even know the exact end point, but I do believe we'll have a great project down the road after a lot of discussion, just like on all of our major projects. They are not simple. There will be lots of competing interests and frames of mind of what people want to see out there.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Anyone in the audience wish to address the board on these items? Yes, sir. Thanks.
Yes, my name is Jim Sadek, and I'm a resident of the Tahoe City community for 16 years, and I'm extremely passionate about this project and the environment of the Tahoe City area. And I've been heavily involved in this project for over 2 years right now. After doing a lot of my research, extensive research totally on my own, I have documented that some of the information provided by the TTD to justify the Fanny Bridge project to the public and to be awarded their FLAP grant to be very misleading. First of all, the title of the project, the Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project, leads the public to believe that the Fanny Bridge and Tahoe City community will be revitalized. When you really start looking through their emails and their website, you find out that, as Peter had said, most of the alternates propose a bypass with a concrete, 4-lane concrete bridge through 64 acres with the additional highway. Their other data that they've been publishing to get this grant is 400 bicyclists and pedestrians per hour during peak summer months cross the bridge. When you actually look at the study that was done, the bridge is not Fanny Bridge, which is you're led to believe in the report. It was actually the bridge between the 64-acre park and the bike trail, which is a pedestrian bicycle bridge. 2 mile and 2 hour plus traffic delays. Yeah, there's been traffic delays in the past on the West Shore. However, I've been working in Marin County since June right now, and I can tell you I've been in 15-mile backups, and they haven't been 2 hours. Level of service F for the area. As soon as when I started doing research on this item here, I found out as soon as you start adding in pedestrian crosswalks, controlled intersections, so forth, business driveways and so forth, that it is almost impossible to level or measure an actual level of service. Level of services were pretty much designed for freeway use where there is no pedestrian crossings and stuff. As soon as the red light the light turns red, your level of service A goes to an F anyway. So they're just throwing out a bunch of inflated information to sell the project as a whole. Jennifer actually received my email last night. I've been doing contacting Caltrans, and they're also saying, the bridge is structurally deficient. Oh my God, we're going to have to put signs on it to minimize, large truckloads going down the West Shore and stuff like that. And exactly right. I looked at the bridge report from Caltrans, and I looked at the report, and it says, hey, we got spalling, we got some undermining, riprap needs to be added, estimated cost, maybe $1 million to fix the bridge. So I questioned Caltrans, and after some time, they sent me back the email that Jennifer just mentioned and said, hey, it's a minor fix, we can go ahead and move forward with it. What I'm kind of suggesting is that they basically got the FLAP grant, and they were smart in doing this, the TTD, by combining 2 bike trail projects, which everybody in the country wants a bike trail built in Tahoe City in the basin, and I totally support those projects. But they combined 2 given projects with this bypass project. And their scope of their project, and they're really pushing, they've already shot down my alternate 6 and 6A at least once. They threw them out as non-buildable. They're just pushing for this bigger project to spend money that does not need to be spent. Their own data, their printed in literature, even suggests that the bypass will not solve the congestion problem on the West Shore. The congestion problem right now is coming through Tahoe City, and it's been identified by multiple pedestrian crosswalks that are uncontrolled. So I'm asking Placer County, we need to, as the county, we need to justify the expense with taxpayer dollars. I'm in construction myself, and basically for about $3.7 million, we could go out there and build alternate 6A, doing some repair work to the bridge and building a roundabout at the existing Y intersection and end up with the same result without even impacting the community, businesses, the environment, the second bypass, just all this extra stuff in the area. So, I'm asking that when you go to vote on this, that one, possibly you look at separating the projects out. The bike trail projects get some type of funding from Placer County to move forward, where until, like Jennifer says, until we know the scope of the bypass project, how can you throw money at it? The scope could range from 2 to 3, maybe $5 million to 25 to 30 plus $1 million. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Anyone else in the audience wish to come forward?
I just had one quick question for Peter.
Yeah.
So, Peter, if we approve this $3.775 million, and the bypass doesn't go forward, what happens to the 3.7?
I think we talked a little bit about that earlier. We're at a point of conjecture where we first need to get through the environmental review process.
But I'm sorry, I'm just getting at the county doesn't lose it. It just doesn't magically disappear. It still would be available for some project.
I guess I'll repeat Ken's point is that there's a little bit of risk that we spend some dollars up front because that's what we're being asked to do, and we get to a place with a preferred alternative that maybe a preferred alternative that doesn't get the full federal funding or at all, and we are on our own devices to move whatever project that is forward because it's a project that's the feds are seeing doesn't align with their assumption of how they've looked at this project as a bypass project. And in terms of accessing more federal land, just the basis for that program. So the risk is we spend some upfront dollars, and then at the end, that bigger chunk of federal money doesn't come forward.
And don't get me wrong, I have no, as I said, I don't know whether a bypass is a great idea or a terrible idea at this point. I'm just concerned that we seem to be going down a path that's a little bit pre-decisional.
Right, and I guess I would counter and respectfully disagree that we're still in the middle of developing the environmental document that goes out for public review, where in my mind and my experience with other transportation projects like Kings Beach, that's where we get into the meat of comparing and contrasting all these alternatives, and that analysis will be in that document. So I think it's premature for people from the public to say that we've already made a decision. I would also say, mixing a maintenance project with this project, you're mixing apples and oranges, that this project is intended to do much more than fix the bridge. It always was. It wasn't just to come in and just fix the bridge. I want to make that point too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Trevas.
Hi. Just to clarify why I'm here today is to speak for the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, who I work for, but I wasn't going to speak at this time, but based on Jim's comments, I did want to make a couple of clarifications, and I also to be clear that Jim has been very strong in his feelings on this, and my advice to him has been, even though I don't agree or accept everything he's saying, that you have to speak whenever you have an opportunity about this to make sure that you let as many people know as possible as to what your feelings are. My other, one of my other responsibilities is that I am a board member on the Tahoe Transportation District. And the Tahoe Transportation District, I would like to say, much as I would, as you all know, if I was working with Placer County on something, is not looking for some way to spend a lot of money and consequently trying to make something look good if it isn't. I feel very comfortable as a board member on there that the project has been going through a very, very appropriate type of process. This coming Friday, the Tahoe Transportation District, which normally meets on the South Shore, is meeting at Gronleybakken with their board meeting for the purpose of being able to have another hearing on this project for the North Shore residents, of which many of the things I think, Jennifer, that you've said, you're not real clear on, do come out, but there's no way you can be at as many things as you get to. The last thing I want to say about this is that the funding for the Placer County local share will be going forward over a 3 or 4 year period. In fact, DPW facilities have looked at, in order to be able to use as much TOT as possible, a 5-year funding program, of which some of it would be in advance that would be repaid in a couple of years. But over the first 2 years, the funding that would go forward, that would actually be paid, would be a total of $285,000 for the Dollar Creek project and not the Fanny Bridge project. So there's any of this money, the matching funds that was to go forward for the Fanny Bridge Highway 89 project would not occur until the 3rd year from now. So there is a lot of the environmental process that will be gone through, if not the entire thing, before that part of the money comes forward. The overall reason for this local fund matching is to enable the North Lake Tahoe area to have the federal government say, okay, we're going to make these funds available to do these projects. If they're done in some different level than is anticipated now, the funding would be reduced, as would be the matching funds on that then. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Alrighty, any other comments from the audience?
I'll just follow up with Jennifer too, Supervisor Montgomery, that when I look at the funding plan in the agreement that's before you, what would be at risk in the front end of this $3.775 million would be $190,000 dedicated towards the environmental review process. If we got to the end of that process, we'd be in theory, spending about $190,000 of Placer County funding. And if something went in a direction where the federal folks didn't like that direction, I just put it in numbers. That's kind of what's at risk in terms of that bigger chunk of money of Placer County funding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to address the board on this item? We've got item 13A before us. What is the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 13A, items 1, 2, 3, A, B, and C. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. We'll now move to item 13B, which is a capital improvement program, Tahoe Regional Benefit Fee. This is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing. And Peter Kratz.
Right. Thank you, Chairman Holmes. Here on item 13B, like you said, it requires a public hearing to be held to solicit public comments on this proposed action. It's important to note that the fee increase, and some folks already stole my thunder, but it helps ensure the receipt of nearly $24 million in competitive federal funding to deliver 2 high-priority infrastructure projects to the Placer County portion of the Tahoe region. Of the $39 million of what we call the FLAP, federal money going to California, nearly $24 million is going to Placer County. We think the proposed 2.8% fee increase under this proposed action for traffic impact fees, combined with TOT and park dedication fee contributions, strikes an equitable balance of the local funding mix to match and leverage the federal funding that we're talking about. I will note here that the key supporting information for this item is found in Exhibit F, the revised Tahoe Region District Capital Improvement Program, and Exhibit G, the updated Nexus study attached to the board memo, as well as the attached resolution for modifying and adopting the capital improvement program for the Tahoe Region Benefit District. This action today, as denoted in the slide, will help generate additional traffic impact fees for the project that Public Works believes is a nominal fee increase when compared to other funding contributions, the amount of federal funding that the fee increase will help leverage, and the benefit the region residents and visitors will receive from these projects. The proposed action also supports consolidation and completion of other transportation projects in the fee district and adjustment of other projects not yet completed. With all that said, I would ask that the board conduct a public hearing as denoted and requested by Chairman Holmes and as denoted in your board packet. I also know that this item was publicly noticed as required in the news and local venues, including the Sierra Sun and Sacramento Bee on November 29.
Any comments from board members?
I have one question.
Supervisor
It's
Montgomery.
very brief. When was the last time that this fee was raised?
Good question. I think
I don't recall doing it under my tenure, but that doesn't mean I didn't.
it might have been late 2000s or it could have been earlier.
Right. We haven't done a comprehensive update in a long time. I mean, since I think the original. We had up to about 2008, we've been doing annual inflationary adjustments each and every year. But since the Great Recession, we stopped doing that. So it's at least since 2007, 2008, there hasn't been any sort of increase. So I'll say 2008 just to be safe.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public want to talk to the board about this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. It's moved and seconded to approve item 13B, capital improvement program, the Tahoe Regional Benefit Fee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you, Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, everyone.
Now we'll move to item 14, County Executive North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Contract Amendment. Jennifer Merchant. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Holmes, members of the board, Jennifer Merchant with the County Executive Office. I've got 2 items before you today. The first is a contract amendment with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. The contract amendment before you for consideration today reflects the allocation of Tahoe transient and occupancy tax revenue in excess of that budgeted for fiscal year 12-13 in that contract. By amending the fiscal year 2013-14 contract approved by your board in June, it would allocate the additional funds. The amended contract would allocate a total of $1,400 $1,450,372 in TOT funds for the promotion of tourism and providing visitor-serving capital projects. This contract and its attachments have been recommended for your approval by the Resort Association Board of Directors. In order to provide the services identified in the amended scope of work, attachment A3 to the contract budget cited in attachment C to the contract, the agreement allocates funds to the following resource categories. There's $395,000 recommended for marketing, $1,055,372 for capital improvements, and no additional funding for visitor support and transportation. As explained in the staff report, the marketing funds will be used for a winter marketing campaign in Southern California for this year, website upgrades, still and video photography, and lakeside special events. The funds earmarked for capital improvements will be held in the county treasury until your board approves allocation for a specific project. And that's it for my comments today, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I would like to remind you that Ron Trebus is sitting here, may have some comments as well about the contract amendment.
Alrighty, any comments from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action. It's been moved and seconded to approve item 14A, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association contract amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or any abstentions? Hearing none, we'll move to item 14B, transient occupancy tax infrastructure account expenditure.
Okay. I'll try to keep this one as short as possible for you. On a roll. The recommended expenditure of up to $2.2 million in Tahoe transient occupancy tax funds will support 5 projects. They're listed here on the PowerPoint display: North Tahoe Public Art Project, Regional Transit System Branding, North Lake Tahoe Water Shuttle, North Tahoe Regional Arts Theater Feasibility Studies, and the Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail, State Route 89 Community Revitalization, Fanny Bridge Project. I have some project details for you, if you wouldn't mind me rushing through them. The North Tahoe Public Art Program allocation is recommended at $25,000. The funding requested will cover infrastructure costs to prepare for public art components within the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project, as well as dedicated to a donor-directed fund to purchase public art to be placed in the Kings Beach downtown area. Secondly, and I've got, if it will move forward. Hello. There it goes. I've got some displays for you on this one. The Regional Transit System branding for $100,000. This project will create a single unified brand for the various transit services currently being operated in the North Lake Tahoe Truckee area, including Placer County's TART bus system, as well as the Town of Truckee system. As you can see from this slide and the next one I'm going to pop up here in a second, the current physical and web presence contains various messages and logos, which is confusing to current transit riders, both residents and visitors, and potential transit riders. You can see here, this is kind of the main page of the current transit system that talks about the services that are available to riders today. And I think I counted at one point 11 or 12 logos on one page. So you really don't know who's operating what, if it's public, if it's private, how you get on which bus connects to another bus. It's awfully confusing. So that's really one of the things we're hoping to resolve. This is, I'd say, one of the nicer looking bus stops with only 2 signs on it. We have bus shelters and stops with, sometimes depending on the time of year, 3, 4 signs on it, depending on the number of services that are offered, whether it's a trolley, the night ride, or the Truckee Transit, TART. And what we're hoping to do is consolidate all of those services under a single umbrella so that it appears to the customer as one system that has different routes that are offered, as opposed to this hodgepodge that we're working with right now. A stakeholder group will be set up to review the branding process, including Placer County, the town of Truckee, and private sector representatives to work with a consultant to develop brand messaging and a logo that will then be placed at all bus stops, on signage, on transit vehicles, and used in printed and web-based informational and marketing materials. The third project for your consideration today is the pilot North Lake Tahoe water shuttle. The total amount on that is $140,000. The funds requested will operate the third year of an anticipated 3-year pilot water shuttle service. The project was originally envisioned to expend $380,000 that was allocated by your board back in April 2012, but additional funds are now needed to operate the third year of the service. Ridership has grown over the first 2 years, peaking at 68 passengers per day last August. The service will be analyzed following the summer 2014 season and a recommendation made regarding future year operations. Then the fourth project, and I do have a schematic of that, is the North Tahoe Regional Arts Theater feasibility studies for up to $153,900. The proposed series of studies will result in information necessary to determine whether a regional performing arts theater at North Lake Tahoe is feasible. An in-depth study completed in 2009 recommended various facility types in the area, including the larger regional facility now being analyzed. Vail Resorts is working with the Tahoe Regional Arts Foundation to secure a site near the entrance to North Star. And you can see on this map, if anybody familiar with North Star, if you turn right on Highway 267 onto North Star Drive, there are a series of parking lots there. And the proposed project site at this time is where that red dot is in the upper right-hand corner. Study components include a business plan, financial feasibility study, concept drawings, public outreach, and project management. The Resort Association recommended a phased approach to allocate up to $83,900 with a check-in on feasibility before any balance of the funds are to be expended. And then finally, the Dollar Creek Shared Use Trail Fanny Bridge project up to $1,775,000. That's the project you just heard about. And this allocation will provide nearly half of the local match required for the Federal Lands Access Program grant discussed by DPW earlier on the agenda. The funds would be allocated over a 5-year period as outlined in the staff report, the first 2 years dedicated to the bike trail planning and the last 3 years toward construction of the Fanny Bridge project. The total cost recommended for all 5 projects is $2,193,900, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the 5 projects.
Any question from board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Seeing.
I'd like to make a comment. But
oh, yeah.
I'd like to wait till you vote so I know which one to make.
All righty then.
How about a before and after?
In that case, move approval.
How are we doing? Okay? All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve item 14B, item 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Now, please come forward.
I've never tried that before. I do want to thank you all very much for this vote today, and it's a very important part of the whole North Lake Tahoe movement ahead to create the visitor facilities and the residential way of life up there too. I did want to make it very clear that all of these projects have been in the plans that were done and approved by you starting in 1995 and then in 2004, and then our annual updates every year. And with the exception of an abstention or one negative, I think all of these went through our Community Capital Investment Transportation Committee, got full recommendation to the Resort Association Board of Directors, and they passed unanimously all of these things in order to recommend to you for your vote to be able to move ahead. through this 18 years since you established the Resort Association and we changed the TOT from 8% to 10%, that TOT has gone from about $4 million a year to this past year we hit $12 million, which has been just a tremendous increase. And while some people say when it goes up so much each year it's because of weather, when it goes down it's because you guys did a crappy job. But what it has been, I think, is the good marketing as well as the improvement of the facilities that have occurred in the North Lake Tahoe area. Up until, again, this year, it's been about $26 million of infrastructure TOT that has helped to leverage about $160 million worth of projects that were minimally or not county-funded monies at all. And with this 2.2 today, that $160 million leverage, if these projects come to fruition, will jump to over $200 million worth of leverage fees, which is the way it's supposed to happen.
Right.
And so we thank you very much. And with that, in the holiday spirit here, we have a little gift from North Lake Tahoe for each one of you, including Melinda, and that's a chocolate on a stick. And how you do this is when you have one of your favorite hot drinks, whatever that may be, and you put that in there. In fact, Jim, tonight, probably when you're doing that last warm milk before bed, put that in that milk and it'll dissolve. And
it's going to be Pepto-Bismol tonight.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All righty, we will move to item 14C, Regional University Project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Board. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Jim Durfee, Director of Special Projects. In the interest of time, I won't go into detail on this item, but what we're asking your board to do is to direct staff to prepare documentation relinquishing the county's potential interest in the Regional University Project as containing an agreement for irrevocable offer of donation between Angelo Sakopoulos and William Cummings, the donors, and Drexel University. And in a brief nutshell, Drexel had entered into an agreement with those folks for the donation of the property. When Drexel released its rights to the property, those rights were conferred to the county. Drexel, or the property owners, have now taken a number of steps to assure that they are still working diligently to bring a university to the project. Staff doesn't recommend that the county exercise its options on that particular piece of property, and we're asking your board to give us permission to work forward on the documentation to relinquish those rights. So unless you have further questions, I'd turn it to your board for consideration.
Supervisor Euler.
Is there any reason, Jerry or Rob, is there any reason that this can't be back to our board in January, preferably earlier in January rather than later?
No, there's no reason it can't be. We'll bring it back in January.
Because as I noted in a previous meeting, the Warwick Council meeting is in February. It'd be nice to have this over and done with. Their board.
Oh, it's their work.
In essence, this is an encumbrance on the property.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it'd be nice to have this done sooner rather than later, so that's off the table. So that's helpful. Thank you. So with that, I would move approval of the item.
Oh, okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Supervisor Durand.
How many seconds do you want?
Oh. Okay, is there anyone from the public that wishes to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action. It's been moved and seconded to approve item 14C regarding the Regional University Project. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Thank you, Mr. Durfee.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Durfee. I know Supervisor Euler mentioned earlier that this was your last time at the podium here, or at least in this capacity. I just wanted to wish you well in whatever your endeavors are. I'm sure we'll see you in some way, shape, or form. And I know you aren't going to go very far. But you've been a tremendous resource to me while I've been here in the last 4 years, and I appreciate your diligence and how you've been able to work with the CEO's office on a lot of different projects to kind of put them in a position for us to have really rich discussions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bueller?
Ditto. It's been a day or two, and what I appreciate about you, Jim, is that you always found a way to let me know when you thought I was wrong. And we didn't necessarily agree, especially in the early days, on outcome or certainly in the early days on methodology. But you represent the county very well, and just because you're leaving doesn't mean you don't have to buy me an occasional beer.
Yeah.
I have to say, it's an honor to work for the public and to work in government at the local level where government really counts. It's been an amazing time and you get to spend little bits of time in it in this room doing this job, and it's an amazing process. I've always really appreciated it. Thank you all.
Supervisor Whitehead.
And Jim, ditto what Kirk said, except I want to point out that I got along with you really well until the end, which is just the opposite of Kirk. which I think is more a reflection of Kirk's and my relationship than it is your my relationship. But I really appreciate your expertise and your diligence and your homework and your thoroughness, and always been able to have really good, candid conversations, and sometimes we needed those more than others. But wish you good luck and hope you stick around. And
some of those conversations were more candid than I appreciated at the moment, but they were all good.
Oh, well. Supervisor Montgomery?
I didn't work with you nearly as long as these two, but I really always appreciated at the end of a conversation, however it went, you would look me in the eye and say, I'll just do what you tell us to do. And I'm not sure I entirely believed that, but it was good to hear. And I look forward to our biannual breakfasts.
It was the global what you tell us to do.
Yeah, exactly. No, I understood that. I am 1 out of 5. I get that. But I do hope that we can at least continue our annual breakfasts.
We will do that.
Because that's about how often we manage to actually make it. So, best of luck and have fun. Enjoy.
It's all fun.
All of it.
And me too. I want to thank you for all the service you've done and the wisdom that you prevailed as it prevails in Loomis. And since I represent you on the Board of Supervisors, I know that I'll be hearing from you in the future, and maybe down at the Ground Cow. Oh, is it open? Still open?
It is not. It's no longer open.
We'll find a.
We'll find a place to do that. In the future, I actually plan on coming to public comment from time to time.
Good. Yeah. Good deal.
It'll be good.
All right. Congratulations.
Thank you all very, very much.
You bet. Thank you. Take care. All right. That concludes the open session of our meeting. Now we're going to go into closed session.
What happened to our PCCP meeting?
It was at 2.
I know. We don't know.
I'll find out when we go into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with labor negotiators. Items A through D on the agenda, and I point out item D, the second 8 p.m. number should be 051-120-010.
Yeah, I did wonder what we were doing in Bowman.
And the board will also have a conference with its labor negotiators regarding PPEL. All right, everybody. Dinner.
Melinda's husband worked for me for about Hello.
Okay. The board has returned from closed session where they had a conference with their real property negotiators on 4 separate items set out in the agenda. They discussed those items and gave direction to their real property negotiation team. They also had a conference with their labor negotiation team and gave direction to their labor negotiation team. That concludes the closed session report.
And that concludes the